brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
Hey, you're watching Poindexter.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. Do you like nerd stuff? Yeah? Then you'll love this. You never know what might happen or who might show up at the lounge.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on, and I'm glad you're that for me.
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
We caught it. 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 Okay, so the power went out, and yeah, and so did my little unit there. You know what? It's Tuesday night at the lounge. It's just it happens. But hey, welcome once again to the Point Extra Lounge. I came in all full of vigor and excitement for all of you, my nerd family, and got muted. But hey, you know what? It's all right. It's all right. I will never lose my voice speaking up and crying out for the nerd community and for what's right. You know what? But hey, just welcome to the lounge. It's good to have you guys here. If this is your first time to the lounge, hey, welcome. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I don't know what took you so long, but I'm so glad that you finally found us. And here we are. You're here. We're here. We're all here together. And please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell. Become part of this growing group of nerds. We are growing, and we want you to grow along with us. All right. So do that. Also, if you're here tonight, if you could, before you leave tonight, if you could, just make sure to give us a thumbs up. Give this video a like, give us an old pat on the back just to let us know that that you think we're doing a decent job here of trying to bring you some entertainment with some information and have some fun all in the process. All right. All right. That being said, as always, I want to thank all of our patrons right up front. Thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are fantastic. You guys are awesome. And appreciate each and every one of you guys who are patrons. And then also thank you to all of our members. Man, we've added so many members lately. We broke the 50 member mark. That is just fantastic and awesome. And so thank you for all of that, for putting your trust in us. And of course, everyone who gives super chats, we really, really appreciate that. And of course, don't forget, this week, The Watchmen, we're giving away The Watchmen to somebody. And all you got to do is either be a member, a patron, or give a super chat at any point in time, and you are in the running for this bad boy right here. This could be yours. So join. I mean, first of all, it's just fun to be a member. It's fun to be, a patron, and all that cool stuff. But also, hey, we like to give back a little bit. So there's just a couple of things. We got a full list of stuff to go over tonight. Before I bring in my guest real quick, I'm going to say hello to people here who are here. What's up, Jacob McKenzie? Good to see you. Geek Studio in the house. Always good to see geeks. What's up, Anthony Beltray? My day was good, man. I felt my day went super fast. Like I got to work at 9 a.m. and it seemed like it was like afternoon before I even knew it, man. I don't even know. It just went so fast. What's up, Zeno? Says, thank God there's something decent to watch tonight. Hello, Enosh. Hello, Zeno. Good to see you, man. Let's see. Nerd Cosa Nostra says, hey, Enosh, and everyone in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Cherie is here, says, Enosh, hail to our nerd king. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you for putting your trust in me. I really appreciate that. Mary Wilcox says, evening, everyone. I'll be in the chat in a few minutes. Awesome. Mary, we love, you know what? I love when the ladies are here and they're in the chat. It's just fantastic. What's up, Spherical Man says, but it's not 3 a.m. I know. A couple nights ago, I went really late. But you know what? The thing was, I was either going to sit around and just watch some TV just mindlessly for a couple of hours, or I could come in here and I could have some discussions, some thoughts with you. And we actually had a really great stream, I think, the other night. It was a lot of fun. And so, yeah. So, you know what? Sometimes if I just get bored, I'm just going to stream, What's up, Kira? Good to see you. Good to have you here tonight. Let's see. Who else is here real quick? Oh yeah, you guys wondering where I was at? So today our power went out. Don't know why. We've had some storm. Well, I do know why. We've had some storms. There's been some rain going on and everything, and so it's just been kind of crazy. But yeah, so I had to take up with that. What's up, Austin? Austin is here tonight with me, and he'll be here in just a second. What's up, William? What's going on, bro? What's up, Blake? Yes, good to see you. I'm going on. I just went on about 11 minutes and 18 seconds ago, sir. Wow, the time has gone by fast. We've been on freaking 11 minutes already? What the heck? What's up, Paul? Good to see you. Says, what's up, Enosh? Lounge Lizard Nerd Fam. Yes, the Lounge Lizards are in tonight. And hey, check this out. Look at this guy right here. Austin Lean became the newest member. Well, you know what? We'll just have to give him some privileges. What's up, Austin?
Oh yeah, what's up, man? What's up? What's up? How you doing? Yeah.
Hey, our newest member, right on the spot, man. We got him right here.
Right. This is talk about privilege. Yeah, I decided we mentioned it the other night at your 3 a.m. stream. I was like, it's time to take our friendship to the benefits level, and
well, welcome. I don't usually get to welcome everybody in person, but welcome
right.
to membership, sir.
Thanks,
Good to have you here tonight, man, for sure. What's going on, Abtijith? Oh man, I had this the other day, and I got to remember how it's pronounced. Abhijith, I believe.
Yeah, I butchered that.
No, I believe it's Abhijith. I believe that's it. If that's not it, I'm gonna get it. I swear to God. You got to give me a couple of times.
You can pronounce it out in the chat.
Yes, I remember. Well, I know. Cherie even said it for me, and okay. But I know I got the Jeeth part, but I think it's Abhijith. What's going on, man? Good to see you, buddy. Let's see here. What's up, Stephen Topper? Always good to see Stephen Topper. Says, love the energy from you, Nash, even if I'm muted. Right? Oh my gosh. I've been subscribed to this channel for a year. It's all love and respect to the nerd family. Us United. Hashtag Us United. Bro, I'm right there with you, man. I still believe in hashtag Us United. I still believe that we can come together as a fandom. And you know what? Long before we ever see the Snyderverse restored, I think we need to restore the Snyder fandom and bring people together for sure. What's up, Hayden Nate? Always good to see you in here. Amparo is here. I love Amparo. She's awesome. She's fantastic. I love that the ladies showed up tonight, man. The ladies are here in full effect tonight. I love it. Yes. What's up, Ben Bamboo? Says, God bless Marsha Lucas for what she said. I love it. So cathartic. Well, you know what? We're going to get in there, but we're going to get into that. And so I know a lot of people are, trying to claim that this means something. I'll be honest with you. We'll talk about it. All right. Amparo says, hey, I just finished to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League on a projector screen. Love it. Nice. James says, hey, man, just wanted to say what's up. Might not make it that long. Well, hey, stay with us as long as you can. All right. Stay with us.
Hold in there.
Hold in there. Cherie is here. Says, hey, Amparo, how's the new Miami digs? Yes. The Dork Knight is here. Says, I'm stoked. And what's Gavin Cooley is in here. Gavin Cooley says, I am here to keep your Last Jedi lovers at bay. Love you guys.
Oh yeah, you got to keep us at bay. That's one of my
favorites. You got to keep us Last Jedi lovers at bay, huh? Okay. Well, I might break your heart tonight. I don't want to break your heart tonight, but I'm just going to be honest with you. There may be some heartbreaking going on, is what I'm saying. Hey, what's up, Truth? Hey, Truth, man, why don't you jump in here, man? I haven't talked to you in a while, bro. Would love to see you here tonight, for sure, man. But I always love the Truth, man. Go check out the Truth. He's got great content. Where's the drop, Enosh? Which one am I looking for?
I am the drop.
He's the drop.
I am the drop. I was here. Dropped into the show like that.
There you go. What's up? John Collins says, hey, Enosh, a new Quantum Leap. I'm up for it if the cast is strong and Mr. Scott Bakula cameos. Well, we're going to talk about that first off here in just a second, because it sounds like it may just be a continuation of the original, which would be fantastic and I think would be great. Let's see. Let's see. Nerd Costa Nostra says can stay long tonight, but let's make sure to connect on that 50 member celebration giveaway. Yes. I've totally forgot about that. Yes, we will definitely connect on that. We just went over 50 members, and so Nerd Costa Nostra wants to do something special for the members. So I think that's fantastic. I think I said the Dork Knight, but welcome, Dork Knight. It's always good to see you in here. Let's see. Ben Bamboom says, Mary, and she said it without getting political, about to try and indoctrinate others like the Fandom Menace does, which was just as great. Well, she did. And then she said some other stuff. And the other stuff is what, like, nobody else is talking about. because I feel like people are reporting the part that she talked about, about Kathleen Kennedy and about J.J. Abrams, and I felt like what she said was fine. I wasn't upset with what she said. I mean, people have their opinions, and we're not here to squash anybody's opinion. But I did think it was interesting because she said some other stuff. And so, and I haven't really seen a lot of that reported yet. And so I'm interested in hear what you guys think of the rest of the stuff that she said, because a lot of her disdain wasn't necessarily just focused at the sequel trilogy. Just saying. Stay tuned. Let's see here. Gavin Cooley says, break my heart. You're assuming I had a heart to begin with. Well, I like to assume that. All right. I think we're good. All right. Well, hey, welcome tonight, guys. It's always good to see you guys. Always good to have you guys. And we got lots of fun stuff to talk about. And, like I always say, you never know what might happen. You never know who might jump in. You never know who we might see here at the lounge. But you know what? If it's just me and my good pal Austin, then we're good too, man. We
we'll
can
keep
cover
you
it.
entertained.
We can cover it.
We can do it. We got it.
We got
Sean
this.
Connery here, over here. I can figure out some voices. I'm figuring, we can do something fun.
Yeah, we got this. Now, I have to ask you, bud. So have you ever watched Quantum Leap?
I watched a little bit of it because my grandma was a big fan. It's always like...
Well, it looks like I'm doing the show all by myself tonight. That was Austin. He must be having some computer problems. Grandma.
She you know what, she's been my my movie TV guide for since childhood, so I whatever she says I watch.
Amazing. Every word of what you just said was wrong.
Oh my gosh.
It hurts. It hurts.
I can't tell if you're being smart or stupid.
It's an older show. I think that there might have been a game. I think there was a game that I played. That was Quantum. No, that was Quantum Break. Different, not Leap. My bad.
We're off to a great start, folks. We're off to a great start here. Yeah, Gavin, I think that he did. Gavin. I think that he just compared me to his grandma.
She's a very modern, hip grandma. Like I don't think you're like you just turned like 23, right? 24, 25. That's what I thought.
Something like that. No,
right.
I will be 45 this Friday, folks. This Friday is my birthday.
It's your birthday. Oh my god.
This Friday is my birthday. And so what's up, Punk Trace? Good to see you. Yes, Dark Knight, exactly. 80s TV was amazing. Ain't nothing wrong with it. All right. We'll try not to have any surprise guests until you get back, Shuri. We can't promise that. Sorry. What's up, Blake? Blake Taylor says nobody talks about everything. Reporting is always a nitpick, criticized business. I know, and that's the thing. So, and I don't want to get ahead of myself because I do want to talk about Quantum Leap first. But look, I will say this. Sohan here says Marsha Lucas should not be attacked as she has a weight of her opinion, but the fandom menace will just do fake outrage. And see, that's the thing, right? So we'll talk about this in a minute. So stay tuned. Don't worry. I'm not attacking Marsha Lucas, but I did find what she said interesting, and I do have an opinion about that, and I agree with you there. So Gavin, Enosh. Back in my day, we had these things called TVs, and they weren't flat at all. They were big boxes that were sat on the floor, and they had these knobs, you see, and we'd turn these knobs, and there was only 12 channels. Yeah, there's 12 channels, and you just go back there, and then we got these newfangled things called VCRs. Yes, VCRs. And then the TV had to be on channel 3 for them to work. And of course, our Ataris and ColecoVisions, yes, and our Intellivision systems, they all had to be on channel 3 or 4 if you were fancy. If you wanted to get fancy, I don't know why it was. You could do 4 as well, but some of these you could do 4. I'm just okay. Okay. No, nobody's attacking Marsha Lucas. Don't worry. Oh, thank you, Sohan. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we're gonna stay positive. Yeah, I had Masker Shy says I had VCRs. See, some of us still have VCRs, man. People still buying up VHS tapes, man. I swear.
I think my stepdad still has like a VCR somewhere around. Then he's got that old, like, he's got one of those like old. It's a VCR and DVD player with like, you know, when they just came out, they had the mixture. Yeah.
Actually, that wasn't from when they just came out, dude. That was the early 2000s, because you know why they did that?
Right.
They did that with the DVD players, so because a lot of them were DVD recordable, so you could actually try to take your VHS tapes and put them on, like if you had like home movies or something, you could like put them over onto DVD discs, right? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah,
right.
Enosh, I witnessed the first Star Wars, dagnabbit. I did.
I mean, that's something I wish I could have gone back. I would give anything to watch the first Star Wars when it came out.
Heck yeah, you would.
In the late 70s. I would.
Yes, yeah, that's right, Alessandro. And cassettes for the radio. We would listen to the radio, and if we heard songs come on, we'd hit record, and then we'd make a mixtapes of all of our favorite hits, like for our girlfriends and our boyfriends and stuff, you know, and then that way they would all know that we loved them and that we cared about it. We'd hand those over to them. Okay. Now we're talking about like old 80s stuff,
mixtapes and stuff. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, You Do Suck says I actually bought a super VHS player. What a waste of money. Yes. Wow.
There was a super VHS player?
Yeah, there was SVHS and yeah. Let's see. Where was it? Where'd it go? Hey Bradley, I missed you too, man. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Okay. For me, it was the 90s, and I had DVD VCR player. Absolutely. And I'm doing good. Thanks. How are you? Yes. The Dark Knight says, I'm not that old, Enosh, but I'm old enough to have grown up with a VCR that was from Sears that had a remote that was attached with a cord.
Whoa. That I haven't seen.
Wow. Now that's something right there. That's saying something right there. That's saying something right there. So yeah, man. Like we had all these, you know, and I never had a Betamax. I remember back in the day actually having to rent a VCR, Austin, every once in a while from the video store because we didn't have a VCR. So we would rent one once in a while, and then we'd rent a bunch of movies for the weekend.
Yeah, wow. So you could actually rent out the play. That's pretty. Well, I mean, yeah, you probably don't need to do that.
And you know what I would rent every time? Star Wars trilogy.
Of course, had to. I mean, you're like, dude, you're one of the lucky ones that still like has the theatrical, like trilogy. Like you can still watch that.
Yep.
Like that is.
Yep.
Amazing.
I've got my original Star Wars trilogy on VHS. And I've also of course I have the new copies that
right. You did the Twitch watch party for I watched.
Yeah, that I have it on Blu-ray. So so it's just I love that stuff. I love I love old stuff like that. And you know what? Honestly, dude, there's a lot of people actually who are into buying VHS tapes still to this day.
It's starting to get popular again. Like, cause I had a few like old Disney ones that I was like, I kind of wonder. And I went on like just kind of because they're like the diamond edition or whatever, like the old VHS of like Jungle Book and all those. And I was like, people like will buy them for like $150 and stuff on eBay. I was like, dang, I'll hold on to these.
It is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy.
There's a market for it. I mean, the whole collecting like that. There's even people collecting HD DVDs that were like the in between Blu-ray and DVD phase. And I'm like, why? Like,
I know it's weird. It's weird. Mary says, "Yep. Oh, hold on, because the first one says, back in my day, the word woke was a term of endearment. Yep, and being a feminist was actually encouraged.
Oh my God.
Free hindsight. Oh my gosh, the Alex Jones picture. Oh my gosh, I remember having to flip the pictures quickly just to see a movie." Wow.
Back in the day.
That's some pretty old stuff. What's up, Andrew Casali? Good to see you, sir. Yes, I do. I remember having to adjust the tracking. Yep, so that you wouldn't have lines, and stuff. You had to adjust the tracking heads and stuff. Yep, for sure. And Bat Dan, what's going on? Bat Dan says, how funny Star Wars fans prefer the theatrical versions. DC fans prefer the DVD streaming versions.
Right.
Yeah, probably because Star Wars wasn't put out by Warner Brothers. If Star Wars had been put out by Warner Brothers, there might
have been a few other alternate cuts.
There might have been. There might have been. Just saying. But all right. So let's get into this. Anyway, so long ago, Austin, there was this show called Quantum Leap, and it is one of the greatest shows ever on television, as far as I'm concerned, dude. It's a sci-fi show, but it's a sci-fi show with a ton of heart. Hey, Pelican 74, what's up, bro? Hey, man, I was just thinking of you today. I was creating every time I see your name, I haven't talked to you in a while, man, but I miss you, man. And I was thinking of you today. I was making a new patron or members page there. Okay. And I saw your name and I was like, I was just thinking about you today, Pelican. I hope you're doing well, bro. He says, I love Quantum Leap. So you do suck also. Yeah. So dude, the show was great, man. The show, it had sci-fi. Look, I bought the entire series a couple of years ago because Tiffany had watched it a little bit when she was a kid, but her parents mostly watched it. And so so the thing is that we watched the whole thing through, and it's 5 seasons. It's a quick watch, actually, but you know what? It's such a good show. Scott Bakula is such a great actor. Dean Stockwell did such a great job as, his companion, his sidekick on that show. And, but it deals with time travel, but only being able to time travel within your own lifetime, and putting right what once went wrong. Now look, you know what? Here's an interesting point. And I know, and I don't know if you're trying to be funny about this because of the picture here, but there is an episode where he says the R word, and but the thing is that first of all, it was in the 80s. That was the term. Like, we're not going to act like terms did not exist, right? And if people are offended by those terms today because we've gotten other words for it, well, then so be it. But the thing is that yes, that was the term for it. Then it was not meant to be derogatory. Sure, it's like anything; people can turn anything derogatory that they want to turn derogatory. But back then, that was the word. And actually, before we went on tonight, I was actually talking, we were talking in our private chat that I have about just that, actually, was that, because at one point, because he played Sam Beckett, who was this brilliant scientist who figured out time travel, and then he was lost in time, Austin.
Right.
So he could never get back. Like they kept trying to get him to come back home, which is funny because like he was like from the year 1999, I think.
Oh, okay.
And
So
yeah,
like,
yeah,
only
right.
10 years ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so far in the future, man. And so I love shows like that, though. I love things like that like we're trying to predict the future, like what the future is going to be like in the 90s and early 2000s, and here we are, 2021. Where's my jetpack? That's all I'm saying. Where's my freaking jetpack?
Yeah, where's my
Right.
DeLorean? I need to try.
Right. But man, the thing is that, he leaped into, because he would leap into other people. Right. And so the thing is that he would look in the mirror and he would see the reflection of those other people. He wouldn't see his own reflection. And so there were many times he leaped into women. There was one episode where he leaped into a pregnant woman, right? And he was experiencing like all of, the pains and the issues, that a pregnant woman has to deal with. Right. There was just all kinds of, one of my favorite episodes. In fact, the first episode of Quantum Leap that I ever watched was almost kind of like a take on Driving Miss Daisy, but it dealt with racism in the South. And he leaped into a guy. He did not know that he was a person of color. And he leaps in and he like goes into this diner, man. And he sits right at the counter and he looks up in the mirror and he sees that he's a person of color. And like all these people gather around him. They're telling him to get out of the thing. And like the thing was that he would say something like that. And then something crazy would happen that would get his attention. He would go, oh boy. Right. Because it was like overwhelming every time he leaped into somebody new. Right. And so like, I remember that, man. But there was once that he leapt into a special needs person. And that was like the first thing that he said. He said the R word. He says, I'm the R word. But it was amazing because it was a heartfelt character. It was amazing how he brought attention. This show brought attention to a lot of stuff long before, like positive attention to a lot of topics long before, we would consider them today to be important topics. Hey, look at it. I love this, man. We had a 5 new member stream the other night. Then we had a 2 new member stream just on Sunday night. And now we're at 2 so far. We got Austin and now we got Abhijit. That's right. Welcome, sir, to membership. Thank you so much for being here, man. That's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. I appreciate you, man. That's so awesome. Let's see what can I give him for that. Hey, go ahead and join us here in the Snyder Cult.
That's not a cult. These are just friends who do everything I say, offer me their bodies for sex, and occasionally kill people in my name. Does that sound like a call to you?
Welcome. Thank you for being a member. We really appreciate you. Let's see. I did. Mask of Shy. I'm so sorry I'm so sorry that you never watched Quantum Leap, man. Quantum Leap is just so good. It's literally, I just got to say, like, I am not joking and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say it's literally one of the best shows that's ever been on TV. I mean, the show's been off the air now for so long. I mean, it only lasted 5 seasons. It went off the air in 1993, yet it still has such a following, and there's been such a push to try to get it back on the air. And Scott Bakula, I mean, dude, at one point he plays Elvis, he plays Lee Harvey Oswald, he plays my God, who else?
So they do it like with historical figures and stuff.
Yeah, like at first they didn't. Yeah, at first they didn't. And then like in the last couple seasons, like he would a little bit, but dude, it dealt with so many things that were very reminiscent of movies that were out at the time too, like different topics. But a lot of people got their start on the show. Jennifer Aniston got her start on this show. And also what's her name who played Lois Lane in Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. Why am I drawing a blank there?
Which was
somebody else.
Terry Hatcher.
Terry Hatcher. Yeah, Terry Hatcher got her start on that show. A lot of big stars got their start on the show. Okay, that's fine. Pre-hindsight, I didn't know if maybe you were being, because the picture and everything. That's all. That's all good. Yeah, right. You do suck. Where's my flying car? Dude, I'm still waiting for Tron. Hey, Pelican, I don't know if you saw this.
Same Pelican.
Dude,
same.
check out what I got, man. And I'm gonna get on with the show, but check out what I got, Pelican. These are 6-inch figures, man. Check those out, dude.
Oh.
Check out this packaging. I got this when we were on our way to Chicago a couple weeks ago.
With that original Tron logo.
Yeah, dude, this packaging is amazing. And you know what I didn't even realize about this, Austin? Is where does it say? Oh, it's limited to 3,000 pieces.
Ooh.
I didn't know that this was limited. This is a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, and I did not know that it was limited. So
wow, you got to
check
limit
that
it.
out, Pelican. Oh, dude,
sick.
Like I lucked out without even knowing I lucked out, man. Here I gotta get to a couple things. What's up, Jesse Allen? Good to see you, bro. In here. Let's see. Yes, it was an amazing show, Amparo. Hey, John Collins with a $10 super chat. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, bro. Says Enosh, I wish I had your extensive knowledge of nerd culture before I watch the live streams because you get into these passionate discussions which are interesting. Sometimes I get lost in the sauce. I love that, man. Lost in the sauce. I gotta write that. I gotta write that down, man. We need to make a T-shirt of that.
Lost in the sauce.
Lost in the sauce. Lost in the
Dexter
nerd sauce.
Lounge.
I don't know. Maybe that might not be a good thing to say. I don't know.
No,
Lost in the nerd sauce. I don't know.
But I agree, man. I agree with that comment 100%.
Well,
a lot of knowledge. You got a lot of knowledge, man.
I was a latchkey kid. I watched a lot of TV and watched a lot of movies, man. So, John, I appreciate that compliment. That means a lot to me coming from you and coming from anybody who watches. So I appreciate you. And thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it, man. Okay, let's see here. Yes. So Quantum Leap, dude, was just such a good show. And people have really been oh yes, Brooke Shields was on an episode. Dude. Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to I mean, there were so many people who guest starred on that show.
Right, because he would become a different person every episode, right? Or go into a different so they had a lot of guest spots, I would assume.
Heck yeah. And there were so many things that could be explored. Now here's the thing. The Fandom Menace can get all pissed off because I already could tell you, like, if they do a sequel thing, like the whole idea is like it's a almost a 40-year-old show. I mean, it's a 30-year-old show, right? So I don't think that it's spoilers, but like the thing is, right. Sam was lost in time. The idea was they were always trying to get him back. The finale, there's people who absolutely hate the show's finale. They just they don't like it at all. Because the thing is they didn't know if the show was ending or not after the 5th season. Okay. So they had to write an ending where if it did end, it would work.
Right.
And if it didn't end, it wouldn't. And I'll tell you what's so heartfelt. Oh my gosh. With the characters with Sam's character and Dean Stockwell's character, like the relationship that they had. And see, the thing is that Dean Stockwell's character, he was a sidekick buddy, but like he had gone through a horrible divorce. He had been a POW. I'm just going to give you a little history lesson on the show. So he had been a POW, and while he was gone, everybody thought he was dead, including his wife. So when he came back from Vietnam, his wife had gotten remarried, and she was the love of his life. And so it set him on this spiral, just like into like all these women's arms and stuff. And he was known for the whole show as a womanizer, right? Like he just was like with all these women, and then like he was finally going to settle down with kind of this young kind of bimbo-y kind of girl, and stuff. But that was like his thing because his heart had been broken because he had lost his first wife because he had been, a POW. Well, and Sam's brother had died in Vietnam. So at one point, dude, he gets to leap back in time. And here's the thing. He's supposed to save oh God, why can't he's supposed to No. So he thinks that because like the whole idea was the show was like he was always trying to figure out like who he was supposed to save. Or like what he was supposed to do, what he was supposed to put right. And the thing is like, that was things like he wouldn't always know, right? What that thing was. And so in that episode, he thinks he's there to save his brother. He thinks that because they never knew exactly why he was going through time. They didn't know if it was God, if it was just time itself that was, that was doing it, you just didn't know. And so the thing is that he thinks he's there to save his brother because he thinks that he thinks that God or time, whatever, has put him there to be able to give his brother another shot. Right. And that sounds good and everything, but that's not really why he was there. He was really there to save his friend and he didn't know this. Right. And so he was there. Yeah. He was there to save him instead. And like it kind of gets messed up. And so, to fix the situation and try to help the situation, he ends up sacrificing Dean Stockwell. Why can't I remember? See, it was Sam. Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. God, I love the show so much, and I'm like totally forgetting like Dean Stockwell. I hate that when I remember like the actor's name.
Okay, so it's Al Keller.
Al. I'm sorry. Okay, so Al actually does something to help Sam, but in doing so, it means that he has to stay in another few years as a prisoner of war. And you find this out because a picture is taken, and you see it like it's the reveal that it's Al, right in Vietnam. And so because like this journalist is with them, and the journalist snaps a picture. And that picture ends up being a picture of Al being carted away, and he's looking over his shoulder, and you realize, oh my gosh, Al did this. And so Sam, he ends up at the end in the finale, he ends up at this bar where all the people that he's leaped into over the last 5 years are all in the bar. And it's weird. It's it's almost like a weird kind of purgatory kind of thing. And this dude who's in the first episode is in the last episode and plays the bartender there. And Sam is convinced that he's God. And he's like, hey man, I just want to go home. And he's crying and stuff. And God is telling him, hey Sam, you can go home anytime you want. And he's like, no, I can't. He's like, I don't get to make the rules. And he's like, yeah, he does. He says, and like he even talks about it like it's a like he could take a sabbatical or something like that. But the sad thing is the last is that it was going to change the series to where he would be able to leap where he was needed, and it wasn't going to be sporadic anymore. And so Sam chose to leap to Al's wife, and he goes in and he tells her that Al is alive and to wait. And he leaps as himself. So he's not somebody else. He's now leaping as himself. And he goes and he tells Al's wife to wait. And then all you see is the words down at the bottom that says Al and his wife are married and they had kids and they've been together this whole time. So Al didn't go off on that whole heartbroken, spiral and everything. And then it says the show ended with these simple words that broke everybody's heart. And still to this day, if you watch the show, it will make you cry. It seriously says Dr. Sam Beckett never returned home.
Ooh.
Because his whole thing was helping people was more important than even going home. And he had a wife at home, but he had forgotten about her because every time he'd leave, they called it Swiss cheese brain, where like he would have holes in his memory and stuff. And so and so Al was a hologram because Al would be in the quantum leap accelerator in the future. And so like, it'd be like a projection that Sam would see, but everybody else could walk through it stuff. He couldn't touch Al or anything like that. Like it was like a see-through thing. And I mean, they had such great episodes, man. He leaped into Dr. Ruth once.
What?
Like the sex therapist. Yeah, dude, it was hilarious, dude. Like, oh my gosh. The whole show was just absolutely amazing. And I miss this show. Like seriously, of all the shows that have gone, off TV and, come and gone, whatever, I miss Quantum Leap. And so there's been so many talks over the years about,
bringing it back.
You like that Tron set, don't you, Pelican?
Yeah, I want.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so look, there's been lots of talk over the years about them possibly bringing it back, possibly doing a complete reboot, right? Or doing a movie or a television movie or something. And look, with all of these like reboots and everything, and like these shows that pop up now on Netflix that, look at like Fuller House, for example. And like, like iCarly's back, right? I mean, like, why not bring back something like this that people have been wanting and clamoring for years? Well, here's the funny thing, man. They had a thing called, they had 3 episodes, and those 3 episodes were called Trilogy. In there, Sam meets this really crazy woman, and ends up having, who has a daughter named Sam, or not named Sam. I'm sorry. She's named something else. Well, Sam ends up having relationships with this woman, and they have a daughter who's also named Sam. And it's him physically. See, it's weird. When he goes back in time, he inhabits that person's body, like their form, but it's really kind of hologram. It's him, but it's a hologram, right? So when he was a pregnant woman, he's experiencing a lot of this stuff, but in reality, he doesn't have the proper equipment to have a baby, right? So it plays with that a lot. And so the thing is when he went back in time, he had this daughter, and her IQ was like off the charts. She ends up working for Project Quantum Leap in the future, you find out. And so it's pretty cool. And so people have always thought that if they continued it, that his daughter, daughter would somehow be involved. Maybe she's like searching through time for her dad or something like that. And maybe she's jumping through time trying to find her dad or something. So I can already see the Fandom menace already being like all pissed off. I can see Doomcock right now going on and on like yes, first it was the Rocketeer, and now they're coming for our Quantum Leap. They're coming for Quantum Leap. It's going to be woke. It's going to be his daughter. Yes, it's still going to be Sam because they have to take away the name. Because, Doomcock's probably never watched a freaking episode of Quantum Leap a day in his life. So he'll just complain about it just to complain about it. But look, that could quite possibly be how they go.
I love the idea for the high concept and so and what's cool about like the 80s sci-fi shows was, I feel like, kind of how you mentioned with that, Star Trek, all these shows, they were so like dealing with topics that were so ahead of its time and stuff like that. So I think that'd be great. People are looking for, high concept stuff, especially on TV. Like, what's on there is great, but I think that's why so many people got attached to Loki and some of these other shows, and that like they make you think. And so I think that'd be great and it's like I said, the concept, I think I heard too, like there were talks of a movie a couple years ago, but that's probably gone if they're going to reboot the series.
Yeah. But Pelican, you're absolutely right. Scott looks really good still. Like Scott Bakula has aged very, very well. And Dean Stockwell, Dean Stockwell's still alive.
Let's see. He is.
Yeah, I thought it was. Like I had a moment there. I was like, wait a second. I don't remember.
He's 85, but he is still alive.
Yeah, so he could do something, right?
Right,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Sam is a unisex name, so look, right? But we just know how certain people react. I'm telling you, Bradley, you got to see it. It is such a great show. And it's one of those shows you got to pay attention to. Like I tell people, like, if you watch it all the way through, man, just watch it. And pay attention to it. But yes, you do suck. That's right. Peacock is now streaming. Why not? This would be something. I don't have Peacock. This would be something. It would be a no-brainer. Like Tiffany and I have we have really no interest in getting Peacock whatsoever. Like we've got all these other stream pretty much everything else, right?
Right.
But I swear to you, if they did a Quantum Leap thing, like I wouldn't be able to get home fast enough. Tiffany would already have the thing ordered, man. Right. Like if she knew Quantum Leap was coming. Yeah, Jack, I know that he's retired, but I guarantee you, he would come back for this, because Dean has been so just committed to the fans, like both him and Scott, because you got to remember, like there were other people who were in it, but it was mostly Dean and Scott that, Scott made the show, man, and Dean was right there with him. Those two, there was something like, and I've even heard them talk about it many times. And it's like not one of those things that you could just easily just like redo with somebody else, because Donald Belisario, who created the show, even he has said there was something special just about what we had. right there at that time. And Scott Bakula, anybody else trying to do this would not have been as effective in playing all these roles, because literally every week, Austin, he was playing a different character.
Right. So you got to have some acting chops for that. You got to
Yeah.
you got to. That's dude, I would love was it Brad? I think Bradley said you're making me want to see this, man. I really, really want to. And I know I did just check too inside. It's on my on the NBC app, which I have like connected to my TV provider or whatever, so I can go back and watch all of it.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, man, watch it. It is definitely worth the watch. But yeah, Jack, I hear you, man. He's retired, but I guarantee you, Dean Stockwell would come out of retirement for it. But let's talk about what they're saying right now, because like I said, there's been conversations, there's been discussion about it and talk about it, but it's always been like kind of nothing happened.
Right.
But if Scott Bakula comes out, because he's always asked about it, they've got conventions, they've got all this stuff, and anytime Scott goes anywhere, they ask him about Quantum Leap 30 some odd years later. But when Scott Bakula says significant conversations are occurring about Quantum Leap, pay attention to that.
Yeah.
The original sci-fi series ran on NBC for 5 seasons from March 1989 through May 1993. It says Quantum Leap fans, this is the Hollywood Reporter, says Quantum Leap fans may be in for another jump, as Scott Bakula said talks are underway for a possible reboot of the iconic sci-fi TV series. A guest Monday on Bob Saget's podcast, Bakula did not tip his hand as to what specifically he knows, but said there was a chance the series, which ran on NBC for 5 seasons from March 1989 through May 1993, could be brought back. There's very significant conversations about it right now going on, said Bakula, who played Dr. Sam Beckett, a physicist who involuntarily time travels and fixes mistakes of the past by leaping into the body of others. I don't know what it would be. I don't know who would have it. The rights were a mess for years, he says. I don't know if they're even sorted out now. That's always been the biggest complication. Universal TV produced the original series. Bakula noted that he had conversations over the years with creator Donald P. Belisario about the show returning. And he would always say, I can't write it without thinking of you and Dean. I said, just think about me and Dean and write your show. Get it out there. If you have an idea, just write it. I am sure it will be great, Bakula recalled. I don't know what that idea would be if we did. Joking that co-star Stockwell might cost too much to return, Bakula noted he gets asked about making another leap all the time.
Wow.
And if you go to Hollywood Reporter and look it up, you can listen to the whole broadcast here. But I mean, look at it, dude.
Yeah, he looks like he can definitely come back. And too, like you said, it's a great time to introduce this to like maybe another generation. Have the daughter if they had it set up like that.
Heck yeah,
I think that's a great idea.
Heck yeah, I think that it could definitely work. I definitely think that it's something. I mean, the story has a lot of heart in and of itself, and like I said, it still has a following to this day, and so. Oh my gosh, right? Like there's so many great episodes, Jack. I mean, my goodness. It says, love the episode. He went into a mental institution. Oh my gosh. And Sam was possessed by the people he had become. That was such a great episode. Oh my gosh. There's an episode where he encounters the devil.
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, dude. Like it's like a Halloween episode, and like he literally like meets the devil. Oh my gosh.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's
yeah, I definitely got to check it out. I definitely want to watch it, especially if they're going to reboot it. I want to know.
Yeah, the first episode is almost like a Top Gun kind of episode. Like it that's what I loved about it. Like it was very much in touch with its time. Right? Like I said, there was an episode that was kind of, and like it wouldn't be like an exact thing, right? I mean, so like it would like with the Driving Miss Daisy thing. It wasn't like Driving Miss Daisy, but it was a person of color who took care of an older woman, and stuff. And that old woman ends up being like the person that helps spur like equal rights in their little southern town.
Ooh, yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because she
yeah.
stands up.
Oh, that's
She
really cool,
stands
yeah.
because the whole point is they're trying to get her to stand up for this man, in town with all of the racism and everything that's going on in town and stuff. I mean, it's a fantastic thing. Ben here says, my sister used to make fun of me for watching Quantum Leap, calling it a stupid show. Meanwhile, she watched Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, so I can tell you Quantum Leap sounds a little bit more, a little bit
Well,
less
you know
on
what?
the stupid side.
Yeah, well, as a guy, you know what you do? You just give her one of these.
Hello, ladies. Welcome to the barbecue.
So I'll see your stupid show and I'll raise you one.
Right, yeah.
Right. Yes, Jennifer Aniston did guest star before Friends aired. Yep, it was a very young Jennifer Aniston, man. Jennifer Aniston's always been beautiful, but that's what I remember. Yeah. Oh my goodness, yes. When Al and Sam switched places, that was a great episode as well.
Oh wow.
There was a show called The Heights. That the star of that, he played a young Al Calavici. Says Bob looks amazing. Full House was another favorite of mine. That whole cast was great. Yeah, I actually, when I went to the WB studios, they were filming Fuller House there on the WB studio, and I got to walk in and see when I was doing the backstage tour lot, whatever. We got to go in there. We were not allowed to take any pictures of the set because they said somehow that there were spoilers or whatever. Like, my family was watching the show. I wasn't watching Fuller House. And so my family was all kind of pissed off at me because I'm like, guess where I am? I'm looking at the set of Fuller House right now. But it was pretty weird, because it's the exact same set as Full House, right? So when you're looking at that set and you're like, holy crap, this is wild, man. I'm actually looking at the set of Full House.
Full House, yeah.
But looking at the whole thing stretched out, it's always cool. But
it's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, but you guys can find my Warner Brothers studio tour lot right here on the channel. Actually, I've got that whole and I go into where they've got the DCEU stuff, so they have props and everything from Man of Steel, from Justice League, from Wonder Woman. I mean, they got the motorcycle Steve drives. They got all their outfits and everything. It was a really cool. Yes, I agree, Spherical Command. The Lee Harvey Oswald episodes were really good. The whole show. I mean,
I love that idea that they went into historical. That's cool for me. That's really cool.
Dude, I mean, seriously, we could sit here literally all night and just go episode by episode. And for anybody who's watched the show, you would just sit here and go, oh, you remember when he did this? You remember this episode? You remember that episode? You remember that episode? It was just that kind of show, that it just, God, it was just so good. Just such a good show.
It's it had a little bit for everybody.
It really did, man. Every week, because of the type of show it was, it really did have something for everybody. It wasn't just the same thing every week. It had, obviously it had, similar themes and stuff, because, of who he was.
Right.
Did I manage to steal anything while I was there? No, I did not. No, I didn't. I stole a few pictures though.
Right.
I made a few. Oh yeah, right. The time. I mean, the dude even leaped into a chimpanzee, dude, that was in the a NASA space program, dude. I swear to God.
What?
Yeah, dude. Insane stuff. Insane stuff, man.
Hilarious.
Quantum Leap watch party. There you go.
There you go. I'll join that. I'll watch that.
Yep, something for everybody, especially grandmas.
That's right, Gavin. That's right.
All right. So anyways, that's, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you guys like to see more Quantum Leap? If you watched Quantum Leap, some of you guys are saying that it's inspired you now to want to watch Quantum Leap. Definitely tell you, take the leap. Watch it. It's really good. So there you go. All right. Hey, what's up, Elena? Elena, no? I wanted to say Elena, but it's
or is it Elena and then no?
Elena, no. All right. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. You know what? I wonder. Maybe. I know there was actually no. I don't think I know. I think there was talk of Quantum Leap. Yeah, I remember what it was. Quantum Leap. They talked about doing a collab with Magnum PI because Donald Belisario also created Magnum PI, and so they had these talks about it. But what they decided, and you can find this on YouTube if you look up Donald Belisario. You can find like a lot of interviews with him and questionnaires with him and stuff like that. And he talks about this, about how they didn't do it because they figured they felt like it was going to take too much away from everything. Like you'd be too focused on, like the wrong thing.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like they are two drastically different shows, but I mean, it's still possible if he could just jump from body to body or, stuff like that.
Heck yeah.
Magnum PI.
Right. Jordan, I have not listened to the Batman, the audio adventures on HBO Max.
Oh, no.
I didn't know that was even there.
Yeah, I didn't know it was out yet. I saw that it was coming out, but I haven't. Yeah. I know it's there. I think Jeffrey Wright is Batman or something.
Okay. I'm going to have to check that out. I didn't even know that was a thing. So, but now I do. Now, speaking of things crossing over, so look, it's the question that keeps getting brought up, and we're gonna hear a lot more about it here, guys, in the next couple of weeks, right before Venom comes out. Venom 2 comes out, and that is this whole idea of Venom or Sony's Marvel universe crossing over with the MCU, right? And people keep talking about it. And everybody's got a different opinion, right? If we listen to William here, William tells you that that Sony's going to take their Spider-Man home, and literally take him back home. So that'll be the fourth movie, Spider-Man
back at home,
home, Sony. But so this I felt that this story was kind of interesting because Hardy actually talked about the possibility today.
Right.
So several days out from the release, this is coming from Dark Horizons. I know it's been reported in a couple different places, but that picture's always funny to me.
I know it's like I don't know how I feel about that whole opening sequence.
A lot of comedy, man. A lot of comedy.
Too much comedy. A little too much. A little much.
I'll be honest with you. I'm a little concerned, actually, for this sequel.
I am as well, and I would think with Andy Serkis directing, I thought it was going to be darker, which that's kind of what I wanted, because I thought the first one was way too campy and funny, but no, it seems like they kind of doubled down a little bit on it. I was like, oh, really? That's a choice. So we'll see.
But yeah, so I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping that it's going to be okay, but and I'm sure it will be. But several days out from release, Venom, Let There Be Carnage, sees Sony continuing to build out its universe of Marvel characters. However, the relationship of the Sony Marvel universe to the Marvel Cinematic Universe over at Disney at present appears to be not unlike Marvel TV's Netflix shows in their relationship with the MCU. Namely, it's an entirely one-sided affair, with the MCU not acknowledging it at all, while the other is limited to a few Easter eggs and references. This is not unexpected due to the complicated film rights situation. Obviously, we talked about this like many, many times. Nevertheless, it hasn't stopped every media reporter asking Venom star Tom Hardy if the franchise is going to cross over with Tom Holland's Spider-Man at some point. Speaking with Screen Rant, the actor says they're not there yet. Yeah, he says, it's really hard because for me and the guys in the Venomverse, we came together under Sony, and that's who we work for. That's who we run with. That's our team, And obviously, we just look at it as creatives and say, look at all of these things we could play with. Yeah, look at all the stuff that could be done, man, with Spider-Man and Venom.
Absolutely.
I wish.
It's given. It's right there. It's in the comics too. We know.
Yeah, it's like
that's why I say that because I was kind of had read that next statement and I was like, that's interesting. I want to hear your take on that next little paragraph.
Yeah. So then there's the next little paragraph here. And whoops, let me pull it back up. So he says, but we really have to establish ourselves as somebody that maybe they want to play with. Maybe somebody that belongs in that world first. And do you like what we represent as Venom? Is this established? Once it's established, we then have to continue our Venomverse.
Yeah. Okay. So, one, you don't like because of the comics. Why do you have to prove that Venom is a character that can play with Spider-Man? Like, you don't really need to prove that. Like, that's just good. He just does. It just happens. So that's I don't know. That's so it's weird. It's like they're begging Marvel, let me, or it sounds like Hardy is kind of like begging Marvel, let me play with Spider-Man, and that shouldn't be the case with these two characters. They should kind of go hand in hand. And I already think it's weird that there's two Venom movies without Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you, man. It's unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate. But yeah, I agree with Marcus there. We need all the Spider-Man. We need all the Spider-Man for Secret Wars, man. Come on, give it to me. What's up, Dan G? This is morning all. Got the stream on before I head out to start a new job. Well, hey, congratulations, man. I hope you do well. Hope you have a good first day on your job for sure. And
Gavin's just, I think the more someone like Austin doesn't like Venom, the more I like it.
I saw that. Yeah, that's funny.
Thanks, Gavin.
You Do Suck says apparently Doctor Who had Scott on for a Quantum Leap crossover back in 2015. Where can I find that? I would love that. Oh my gosh. I would love that. I'd love to see that. That's where I feel like I would start. Man,
right,
in my Doctor Who stuff, man.
Journey,
like, jeez. Hey, RJ with the $4.99 super chat. Hey, RJ, I don't know how you're feeling, man, but you are welcome to join as well, bro. Says it's 100% happening. The cryptic tweets from Sony, post-credit scene teases from Hardy. This is all a marketing ploy by Sony. Hashtag RJ was right.
Hashtag. Wow, he's like, I'm gonna start my own hashtag. Yeah, he's like,
why am I doomed to die alone?
Because you cried when Iron Man died?
I loved him 3,000.
Cried when Iron Man died?
Well, no matter what happens, RJ, Nerdrotic, I'm sure will have something to say.
I'm too busy fighting SJWs everywhere right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then
everywhere.
Don't let us stop you, sir. Don't. If you're fighting SJWs, don't let us stop you. Surely you have more to do than what we have right here. So
we'll get out of your way. Our bad. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll back off, man. We'll let you fight all the SJWs.
I didn't realize they were coming from everywhere. I thought it was just a few different, but everywhere. My bad, man. Back off.
From all over the place, man. The SJWs are just flying in, man, left and right. They're just all over the place, man. I'm like surrounded. It's like freaking parademons in Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's like everywhere there's an SJW. They're trying to get you woke left and right, man. It's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't know. It's you know what you got to do. We got to flip it on them. We got to flip it on them, dude. We got to Superman 2 them. We got to be safe inside. We got to get ourselves safe inside the thing and like turn on the lights outside, kind of like this.
Here's the best part. See, they think they're taking Superman's powers, but he reversed that shit and took their powers. He flipped it and dipped it.
We gotta flip it and dip it on him.
Yeah, flip it and dip it on all the SJWs.
Oh my gosh. You see what he did there?
Hey, here he is right now to prove his point. Mr. RJ, what's up, RJ?
I took a nap, so when I just woke up late, and I was like, "Sorry, 11 low. Okay, might as well pop on."
Here, let's blow you up.
Somebody come get her, she's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper.
say, you will never know peace for that.
It's the wink. It's the wink, dude. When you're all like,
I know.
It's beautiful. How you doing tonight, RJ?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah,
Morning.
it's 100% happening. 100% happening. At this point, like, just wait for the movie to come out. It's 100% happening. There's, like, I truly believe this is nothing more than a marketing ploy to get people like super hyped for this movie to go see it opening weekend. I really do.
Well, Marcus here says, I have a theory that Tom Holland's Spider-Man will lead all the Spider-Man and symbiotes in Secret Wars. Imagine all mutants, Inhumans, Spider-Man, Skrulls all in one.
That would be something.
That is a venture.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? The next buildup is obviously going to be to something massive, right? So I think Secret Wars makes sense, you know. No, I mean here's the thing, right? Where else does Venom go from here? Because if he's already fighting Carnage in the sequel, literally
Right?
there's no other logical point for what he should do next. Like, this is really it. I don't think you can do another Venom movie without Spider-Man involved. You just can't. Because, like, who else is going to fight Kraven? You know?
Yeah.
Morbius. Anyone who want to see Morbius fight Venom? I mean, come on. Like, you end the trilogy by him fighting Spider-Man. Like, there's no other way. So...
No, you know what? That actually, dude, I gotta give you that, man. I mean, like, I hadn't really even thought about that, but like, yeah, where else do you go from there? I mean, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Spider-Man should be in there with Carnage, you know, as well, because of, you know,
well, that's what you do for a third movie, I think.
Yeah.
So the thing is that I think William's gonna lose his bet. I really do think that what they're about, I think what has happened, this is just my personal opinion, we'll know more when the movie comes out. I think when they renegotiated that Spider-Man deal back in 2019 after Far From Home, they sat at the table and Feige was like, okay, you guys want to do your Venomverse? That's fine. We'll make it connected. I'm just saying, I think the Venomverse is about to merge.
I think they did that too. I mean, you know, and RJ, you bring it up a lot. I bring it up a lot. It's just the fan outrage, you know, when that happened, you know, that it was like, oh, we're going to split. Tom Holland's come back. People flipped out. So I would think that the smartest move for both of them was to sit down and go, okay, let's figure this out for a while because
again, what are people most excited about Morbius? The connection to the MCU. Right,
Yeah.
You got Michael Keaton's Vulture there. You have the references to the ending of Far From Home. Like, they benefit from it being subtly connected. Even if it's like just like the Netflix stuff where there's references and they never directly cross over, that's better than nothing. In their eyes, that's still connected in some way. And again, it's about making their movies must-see attractions as well. Because I guarantee you, the moment this movie comes out and we get any word about from early like Thursday night screenings that there's some kind of Spider-Man thing in this thing, you can like everyone's gonna go rich to the theater because the hype for No Way Home is like reached a fever pitch. I think like they're gonna capitalize off it. I really do. You know, I mean, we just had that picture that got deleted where that guy, the TV director, was talking to Tom Hardy and he had a No Way Home production hat on. Right. So it's like, come on, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing at this point.
Well, Gavin Cooley said, you know, people are offering some thoughts in the chat. So Gavin says next he fights Anti-Venom.
I mean, you could do that, I guess. I mean, you could do like Flash Thompson Venom or something, but come on.
But then I think people lose interest at that.
Yeah, it's like that's not a market. Like Carnage, I think is arguably a bigger villain to fight than Anti-Venom or Flash Thompson Venom.
Well, he could join Nerdrotic and fight the SJWs.
Yeah. Well, okay.
He'd have to fight you then, man, because I hear that you're being accused of being an SJW.
Oh no, I am. I've actually been accused of being a soldier for you, Matt Jarbo, and Mad Max. So apparently, you're a lieutenant.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Are there any positions open for general or anything?
No, apparently, I've been corrupted by you three, and I'm fighting your fight because you've corrupted my brain, and I'm your lieutenant now. because I never held any opinions before I met you three. That's
well, it could be worse. It could be worse. You could be Jeremy's lieutenant. You could be Ryan Kinnell. That'd be a whole lot worse, my friend. Be a whole lot worse.
True, true.
Just say, just smile and tell him everything's fine.
There's nothing wrong.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Actually, Marcus does bring up a good point. You guys know Null, the god of symbiotes, from the recent King in Black comics at Marvel?
No, I haven't read the recent.
Okay,
I have a friend
so
that
Donny Cates did a run on Venom that was absolutely amazing, where they introduced the idea of the symbiote planet and like the hierarchy there.
Right.
There's a guy there named Null, and he's the god of the symbiotes. And literally, Venom and the entire Marvel universe had to fight him, and Venom became the king of the symbiote planet, became the god of symbiotes to replace him. Like that's an amazing storyline you could do to end his arc.
That would be sick.
Yeah. Like it's literally,
Take him to another planet of Venoms?
And he never even finds out who Spider-Man is.
Yeah, forget Spider-Man. Let's go to the planet of symbiotes, man. Let's just go straight.
Or you could have him fight all the Breeze. Just have him fight all the Breeze. All the Brie Larsons.
Yeah, they'll change it to Null, Queen of the Symbiotes, played by Brie Larson.
Well, then she'd win. Venom wouldn't win then in that story.
Right, yeah.
Null is woke. No, it's a really cool storyline they could do if they wanted to do it. But you'd have to like properly build it up. And I don't know. Like I said, I think for Venom 3, I just think it makes sense to, do Spider-Man. Because like I said, there's nowhere else to go at this point. Unless like you like spend time doing a build up to Null, the god of symbiotes, but that's gonna take a while,
Right.
So
yes, you do suck. We're a militia now. Apparently we have lieutenants. Like I'm just glad to know. Apparently I don't know how I rose to the rank of leftists and SJWs, not even being one, and somehow I am in charge now to have my own leftists and SJW lieutenants like RJ.
Yeah, apparently it's an army. Apparently it's an army. You three are the generals. Everyone else, we're all your lieutenants.
Good God! If you all only knew the political talks that me and Jarbo have had, like that is so like not even. Oh my gosh! It's just I'm just not a dick. That's the difference. I'm just not a jerk. I'm not an idiot.
I know. It's just funny to me. It's like, you never had these opinions before you met them. You don't even know me.
Yep.
You were actually, RJ. You were a artificial intelligence being created by the three of them too.
Yeah. I was never real. I was never real. I was never a real person. I'm actually a highly functioning robot.
I love it.
Well, that's interesting.
I love it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
I think the real question is is not where does Venom go from here? It's where does Ant-Man go from here?
I am your guide through these vast new realities. Follow me and ponder the question, what if?
Gosh, I remember when that meme was so popular when the build to Infinity War and Endgame. It's like Ant-Man's going to defeat Thanos. He's going to be the one to.
So Null chopped the head off of a Celestial?
Yeah, he's crazy. Null is an amazing character. Like he's super powerful. Like
whoa, nowhere for Guardians. Null did that. Whoa.
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you guys a picture of him real quick. Just on Google. Like this guy is like metal AF.
Tony's at least calling you a rear admiral. I don't know if I'd want to be the rear admiral though. At least not behind Jarbo, because Jarbo already broke that plunger.
Oh geez.
When do we storm Disney and put Brie in charge of it all?
Dear God. No.
We're about to storm Walt Disney Studios to enact our plan to take it over.
Oh dear God. We can make sure you get your helmet with the horns on it, and and all your.
No, we're all gonna be dressed up as the Avengers and Star Wars characters. You're gonna storm it up with fake lightsabers.
Get ready for the Larson.
I can arm all of us. I got plenty of lightsabers, man. So
right,
we got plenty of lightsabers. We can just arm all.
All of us at Disney's gates.
Or did he freeze?
Oh, great.
Who froze?
Oh, you froze.
Did I froze?
No, you're not froze. It's just that.
Oh,
there
I
we
thought
go.
I froze. Oh, thank God.
Hold on, was that me or you or who froze? I don't know who froze there. I don't know what happened.
RJ says you froze, so I'll just trust RJ.
Okay, all right. It was weird because I still had control over StreamYard, so that was just strange. Okay,
Right.
all right. Yes, all hail Bree.
All hail the Bree.
Restore the Larson Bruce.
Yeah.
So then there's the last part of his statement. He says, but at the same time, we will always be looking to campaign to play with that, with all the brothers and sisters who are out there. Do you know what I mean? Whether we can connect the dots, that's up to the constellations, and that's above my pay grade. But we would be remiss not to think about that when we're working on the material.
So, like I said, it's happening. It's come on. That's like, I don't know. I think it's happening. The interesting thing is going to be how they explain it, because if they do it in this movie and they have like, let's just say hypothetically, of course, there's like some kind of post-credit scene where like Venom meets Spider-Man, or like they see Tom Holland or something walking by, are they going to say like this is connected to No Way Home and he gets pulled in like Doc Ock? Or are they going to say that they've always existed the entire time? Because either way, the interesting part would be is that, so this is Null. This is Null, the god of symbiotes, right? Okay. So that was the King in Black storyline they did. It's really good. I mean, this guy's like metal as AF, dude. Like, this guy is crazy. I think he's a great character. This is somebody you'd end.
Check this out,
yeah, it's a really good storyline. Like, really, really good.
It was this year, right?
I think last year, actually. Last year. Yeah, Donny Cates' run on Venom ended, and now he's doing a run on Hulk. So, and then Al Ewing's taking over the Venom book. But it's really cool. It's a really cool comic.
I haven't read Marvel comics in years, but it seems like they're getting back into.
Yeah, Donny Cates' Venom stuff is really, really good. Like, that's something, even if you're not into modern comics, I'd say recommend and read because it's really good. You know? So, yeah.
Relievers assemble.
Relievers.
Sohan asks, could you recommend any good Venom comic runs apart from Maximum Carnage?
Like I said, the best Venom comic right now, I think, is Donny Cates' run on Venom, and I'm gonna be curious. I think Al Ewing's run on Venom is gonna be starting up pretty soon, so I'll check that out too, because it's gonna be directly continuing off of that. I won't spoil it, but like they really do some interesting things, because in the comics, Eddie Brock has a son, so they do some really great things with the father-son dynamic. That's really cool and interesting. So
now that would be weird,
right?
Well, how do they explain that it's not Topher Grace?
Well, easily.
Did you guys not hear?
Separated.
Did you guys not hear Topher Grace is in Spider-Man No Way Home?
I saw that he winked, he looked at the camera.
That was an amazing Reddit post.
But he gets separated though from Topher, and like we know that a little bit of the ooze does survive in Spider-Man 3. So
no, I thought all of it got erased. Didn't there's they showed the little piece of it, but it got melted away or something. I don't remember. You could
easily say though that some of the symbiotes survived Spider-Man 3. And that,
but Topher Grace was Eddie Brock though. So how do you explain that there's two Eddie Brocks?
Well, that's the thing is but if you're talking multiverse, somehow you could first of all, we don't know when the Venom movie takes place, in the world in the timeline of the MCU, right? So they could say that it's in the future of the MCU or something like that, or after this multiverse.
To be honest,
starts. I don't know. I think it's reaching probably, but I see how I would actually. I'll be honest with you.
I'll take it.
I wouldn't hate that idea.
I think it'd be smarter if they said that this Eddie Brock exists in the universe of the Amazing Spider-Man, because the tonally and the way that world works, it reminds me more of the Amazing Spider-Man world. Right. So I think that, like I said, the interesting part is going to be whether or not he has always existed in the MCU, and they say, oh, he's just lived out in San Francisco this entire time. How he hasn't run into Ant-Man, I don't know, but they'll explain it, I guess. Or he gets pulled into the MCU just like all the villains are being pulled into the MCU via No Way Home. But then the question is going to be: is he staying there permanently, or are they going to like just like keep him separate?
Exactly, and that's going to be interesting. So here's my curiosity: I wonder if the deal with Sony allows Sony to have another Peter Parker going concurrent to or next to Tom Holland. Like if they were to bring Andrew back, if their deal, because I would think Marvel probably wouldn't want that, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know what their deal.
Well, currently the deal they have right now is there's one more solo film, No Way Home, and there's one more team up movie, which will probably be Fantastic Four. It sounds like from what people are saying, he's going to pop in Fantastic Four to give that movie a boost. You know,
what John Watts is doing Fantastic Four.
You're right. So that's the rumor right now. I guarantee you, regardless of what happens, once this movie comes out, because we're only a week away. We're only a week away, and that's
wait, what?
It's next Friday.
It comes out October 1st, man.
Next Friday.
Cool.
I know it snuck up on us, but
that was fast.
Yeah. There was some clips from it that like were really good. There was a clip that they've been dropping clips, for marketing purposes. There was a clip actually where they showed like Cletus Cassidy talking Andy Brock, and like Cletus says, your father never looked at you the same way after you killed your mother because you killed her right from the womb. And Venom's like, you son of a bitch. it was like, it's really good. There's some really like, I'm looking forward to this movie.
I'm getting more excited for it. That's for sure.
Which I think is ultimately part of their plan, right? They're building up the hype through these interviews and through stuff. I mean, for goodness sakes, look at poor Charlie Cox. They won't stop asking him, "Are you back as Daredevil in No Way Home?" He's like, "I can't tell you guys either way. Like, please stop asking me."
Andrew, all these guys. Yeah, exactly.
But I guarantee you, once this movie comes out, regardless of what happens, you're going to see articles like Sony's going to be like either announcing a sequel or they're going to be like there's some kind of expose where they say, okay, here's our plans, folks. This is what's happening.
Here's the deal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, here's the deal. And if he is in the MCU, I guarantee you Feige is going to be asked about it. Wherever Feige goes next, if there's some kind of Spider-Man connection in this movie, they're going to ask him, like, what's going on? So just give it another week or two. We'll know more for sure.
Yeah. Marcus says at this point Disney must buy Sony. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen just because Sony Sony just with where they're at right now.
Well, here's the funny thing,
they're
right?
not in a bad position.
If let's say so Apple is trying to get into streaming content, or Apple TV Plus, or you have Amazon or anybody. If anybody purchases Sony, any conglomerate, any big company.
Oh, that's right.
It automatically goes back to Marvel. No matter what. So
you're absolutely right. Right. Yeah. So they automatically lose it and it goes back to Marvel, which means it goes back to Disney. So they can't just sell it to anyone at that point. So that's a good point.
I mean, if Disney wanted to, they could fork over the money to buy it back from Sony, but I think Sony would probably ask for a ridiculous amount of money that's unfeasible. Because I think they would ask, like, how much
we want $50 billion.
Well, maybe not that, but how much did they how much was Star Wars sold for? What was it, $4 billion?
4.5 billion.
I think they'd ask that same price. I think they'd want $4.5 to $5 billion, and that's just for one character, for one property.
It's it's not one character.
It's not one character. Yeah,
that's true. It's a Spider-Man universe.
It's a universe. It's a universe.
Yeah. It's literally
with Miles Morales now and all this stuff.
Yeah,
dude, you're literally talking tons and tons of characters, and it's really it's the missing piece.
Yeah, it is. I guess my only thing would be is like they're still reeling from the purchase of 20th Century Fox, so it's like they need to make they can get some money, some cash flow in before they can start buying stuff again.
No, I agree. But
and I think they're more comfortable working on this deal, like working alongside.
Yeah, I think so. But I wouldn't be surprised eventually. I mean, they're really starting to put that Fox acquisition to good use. I mean, as far as what we're seeing on Disney Plus, I mean, like with some of the movies and TV shows. I mean, The Simpsons, for example, like they keep popping out these Simpsons specials. There's another Simpsons special getting ready to come out.
Yeah, they're talking about what was it, Disney Plus Day, November 12th. Some major announcements coming.
Yeah. So Degrassi here is saying that Sony wants $12 billion. That wouldn't happen.
No way. There's $12 billion is way too much.
There's no way.
I think Sony.
I think they would go 5.
They would.
6 or 7.
I think they would go 4 or 5. I do think that they would go 4 or 5 if it was straight up and like it came down to that, and like Sony maybe was just gonna like take, if Sony was going to do what William talks about, like I could see them saying, like, hey, we're either gonna take him back or we want to sell him because maybe like, especially also if Sony has plans at some point down the line to maybe sell, and they know that that's coming, and they just want to get some cash, but they don't want to tip their hand.
Oh yeah, that'd be smart of them. It's like they don't clue anybody in on the fact that they're looking to get sold off, but it's like, let's just get a bunch of cash inflow so we get some nice bonuses before we sell it off.
That's true.
Exactly.
That is
so.
True.
So.
I mean, I think too, it would depend also, right? If Morbius and Carnage do well, yeah, they can be like, yeah, there's definitely a market for this.
Well, here's what would be really interesting, right? Okay, because there's been a rumor for a while that a new Morbius trailer will probably come out like in December for Spider-Man. If they really, if it is confirmed that they are going to be more connected, if they say, yep, Morbius and Kraven, these are in the MCU, they're not in the Venomverse. These are actually MCU movies just by Sony. That could be really interesting, that's what I'm saying. Like this whole, it's a giant, it's a giant ball, yarn ball, it's like you got to untangle it to figure out what the hell we're doing. But
yeah,
it's really, really interesting. Like I said, I think we'll know more when this movie actually comes out. But until then, like I said, I think it's happening. I really do.
Yeah. Marcus here says Sony owns 900 Spider-Man Marvel characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, you got Black Cat, Silver Sable, all the symbiote characters,
Yeah.
I wonder if they own Null, actually, come to think of it, because he's a brand new character, so I wonder if they own him, too. Like, if they just own stuff that they make in the comics that's related to Spider-Man. Because that'd be interesting. If that's the case...
I don't think that it has anything to do with... I don't think that has to do with new characters that were after the initial sale.
Right.
I don't think it's like just every character in perpetuity that, like, if they just invent a character, because like why would you invent a character then?
Yeah.
Well, then, right. Yeah. So then
yeah,
Miles Morales would be Sony then, yeah.
Well, here's the thing: whoever gets to Miles Morales first, dude, that's a lot of money on the table.
That's a lot of money. Oh.
Yeah, for live action Miles Morales, that's huge.
That's gonna be.
That's the thing, though. I think there's so much more to this whole thing, because there's the video game side of things with Sony and the PlayStation. They got that deal going for them. They got the animated stuff with the end of the Spider-Verse movies. There's so much that Sony's doing at this point that I feel like I don't think it's complicated, because I think fans would want them to stay in the MCU, but I don't think they want to lose the other stuff, if that makes sense. I think, like I said, I think it makes more logical sense that they just keep working on this partnership and keep it going for as long as they possibly can until maybe Sony gets bought out by another company, that it just makes sense to sit at the table and keep working together. Because I think they both benefit from it. I really do. I know William will disagree on that, but I truly do believe that they both benefit if they work together at this point.
I agree too. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, either, throw Tom in a Sony Venom movie. That Venom movie's now definitely $1 billion almost, Same thing where if you throw Venom in the MCU, you're definitely.
But that's a good question. But that's a good question right now. Like, 2 years ago, it's a definite, instant billion. I mean, no problem. I mean, just like blink and hey, there's $1 billion, right? But not
anymore. Right.
Not right now.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think even during, like, let's say, God forbid, by December, the pandemic's worse somehow. I don't think it will be. I'm just speaking like hypothetically.
Yeah.
This movie, no matter what's going to make a lot of money. No Way Home is going to make bank. Like, it's going to be the highest grossing pandemic movie of all time. I think it could be the first $1 billion movie since the pandemic. I really do.
I don't know if we're there yet. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to wait another month to see how Eternals will do.
Yeah, but Eternals is not Spider-Man, though.
No. But hey, neither was Shang-Chi, and they're already at 300 million. So I don't know if it's going to get to $1 billion, but definitely I think No Way Home is going to get to 500.
Well,
real quick.
Yeah. Well, if any movie right now is going to do it, it's going to be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen a movie this anticipated in a long time. Like, this is like, I like that trailer. The hype for that trailer only rivaled Endgame, honestly, and like it beat out that Endgame trailer in terms of viewership in 24 hours. Like, there's a lot of interest in this movie, a lot. Yeah, it's the highest viewed trailer of all time. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really do think like no matter what, when they put this movie out, it's gonna make a lot of money, a lot. So
wow, yeah.
And you add Venom to the mix. If there is some kind of Venom connection, oh boy, it's gonna be like icing on the cake. You know,
people go wild.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, like you said, they keep teasing this, they keep talking about it. You know, blah blah blah.
It's for a reason. It's all marketing.
It's very interesting. And now to transition to speaking of acquisitions by Disney. First of all, I wanted to address this, Henry. So it says they're bringing Kylo back for the next trilogy of Star Wars. That's in no way verified in any way. That's just some talk. That's just some people who are talking about that stuff.
Some speculation.
That's speculation. That's high speculation is what that is. You got to be high to speculate that. No, just teasing. Okay. So over the weekend, Star Wars editor and George Lucas's ex-wife, Marsha Lucas, had some things to say about Kathleen Kennedy and J.J. Abrams. So first we're going to get into. First, we're going to look at the things that she said about them, but then I want to get into some things that she also said that a lot of people aren't really talking about. Because, look, I agree with what people were saying at the top of this. You know, look, I don't think Marsha should be gone after. I don't think people should be. You know, I don't think people should be going after anybody. Like that's not the point. And you know, and I do think that she probably handled it better than. I mean, most of the fandom menace for
right.
Sure.
Well, here's the thing. Her quote comes from right after The Last Jedi was released because they were working on a book for like one of the producers behind Raiders and Empire and Return of the Jedi. So they talked to her in 2017. So this is a quote from like 3 years ago that's only just now coming to light.
Right.
So the comments about Rey that I really disagree with, obviously that doesn't have the context of the release of Rise of Skywalker, right?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, this might be controversial. There are some things that she said that I kind of agree with. Some of it.
Okay. Well, let's jump in. Let's jump in.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. So it's Star Wars editor Marsha Lucas slams Kathleen Kennedy, J.J. Abrams, and sequel trilogy. They don't get it. I don't know if that's a slam, but okay. Marsha Lucas, the Oscar-winning editor of the original Star Wars, wasn't very happy with Disney's sequel trilogy. She said producer Kathleen Kennedy and director J.J. Abrams, quote, don't get it, and the storylines are terrible. In an interview for J.W. Rinsler's book, Howard Kazanjian? Kazanjian. There you go. Kazanjian. Yeah, that's right. Producer's Life, which examines the prolific producer's life, including his time on the Star Wars franchise. She says, I like Kathleen. I always liked her. She was full of beans. She was really smart and really bright. Really wonderful woman. And I liked her husband, Frank. I liked them a lot. Now that she's running Lucasfilm and making movies, it seems to me that Kathy Kennedy and J.J. Abrams don't have a clue about Star Wars. They don't get it. And J.J. Abrams is writing these stories. When I saw that movie where they kill Han Solo, I was furious. I was furious when they killed Han Solo. Absolutely, positively, there was no rhyme or reason to it. I thought, you don't get the Jedi story. You don't get the magic of Star Wars. You're getting rid of Han Solo. Lucas says in the book. That's probably because Harrison Ford had been trying to kill Han Solo
since
for
the 80s,
decades.
Yeah.
Literally since Empire came out.
I know.
Ford was begging George Lucas to kill him off because he didn't want to come back for Return of the Jedi. Even
there's a reason he ends like this.
To be honest, I got a hot take on this that people probably won't like.
I think I just heard somebody pop in. Two people popped in. Check it out. We got William. Hold on. We got William
talking about him. He's like,
we got William, but that's not it. We got Mr. Nightstar himself. What's going on, buddy?
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
Oh my gosh!
I don't know, man. Are you cleared? Are you
It's
cleared
the
to the
cat.
Fandom menace? You took some hot takes this last weekend. I saw.
I
last
know.
week.
I got in trouble. I got in trouble because of Nightstar, actually.
Oh, you got in trouble because of me? What happened? Did I miss that?
You didn't see all that?
Did it have to do with us trolling Doomcroc? Or
It had to do with what you said about Nerdrotic, dude. They came after you this week.
Oh, did they? I completely missed it. Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
They were very upset about your beard comment that I
Well, screw them. So what?
Because you wished physical harm on somebody.
I know. Poor Gary.
Because if you burned his beard off, it would
He would actually catch on fire and probably pass away.
Yeah, it's funny when these guys do podcasts called The Quartering, which if you understand what quartering means, it means like roping people from all limbs and tearing them apart, and they're worried about me setting Gary's beard on fire. Come on.
Well,
hey, I missed that last topic altogether. What was I heard RJ and I heard you guys talking about, but I was listening to it on my phone.
I made a comment. I made a comment in one of RJ's chats about he did a video about Gary Nerdrotic.
No. I'm talking about what they were talking about.
We're talking about Spider-Man.
I'm sorry.
Tom Hardy like kind of just teasing the idea that when they make their movies in the Venom verse, that they have it in the back of their head that they would love to play in the Spider-Man universe, but that everybody has to get along and
That's news.
Well, like I basically just said that at this point it's 100% happening. That was my
happening
position.
as in what? Like they've been setting up for the last 4 years that they've been putting the pieces together for this to happen. This isn't.
Yeah, well, my position is that I think that at this point I think Venom is going to exist in the MCU, but my position was it'll be interesting to see if they do it to where he's always existed, or if they do it to where he's plucked into the universe just like the villains in No Way Home are.
Right.
I think that's going to happen, but I think it's going to happen in the other direction, because if you take Venom's the enemy of Venom as far as comics, the enemy of Spider-Man I like the least, because he came on really quick, and for the next 8 years after his existence, they basically shot him down every orifice that you could possibly.
Yeah, they milked him. They did milk him once he debuted, to be honest. Yeah.
I mean, it was really bad. But here's the thing, though. Venom in a big giant universe is like a guppy in the ocean with sharks and whales and everything else. I just don't see where he comes in and is going to be any more significant than what they already have planned. They have things planned, unless they were going to use Null. And by the way, Null would be a Sony character because he derives from Venom, which is a Sony-derived character. So that is theirs too. But even still, and Feige had already put in his plan that he was going to do before Null was even finished being created. So I don't understand why what it would benefit to have Venom coming into your universe when you're about to go Galactus scale, Celestial scale, Fantastic Four scale, Silver Surfer scale. It just doesn't benefit them.
It's like I've been saying repeatedly, though. They benefit because how else are you going to get people to care about Morbius and Kraven? Because otherwise, I don't think those movies would do well unless they had some kind of MCU connection. I mean, just look at the Morbius trailer. It's got Michael Keaton. That was the highlight of that entire trailer. That's what got people excited.
Keaton was under contract with Sony when he was in a Sony movie.
Right, but the average person doesn't know that. To the average person, it looks like it's in the MCU.
You guys think the average person is going to be splitting atoms when they come to this? They're not sitting in the boardrooms. They're not looking at contracts. They're going to see these characters. They're going to see their Tom Holland Spider-Man going up against their Venom, and they're going to go see it. They're not going to go any further than that.
Well, William, what happens if, hypothetically speaking, let's say they do Venom 3, but it's not set in the Sonyverse, it's set during the MCU, post No Way Home, where Venom now is existing and running around there, and Spider-Man fights him.
That's still a Sonyverse.
Is it though if it's set in the MCU and they explicitly make it an MCU movie, though?
But where does that make any sense, though, for the MCU?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you got the multiverse factor in there,
Yeah, but nobody really benefits from that any more than they would. It would be different if, like I said, they were building a story around Venom and Venom was going to be like like King in Black. They were doing something. I could see narratively where you would need that, but they're not. They're going in a completely opposite direction that is not even remotely consistent with where Spider-Man and that universe would go. It just doesn't make any sense. I can see where the desire is because they've got some big flashy names, but it just doesn't make any narrative sense for MCU. Now, for Sony, it means everything to have their two prime characters going against each other. That's who benefits from that.
Well, like I said, I speculated that I believe that when they sat at the table post Far From Home and they had to renegotiate the contract, I truly believe that they sat at the table and Feige was like, you guys can put this in the MCU adjacently. Yeah. You know, Venom 3, I think, is going... Here's what I think is probably going to happen. I think that Venom is going to get plucked out of his own universe and get put into the MCU for Venom 3, and that movie will be having a heavy influence from Kevin Feige. But they're going to work in tandem on that movie because it's going to be him versus Tom Holland Spider-Man.
Yeah. Yeah, but they own both characters. Why would they do that?
Because
why would I give them a cut of the money if Venom they don't
need a cut of the money. I'm just saying, like, what if Feige supervised it in some way? I'm not saying
why would I do that? Why I have Andy Serkis? Why would I do that? Why would I have somebody from another?
Because I think if you do a Venom movie where it's Venom versus Spider-Man, that's $1 billion movie right there.
So that's more reason for Sony to say thank you, but we'll go ahead and take this on our own. If they're two movies, if Venom, they have already Venom at the $858 million, and this movie does well even by COVID standards. Why would I need anybody else involved?
Can I play devil's advocate here, William? Wouldn't they be appealing though to a much broader audience then that is more tapped into the Marvel cinematic universe?
Not any broader than they are now. It would be different if original Venom struggled and this movie was going to struggle. They're not. They don't need to give up the reins at this point. It just doesn't make any narrative sense.
Did the first two Venom movies do really good money-wise?
The first one did $800 million. Yeah.
Hey, Ben Bamboo, why are you tuning in? What do you? There's.
Hey now! Don't go after the viewers.
I mean,
we don't do that around here.
Oh God!
That's a low. No, but
it's
like
me watching a TV show I don't like. I have a remote.
Okay. Well, William, let's.
William.
Go ahead.
William. Let's just take a breather here. Why don't you ask for a vowel, or you know what? Better yet, ask for a consonant. We'll give you a consonant.
D. She wants a D, and she's going to get one.
But if I made $858 million and I matched that this time around, where in those two totals says I need to rely on anyone else at this point?
Okay, well, let me ask you this hypothetically, because I'm curious to see what your thoughts on this. Let's play the hypothetical game. Let's say at the end of Let There Be Carnage, they establish that Venom's getting plucked out of his universe, and he's going to exist in the MCU for the sequel, and he's going to be in No Way Home. What does that say?
That's not plucking him out of the universe. Those movies are Sony movies.
No. I'm saying, like, they established that Venom, like, okay, you know how Doctor Strange uses that spell, and it's seemingly implied that those villains from other movies are getting into the MCU, right? They pluck Venom out and they say, Venom, you now exist in the MCU for the time being. What exactly does that say?
That doesn't make any sense. I understand it's a hypothetical question, but it doesn't make any sense. And this is not even about opinion. It's about what makes sense. That makes no sense for them to do that.
Why? Why not?
Because they already are created their own pre-existing universe.
But they pluck Doc Ock. It looks like they're going to be plucking Doc Ock and the Green Goblin out and putting it in that universe.
But those probably aren't going to be permanent characters, though.
Right. Well, what if the Venom character isn't? But
the Venom character is permanent. The Venom character has been established as permanent.
Well, what if he's permanent so long as like he's used a little bit longer than they put him back in his own universe since? Venom is like an intergalactic symbiotic character.
It could just be like for like one or two movies.
Going to be Venom and Spider-Man. So, like I said, it just where is the narrative story?
Hey, and that's where I think too, right? Like No Way Home could set something up where Venom's stuck in the MCU. Andrew goes back to Sony, and then when it all ends, Venom has another. It is a lot, but
that's
that
a
would
lot
be
of junk to put on one movie, though. That's a lot of weight.
Well,
to put on one movie. I think
that's
there's
the
already
thing
a lot
though.
of weight put
That's the
put
thing
on
with this whole thing. However they do it, I have no clue if it's going to make sense or work, but I think that's the direction they're going in.
And I also think Marvel's much more willing to take risks with these characters
guys even
than
know what a
Warner's
gallery
is with their characters. With the way they're all over the map, it seems Marvel's like willing to embrace stuff that might be a little bit more complicated, but a little bit more interesting.
Well,
at least by my
They
estimation.
do goes for their narrative, though. Everything that they do fits their overall narrative, which is what I like about. I wish DC would do that, but everything
Love
that
you,
they've
Sheree.
done,
We'll see you tomorrow.
everything that they've done up to the point fits their puzzle, fits what they are doing, and that's the right way to do it. So it really,
I hear what you're saying, William, but the fact that they're bringing in characters from Sony to fit into their puzzle, even if it's temporarily with Doc Ock or all the villains that they're bringing in from the other universes.
Leaving that movie though?
Well, we don't know yet.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
we don't. I mean, I guess we're really not going to know until we see the movie and see how it all works.
Look at it is it doesn't make any sense for them to. It doesn't.
But dude, they're heading into it. Look, I'll say this. They're heading into a whole new dimension of Marvel films that really aren't going to make a whole lot of sense to a lot of people.
That's true.
They've got a lot. This isn't as simple as, hey, there was a guy in World War II that got frozen and now he's still alive because he took a super serum.
No, now we're dealing with time variance.
Now we got literally we got Loki doing a whole thing over here with time variance and like different versions of people.
Right.
We got Doctor Strange and this multiverse of madness that's opening up a whole new can of worms that God only knows how far that's.
There's some crazy rumors and some leaks on that movie already.
Then you got literally like the Eternals that are getting introduced. You've got possible mutants not too far down the pipe. I mean, literally, like they've got a lot of introducing to do about a lot of high concept stuff that I really think. Yeah, and yes, and if they're gonna go like the Secret Wars thing, like there's a lot of stuff there that they have to introduce and somehow make sense of. And I don't know that it's all going to make sense to everybody. I think people will go along with it anyways, just because it's Marvel.
Here's the thing, like, as long as people get to the point where you see Venom fighting Spider-Man, you have this Secret Wars, whatever they're doing with the multiverse, I think they'll forgive any inconsistencies at this point. If it doesn't make sense at the time, whatever, we get what we want.
I don't think it's going to be this chaotic, though. I think they are going to refine some of this. I think it's going to start out chaotic, but I think it's leading to a consolidation somewhere down the line. I think they're going to. It's a galactic level confrontation that they're dealing.
Oh no,
with.
I agree. I think it's going to be very chaotic at the start. Yeah,
I actually think your villains or your antagonists in here are going to be the Celestials and Galactus level type characters. I don't think it's going to be all these lower street level characters. I don't think they're going to be as much of a factor as they were in the previous phase. I think that the fact that they're bringing in the Celestials, they're using their lower level characters that aren't as cosmic to bring in and introduce these guys. But like I said, the Eternals is specifically to introduce the Celestials, and the Celestials, I think Galactus will be there at the end. I really think the Fantastic Four will be what a lot of this centers around towards the end. I think that's what they're going for, but I don't think it's gonna. I think when people hear the multiverse, all these possibilities come up. But remember, these guys have, they're not hoarders. They don't have just a bunch of pictures of comic characters sticking around. There's a cohesive map put together, so I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as chaotic as it's looking right now. People think multiverse, and I don't think
the chaos comes from the multiverse until it levels out. I mean, it's like the multiverse of madness is like the Big Bang by which everything is going to slowly settle into whatever their master plan is. I think
that's what I mean. But it's not going to involve a lot of these guys.
Yeah,
like a lot of these characters that we've seen and grown connected to. I think they're introducing a whole slew of new characters that are going to be that embrace just as well as the previous phases are. I think that these guys are introduced because, to be honest with you, I think it's smart for them to move away from certain characters because you've had, 12, 13 years of them, and they've proven that they can produce characters out of nowhere. To be honest with you, they can. Shang-Chi, like I said before, how many people knew who he was that didn't pick up a comic prior to this movie? So their story is the content. But like I said, I think the multiverse is not going to be what people think it is, but I think it's going to be refined to the point where you see these cosmic level characters coming out, and you see, like I said, I think it's going to end up being Galactus towards the end of it. But all the other stuff is peripheral stuff, though. Any other character, like to me, Venom, when you think of the cosmic scale, like Galactus and Celestials and all that, to me, Venom is a guppy in an ocean. I just don't see where he would just be a peripheral character. I don't see where some of these characters are going to be the groundbreaking characters.
I think it depends. I think it depends upon how they introduce him, though.
Sure.
I
or
think,
if they, like I said, if they bring in King in Black, then that makes a whole lot of sense, because King in Black is he's a very cosmic level primordial character, and he's on the level as a lot of these characters. Then it would make sense, because that's the kind of villain.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. That's the kind of villain that would take multiple groups to take on.
Hold on a second. So, happy birthday to you, sir.
Happy birthday to O.
There you go. There you go.
Who's 50?
O is 50. Is turning 50. So happy birthday to you.
I thought your birthday was.
Welcome to the milestone.
This one's interesting. Poindexter Lounge are soulless, evil, boring, and SJWs. You are all SJWs and like The Last Jedi. Ha 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 ha.
I liked some parts of The Last Jedi, but not the whole thing. Does that make me half SJW?
I love how they got that picture from the Truth Ramp, by the way. That picture of you.
Well, let me say something also. I think it's very brave that Enosh allows dissenters on here to share their opinions, unlike Doomcock's channel, where I was like putting up some comments and I'm completely banned. Along with a few other people, at least you allow people to speak here, Enosh, and I salute you for that.
Well, I know, Justin, right? I have a parody account. I think it's really funny that like people feel so impassioned about me, apparently, that like my guess is that this is somebody that's actually you're meaning to be funny.
Oh, you think they're being sarcastic?
Yeah, I think they're being sarcastic.
Okay.
I think it's too on the nose to say Poindexter Lounge are soulless, evil, boring, and SJWs. Then you are all SJWs and like The Last Jedi. Aha, 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 ha, 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 ha. Because one, I'm not an SJW. But beyond that, I don't. You know what? You're actually wrong. I don't like The Last Jedi. I love The Last Jedi. I love the freaking Last Jedi, and that's nothing to laugh at, because you know what? Everybody that I've ever debated on The Last Jedi, they at least walk away understanding my points.
We had some good talks about that in Chicago too, and
actually don't hate it as much. And best case scenario, I changed their mind. Just saying. So
the thing about
but I will say this. But if you are being funny, that's enough of that. Move on from that joke. So I don't have to block you, because I don't want to deal with that a lot tonight. Here, Justin Proper. What's up, Justin? Speaking of The Last Jedi, no. Justin Proper, what's up, buddy? Says, anybody excited for No Time to Die? Still on the fence about it. Also, David Lee Roth was a terrible singer. Hashtag Sammy. Hashtag Van Hagar. Hashtag Justice for Michael Anthony. So I'll get with you on the last hashtag. Van Hagar, I still love Van Hagar. Look, Van Halen in any way, I'll take it. But me and Justin, we have this little. Justin and I are actually gonna come together for a Van Halen stream of some kind at some point. Ooh. I don't know exactly what it's gonna be, but look, David Lee Roth, was he the best singer ever in Van Halen? No, he's the most entertaining person though in Van Halen. I'm just saying. You know, when you have a guitar virtuoso like David or like Eddie Van Halen on the stage, and people are still looking at David Lee Roth for some reason, he's still entertaining. You know it. As far as No Time to Die, I don't know, guys. What do you guys? What do you guys think?
Cannot wait. Give me all the James Bond. I love James Bond.
I'm looking forward to it. I also want to say one more thing, though, when we're talking Last Jedi, before we move on from it. One of the biggest, I think one of the most interesting things about it is certainly the most thought-provoking Star Wars movie, in a good way. whether there are things about it you like or things about it you dislike, it certainly is thought-provoking and stimulates a conversation, which I don't know that any of the other Star Wars well, maybe Empire, but I think that's one of the best things about the subversion of expectations in that movie. That, I mean, I remember we were in Chicago, we had some really deep conversations about the symmetry of The Last Jedi and Luke Skywalker's journey. So, love it or hate it. I mean, I don't hate it. There are things about it I'm not thrilled about, but I think there's more in it that's really fantastic that sparks the conversation about the characters we love. So, but getting to Bond, did you guys see the video of Daniel Craig on set saying goodbye to everybody the last day? That was really, really touching.
I agree. Yeah, and he even said I know over the years I've said things like he's just made comments about like he's not gonna do Bond again or he's tired of it or whatever. But he was real nice and he was like, he loved doing it and being around the crew and all that stuff. I mean, this one looks really exciting. It does look like a good send-off. I've been waiting for this one for a year, so I'm excited for it.
That's not an easy job as an actor either, whether it's Daniel Craig or Harrison Ford or Tom Cruise. When you're carrying on your shoulders the legacy of that character, I know he's had some ups and downs, and there were some bumps, I think, with Quantum of Solace. I don't think he was that thrilled with when he was making it, but he saw it through, and there's going to be like an arc, a carry through to the end. I'm really curious to see what ends up happening after his last bow here as Bond. But I've always thought Craig was a fantastic choice for Bond, bringing him into like the contemporary age. Because I started watching some of the older Bond films on my Vudu account, and they do not hold up well at all. All until you kind of get to the Craig era where it becomes gritty and realistic, and it's kind of caught up with the times as far as treating the character seriously.
Well, yeah, that scene with Casino Royale and that, like, how they introduced parkour into James Bond, and you're like, whoa, okay, yeah, that's sick. So
I think a lot of that stuff was also very much what's the word? It was I think Batman Begins is what helped usher in the era of the modernization of our pop culture heroes like Bond, because what Nolan did with Batman Begins was then followed with Iron Man, and then they realized how they could potentially retool Bond with Craig. And I think that grittiness that Nolan brought back to the superhero genre with Batman Begins is what helped forge that path for into this new era of reimagining heroes for contemporary times.
Yeah, I agree.
Justin back here with another $2 super chat says, I only hate you for your wrong Van Halen opinion. Well, I will just say this. Who was there at the beginning? Without David Lee Roth, there is never a Van Hagar to even be thought of. Just telling you, you got to go there. And then Justin here with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Justin. Says, I find good singing abilities to be entertaining. # Van Hagar. So do I. But I also find jump kicks and crazy shenanigans also entertaining. I'll DM you tomorrow about the stream. I have a couple of friends who might be interested too. That'd be very cool. It'd be very, very cool. But
that,
so
I do got to head off.
All right, bro.
I got some friends. We're gonna watch Visions. So
good luck, man. Have fun.
To y'all later. Thank y'all.
All right, buddy.
Peace
We'll
out.
see you. H. Bart's in here, says, hey, Enosh, Connery #1 Bond. And he's a big Bond fan.
I love Connery too, but those Connery films do not
I'll say this. Roger Moore. Roger Moore was my Bond growing up.
I didn't like the camp of those movies. I really liked Timothy Dalton when he got his chance with Living Daylights. That was the closest we got to what Daniel Craig ended up doing. I know that it got campy with Pierce Brosnan after that a little bit.
See, I always thought Pierce Brosnan looked the part to me. Like that was like I always felt like he looked like the quintessential Bond. But like I don't know, there was something about it because I grew up with Roger Moore. You know, so like I had that part, like, but I'll be honest with you, like I've always wanted to get more into Bond films, but I just never have. I have the ability, like I'm on my friend's Plex, and he's got literally every Bond movie, but it just like seems so overwhelming to even think about like starting. You know, like at this point, like it's kind of like with Doctor Who for me, right? Like I have a lot of friends who are Doctor Who fans, and I'm just like, yeah.
Here's good places to jump in with Doctor Who, man. You don't have, it's a 60-year-old history, but there are good places to jump in So where once
Well,
you
nobody seems to be able to agree though where I should jump in at. That's the problem. Is like I ask all kinds of friends of mine who are big Doctor Who fans, and they all tell me something else, and I'm like, well,
here's my
how do I
advice
even
to you.
access all this? Where do I find it? Where do I go to get it?
Well, you can HBO Max. I think has a lot of it. If I recall, but yeah.
Let me also. I think also when we were younger.
By the way, Ben, I am going to rein it in just a second here. We are going to get to that Star Wars thing. I promise you. No, go ahead.
I think when we were younger, we had a lot more disposable time to get into these characters and franchises to spend a lot of time watching. I admit myself, I didn't get into Bond, I think, until I saw Living Daylights with Timothy Dalton. I never went to the movies to see the Roger Moore ones. And I remember growing up watching the original Star Trek series. But as I've gotten older, it's like there just doesn't seem to be enough time to figure out, am I going to continue watching what's happening with Star Trek, or decide I'm going to commit my time to Doctor Who, which has got like how many seasons across how many generations, as opposed to jumping into something like Ozark that just started 3 seasons ago. I mean, that's not, it's not pop culture nerd stuff, but yeah, I mean, I think as we get older, maybe it's just harder to figure out where we're going to commit our time to getting into some of these other franchises.
Yeah, you got to organize it. Like you said, you got to pick your spots, because you might not watch the entire 50-year run of Doctor Who, but if you start with the American run that they when they first came back in to America from the BBC with Christopher Ellison did the one season, and then David Tennant. If you started with those episodes, you could go along with those episodes and be fine. And then at your own leisure, take a look at the Fourth Doctor. Take a look at the Fifth Doctor, some of those Doctors, and still consistently go along. And it wouldn't be overwhelming. There's places to jump into Doctor Who where it's very enjoyable. And even as you watch the newer stuff, it references the older stuff, because it's still the same guy over these generations. And there's certain episodes where some of those older ones are in there. There's an episode of the Three Doctors for the 50th anniversary special where there's several Doctors that are in there. And then my favorite Doctor was Matt Smith, the 11th Doctor. The storytelling that they did with him was great, and you don't have to have been involved. There's a lot of people that never got into the older episodes that really got into Doctor Who through David Tennant and Matt Smith.
Okay.
So that's where I would say jump in if you're looking for a place to dive in.
Well, I have to check it out. Like I said, I've always been interested. I know I have a lot of friends who are into Doctor Who, and I've just never. I don't know.
See, Bond for me.
I never have watched it. I've just never watched Doctor
Who. The problem with Bond, and I think they finally, with Craig, they finally got a hold of this, was he was a Cold War character, and almost all of his storylines, for the most part, were covered or were connected directly to the Cold War. I don't know how many movies had the Russians involved. As the Cold War died down, and it just wasn't a thing, and we got into global terrorism, espionage, cyber war, and they rerouted the character, and that's why I like Daniel Craig as my favorite Bond, even though he wasn't the first one I saw. Daniel Craig is a Bond that I can both believe in, that this guy is a secret agent doing what he's doing, and I can embrace the spectacular tech that comes with being James Bond. It's a balance that the other Bonds just don't have.
H. Bart makes a comment about this weekend watching Octopussy and Never Say Never Again. Have you guys heard the theory, and there's a video on YouTube about it, that the character Sean Connery plays in The Rock is James Bond? That's a great video. And they literally align all the detail points that if you cross-reference to the old Bond movies, you got to wonder if the screenwriters of The Rock, I don't have to wonder. I think they were. I mean, I think that it was even if it was just, a tribute nod, without being able to officially say, yeah, Connery's playing James Bond in this movie, and James Bond was a title along with his code name 007. It's kind of cool, because I think that you can fit The Rock into the Connery timeline of Bond movies. But
yeah, no, I agree. There's some love in here for Roger Moore. H. Bartz and I got to sit down maybe and watch it. H. Bartz and I keep talking about
View to a Kill. Have you seen View to a Kill? That's a great one.
Yeah.
Actually, I've seen that one.
It's been so long ago. See, the thing is, I watched a few James Bond movies when I was a kid, but then James Bond really fell out of fashion for a long time. And actually, this comment right here Where is it? Yeah, GoldenEye. GoldenEye really did help bring Bond into kind of a modern time where, like, that's the first time that I remember people who were young actually caring about James Bond again. Because people my age, like, really stopped caring about James Bond for the longest time. And
Pierce
nobody.
Brosnan, right? That Pierce Brosnan?
Yeah. Pierce Brosnan, you had GoldenEye. Well, and I think that, the video game too helped. I mean, right? I mean, that video game, dude, like everybody was
still
playing
talk
that.
about it.
People still talk about GoldenEye, the video game on Super Nintendo. Like that's people's childhood. Like people my age, man, that's like their teenage years when they were gaming. They were super into GoldenEye. And so, like, because of that, they loved the movie, they loved Pierce Brosnan, and that was the first time that I remember ever, like, people my age actually talking about James Bond again. It wasn't just an older guy kind of thing, that and then there's people like H-Parts, man, who just love it all, right? and there's nothing wrong with that, and I think that's fine. DL says, I hated A View to a Kill.
Dude, that was such an 80. Yeah, if you were watching it in 1986 when it came out, I think it might have been different. But
it really reflects that time. I mean, it's
remember who did the opening
really
soundtrack?
cool to look back on. Oh,
remember
yeah,
the opening soundtrack.
Duran Duran.
Oh man, that's all.
Dun, 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 dun.
And the video was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're watching three old guys reminiscing.
Hey man.
Hey.
He had to go.
Just a number.
I'm sure he went to go watch Visions. That he said something came up, but I'm sure it was Visions. Anyways, okay. He ain't fooling nobody. Like at least Austin was like, hey, I got to go watch Visions, right? Like in the private chat, RJ goes, hey, I need to step out. Sorry to leave unceremoniously. Something super important came up. Love you all very much. We'll talk to you all later. I will explain later. Visions came out and I had to go and I had to watch it. Like,
what's
right now.
Visions? Bring me
Star
up.
Wars Visions. Star Wars.
Oh, is that dropping tonight?
It's the anime, I think.
Okay.
Anyways, okay. So speaking of Star Wars,
that's why I jumped in.
Speaking of Star Wars, okay. We gotta get William either on earlier in the night, or I got to do all my streams at 3:30 my time in the morning, or we just have to like have a little thing for William to be able to check back and like come back after we've hit all the topics again, so that we don't have to cover the topics twice and like lose some people, because we don't want to. No, you're all right, dude. You're all right, dude. Dude, it's fine. Dude. We're all just talking nerd stuff. I mean, like, I don't care, but I know that people like watching the show. Like we had talked, because we had talked about the Spider-Man thing like in great detail. So it did feel like we covered a lot of stuff, but look, it's because you weren't here, bro. And I love hearing your take. So like, I don't have a problem with it. I just know, like, I get it. Yeah. But no harm, no foul. Everybody's good. We all love each other. It's all good. H Barts here with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. By the way, H Barts, we got to talk, man, because I want to do this Hall of Fame thing. We talked about this thing, and actually I have a list of people now that we're going to have a special place for certain people. But the idea came with H-Barts, and so H-Barts is going to be our first inductee into the Poindexter Lounge Hall of Fame. And we're going to have H-Barts on. We meant to do this a few weeks ago. Like, now it's been like it's been almost like 2 months now since we thought about doing it. And we ran into just a couple snags. But we're all good now. We're back on track, and H-Barts wants to do it. H-Barts is like super excited to do it. And so we're glad to have H-Barts in. And look, it's just because H-Barts is a really good guy. I've known H-Barts now for a while. Got to go hang out with H-Barts for his birthday and everything. Tiffany and I did, and so it's gonna be good. And then I think you guys are gonna be pleasantly surprised to know who else I have in mind to be a part of the Hall of Fame, so to speak. All right, and there's no monetary thing with that. It's literally just people. Just people that I care for, that have meant something to me. So there you go. But we're going to start with H-Barts. H-Barts with the $5 super chat says, me and my dad get a kick out of Connery being an abuser to his Bond girls.
It's funny in hindsight, but that's one of the many things that does not stand up well when you review those movies.
Yeah.
or their names. The names of some of these girls.
Hello, Pusher.
Yes. Listen here. I will call the ladies in my movies whatever I want to call them. If her name is Pussy, her name is Pussy.
That's a good impression.
If it's Pussy Galore, it's Pussy Galore. Look, if I want to wear a yellow Speedo, it's how I will I'll do it. That's how I made my millions.
R.I.P. Sir Sean. That was a real gut kick when he passed last year.
Oh man, I tell you what,
Yeah,
I
but he
love
had
it.
a
Last year,
nice
this year.
long run,
No, it was
though,
last
man.
year. It was last year around Halloween, I think.
I love, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Here, this last year, man, has gone by so fast. I'm sitting here looking at people who, we just had 2 new members of the channel tonight. That's super awesome. And that being said, though, it's crazy to me because when I made like all the little badges for for that last year, like I was thinking, wow, man, it's gonna be a long time before anybody gets this 1 year badge. People are hitting 11 months right now. That's just crazy to me. This last year, man, has gone by
growing the channel
so fast. So,
fantastic.
but we are over now. We're at 52 members of the channel.
Wow.
So that's fantastic. We've gone over the 50 mark, and now we're at 52. And we've got actually a brand new. I forgot to tell you guys this. We've got a brand new emoticon. It's fitting for what we're getting ready to talk about. It's Han Solo screaming after he came around the corner. So if you're a member of the channel, you can use that emoticon right now at any time, and it's called the Shocker. So there you go. Yes, Tony, thank you. You know what? It's funny that years ago I figured out that I could do that Sean Connery impersonation, and I used to do it all the time at work and when I worked at Kinko's, and people loved it there. I would get on the intercom. And I would page people that way. Like if somebody was calling, I'd be like, Teresa, you are wanted on line 2. Why don't you go ahead and pick that up? Moneypenny. And I actually, I had a guy that I worked with. He actually hired me because his wife was a huge, like she loved Sean Connery. And he had me do this. He had me record as Sean Connery this whole thing for her Christmas present one year, where like he made this video and stuff, and I narrated it as Sean Connery, and she absolutely loved it. So yeah, and actually, when I was dating Tiffany, I wooed Tiffany with my Sean Connery voice. Tiffany loved reading all these romance novels about Scottish Highlands, and like she read this one book series about like this time traveling Scotsman, whatever. It's kind of reminded me of like Highlander, but with like less heads getting cut off and more head.
All I can say, Enosh, is Bane says you have a lovely, lovely voice.
Hey, who's playing Ramirez?
It's basically the same thing.
I know.
You just
a lot of
cover
people
up your face. Just cover up your face.
What a lovely voice you have. Some people speculate that Hardy was using Connery as maybe a foundation for his Bond voice, for his Bane voice. Bane Bond.
But
What's the difference?
I used to do that when Tiffany and I were dating. I'd talk to her on the phone like that sometimes, and she loved it. And then
Like
once
Bane
we got
or Bond?
no, like Bond, and then like Sean Connery. And so then after we got married, she'd be reading her books in bed and stuff. And every once in a while, I'd lean over her shoulder and I would read her romance novels to her in that voice. Let me just say, guys,
Bomb chicka bow bow.
Learn to do a good Sean Connery voice impression. Your woman will appreciate
Not everybody
it.
can.
And so will you. Just saying.
I will continue to work
Who's
on
gonna play
it.
Ramirez in the new Highlander movie? Does anybody know?
What? No, I don't know.
That's going to be a hard act to follow, man.
You're telling me. All right. So,
Wars.
back to our story.
Back to the galaxy far, far away.
Yes, back to a galaxy far, far away. And then I have to take this off. Okay. So this is what we were talking about. Marsha Lucas. Marsha Lucas. This is George Lucas's ex-wife. Apparently did not care for this article. This quote comes from during the time of The Last Jedi. At this point, The Rise of Skywalker had not come out. This was an interview that she had done for Howard Kazanjian, his book A Producer's Life. And I'm just gonna start again because this is where we were. So she says, "Look, I like Kathleen. I always liked her. She was full of beans." I guess
that's not a
did she have a lot of
thing
gas?
unless she was being sarcastic.
I don't know. Maybe this drop is actually is actually Kathleen Kennedy and not this dude.
Hello, ladies. Welcome to the barbecue.
So maybe that's
Oh my God.
that's really Kathleen Kennedy in disguise. But she's full of beans, apparently. She was really smart and really bright, really wonderful woman, and I liked her husband, Frank. I liked them a lot. Now that she's running Lucasfilm and making movies, it seems to me that Kathleen Kennedy and J.J. Abrams don't have a clue about Star Wars. They don't get it, and J.J. Abrams is writing these stories. When I saw that movie where they kill Han Solo, I was furious. I was furious when they killed Han Solo. Absolutely, positively, there was no rhyme or reason to it. I thought, you don't get the Jedi story. You don't get the magic of Star Wars. You're getting rid of Han Solo, Lucas says in the book. Now, I already said before, this was before William dropped in, I said, well, look, the whole point is that they wanted Han Solo back, and Harrison Ford wasn't just going to come back just to come back. He's been trying to kill off Han Solo ever since Empire. So, you know, it was what it was. And, you know, and they kind of brought it around in The Rise of Skywalker, but look, you're not
But
going
Han Solo's sacrifice, though, for argument's sake, I don't even call what happened to Han in Force Awakens a sacrifice. He didn't go in there willingly. He thought he was going to save his son. And I thought that, I mean, I understand Marsha Lucas's like fury at how he went out, because we would have imagined Han Solo to go out as a hero, right? And that, I mean, he is a hero, but that was not his choice to go out that way. It wasn't the heroic, noble death that we would imagine our heroes to go out with. So I tend to think that was a problem at the storytelling level. I know Harrison Ford wanted to get out of playing Han Solo, and he came back and he wanted to give Han Solo a reason to die, to kill off his character. But I've seen Harrison in interviews claim that he felt that Han's fate was the right way to go. And I'm just like, as much as I love Harrison, I just think he was done with it. And however they were willing to write him out after making one appearance to bring audiences in was fine by him.
Look, it was emotional for me. As soon as we saw him walking out on that catwalk, I was like,
we knew it was going to happen.
It's done. It's done. I just want to, Degrassi here says, my wife loves my Gilbert Godfrey impression. She calls it the panty dropper. So to that, I will just tell you this.
What's with these panties and the dropping and the things and I don't know where they're going. I mean, the panties are dropping on the floor. I mean, can they do that?
There you go. Anthony Grigsby here with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, sir. And also a member. So he's got the shocker. I saw some of you guys using the shocker. I had to call it that. It is what it is. Hey guys, love you all. I have to work, so I'll catch the replay. I just wanted to say a quick hi, and Enosh, you do a great Connery. Thank you, sir. And I hope things are going better for you down under. I love all of our. We have so many great people all over the world who watch the show, and I love all of our Australian friends, whether it's you, Anthony, or Zentech, or Dravwalker. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys for sure. All right. So back to this. Look, we could always debate on whether or not it was handled well, or if it was, what was the real purpose behind it. I do think it was one of those things, like, for me, I look at it and I go, okay, I feel like it is what, helped push, Ben over that thing. I mean, I don't know. It could have been handled a little bit better.
Keep in mind, when they wrote the Force Awakens screenplay, they didn't have a whole lot mapped out. We've talked about this before to get to the second and then the third movie in this next trilogy of movies. That it was, it was emotional for all of us. But I would argue at least Luke Skywalker made a choice in Last Jedi. For everybody maligning that film, I like what happened with Luke and his character's choice to sacrifice himself, because what he did in that movie was a choice. It was heroic, and it made a difference. Han, not so much. And I think that's what really breaks my heart about how they chose to end Han Solo's story. As emotional as it was, I just think it didn't. I just think it missed the beat that Luke's sacrifice actually hit me more. And I'm like, wow, he sacrificed himself. He made a choice to do this to save his friends. He went into it and completely blindsided Kylo and punked him out as well. given the fact he wasn't actually there physically for Kylo to take down as he thought he was going to do.
Yeah. And, Mary, Mary brings up a good point. Because they were talking about it, says, Degrassi said, original trilogy had 3 different directors.
Yeah.
You do suck then after says, we don't always go out the way that they want. And Mary says, and all 3 of those were consistent. So now I will say this, and we'll finish this because I want to make a point of this. Now having somebody who literally, I'm in a room filled with mostly Star Wars memorabilia. Okay. Like I got a bunch of other stuff, but that's how I started collecting toys. That's how I started getting into this whole thing. Like I joke with people sometimes that like I've probably forgotten more about Star Wars than a lot of people even like know, as far as like I've been there for all of it, man. I was there when it was happening, I was experiencing it there. I was fully invested. I'll have to show you guys sometime the video of my 4th birthday party, because like, to me, it blows me away that I saw The Empire Strikes Back when I was 3 that year. And, my 4th birthday party, my God, 41 years ago, they called me in and I had I had a C-3PO costume on for Halloween already. And, they had all the figures lined up on my cake. And then I wish I had some of that old stuff, man. I got an X-Wing and a TIE Fighter and a Land Speeder and a bunch of other stuff, but I got all the main characters. And so I was taking them off the cake and I was like eating the frosting off their feet, and it was like Super 8, man. So like old 8mm, camera and stuff. And my family is asking me questions about the characters, and they're like, who's this character? And I'd be like, oh, but that's Princess Leia. And they're like, oh, who's that character? It's Han Solo. And who's that? That's Lando. And they got to Luke Skywalker, and I said, well, that's Luke. And they said to me, my grandma says to me, is he a Jedi? And mind you, I was just turning 4 that day. I would have seen The Empire Strikes Back all that summer, which means I was 3. And I literally looked at them with a straight face and I go, nope, not yet. Like, you just don't see kids pay attention like that these days to films and stuff. And so I say that because I have really, like, as I get older, I dissect like why I love Star Wars, right? And I now when I watch those movies, especially that original trilogy, I really try to take a good deep look at it. Like I don't ever want to just love it out of nostalgia, which is fine.
You don't have to, because it's timeless. It holds up.
No, you can, but I will say this: there are a lot of inconsistencies even in the original trilogy that people overlook a lot, and they'll dismiss very easily, even though really George Lucas really didn't have a plan for everything. Like I guess that's one of my biggest complaints about hearing people talk about the sequels and other things is like, oh, well, they didn't have a plan. They didn't have a plan. They didn't have a plan. George Lucas really didn't have a plan for everything. He had some stuff kind of like outlined, like almost like on like napkins somewhere,
he
of
had
like
more,
some ideas.
He had more story beats. I think he had more outline in the sense of where Luke was going to go. And I agree. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the fact that he didn't plan for Darth to be the father to begin with. He didn't plan on Luke and Leia being brother and sister. Yeah, it's like that's the shit that's the stuff.
He planned on Luke literally turning to the dark side and taking his father's place.
Yeah.
Up until like literally the end, man, when they were working on Return of the Jedi. So I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, it's very easy, and I would never crap on the original trilogy because that's my childhood and I get it, right? But I'm just saying, like, I don't think that it's enough to say, well, they didn't have a plan. That's not enough. It's a lot of it's execution and a lot of it's getting just darn lucky sometimes. Okay. And I really feel that sometimes, like with that stuff, look, they worked hard on the original trilogy, but like, why was it so good? Most of it was because they had to literally work at it every day to make sure it even happened.
Oh, they had challenges. They were challenged creatively in ways with special effects and solving problems on the set because they didn't have the budget and all the technology. And I would also say that Lucas was also challenged by those around him who'd been in the industry longer before George Lucas became George Lucas. He had a fantastic producer in Gary Kurtz. And I think that a lot of where Marsha's emotions come from, keep in mind, a lot of people credit her and Paul Hirsch, and there was one other editor, but Marsha and two other editors literally saved Star Wars in the edit because George Lucas had originally guided it one way, wasn't working. Marsha came in and was like literally co-directing in the editing room how to put things together. So I can only imagine as a creative how near and dear this was to her heart, having been there at the beginning and seeing how at that point in the first film things did come together so seamlessly. And going into Empire and Jedi, okay, maybe it wasn't all planned out, but I think they were able to execute things in a much smoother way. And I'm also coming from the background, Enosh, of a screenwriter. When you go into making a movie, you need to know what your ending is before you write everything preceding it. And although George didn't know all these things when he did the original trilogy, he still had some kind of an outline to follow. And also the characters were so very, very well developed and portrayed by such incredibly talented actors that we felt like we knew these characters. That kind of character development and getting close to the characters or caring what happened to them didn't happen in episode 7, 8, and 9.
Well,
I mean, Rey's the most glaring example of that.
But see, I'm going to stop you right there, though. First of all, because H. Bartz has a $2 super chat here. It says, I killed Kermit. It's Defoe now. So we have H. Bartz. We actually have video of you killing Kermit.
So, Kermit, are you and Miss Piggy still an item?
Oh, yeah. She's the love of my life.
That's adorable. What the?
Ginger, no!
That dog costume is Ginger, though, H. Bart's like a little over the top, buddy. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say about this, right? So I get what you're saying, Jerry. I totally get all what you're saying, okay? But here's the thing. I would say the same thing about the prequels, okay?
Oh, absolutely.
But
I would agree with you there.
But here's something. But here is why then that falls apart then, and here's why. You and me, we grew up with the original trilogy. So not only can we look back at it now as adults and say, well, these are the things that I loved about it, blah, 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 blah. But also, no matter how far we try to remove ourselves from it, we're always going to have that emotional connection to it, the phenomenal connection to it, of the phenomenon that was Star Wars, that we will never see anything like that again as far as just culturally. Okay. Because culturally, Star Wars did stuff that had never been done and never will be done again.
I know you're a DC guy, but I would say that the Marvel MCU is kind of done
not close.
Generation.
Not close.
Kind of.
Not close.
Oh,
dude.
I think close, but all right. Go on.
Dude, no. There's no way, man. There's no way. What Star Wars did? Star Wars literally created the summer blockbuster.
Of course. No, of course it did.
It blew everything away, dude. It wasn't just like
it was unique. We'd never
look, there's been movies that have been like phenomenon movies, right? Of like they were special or whatever. They define a point in time. But Star Wars was just this complete package that just, did everything.
No one expected it.
That being said, 12. Well, hold on. Okay, so Revenge of the Sith came out 2005, right? So actually now 16 years ago, right? So if you go back 16, 17, 18 years ago during the prequels, people our age, people who grew up with the original trilogy, were pissed off. They were ticked off with the prequels, right? They hated them. There is literally a movie, and I always reference it. The people versus George Lucas.
It's a hilarious documentary.
It is. But it takes a snapshot though of a period in time that especially the fandom menace wants to act like never happened. Okay, where the fans turned against George Lucas in a huge way because the fans were very upset with George for what he had done because all the stuff that we just talked about him having to persevere and get through those hard times and actually had people in the room who would tell him no or challenge him on stuff. He financed that whole prequel trilogy by himself, laid the money out, and said, "I dare you to come say something to me."
Yeah, he surrounded himself with yes men.
He
'cause he could afford
you
it.
could see it in the
behind the scenes stuff.
behind the scenes stuff. It's so apparent, right?
Especially
and even
especially in the screening room when they finished Phantom Menace, and even
and
Ben
even
Bird
he
is
said,
just
yeah.
like, oh my God, what did we just do?
Right. And so there's all that, right? And so I would stand by that, and I agree with that today, except for this. There are people, and they're not crazy, right? They're like it'd be easy for us as original trilogy guys to sit back and go, yeah, no, right? But there are people who grew up during that time, that was their initial introduction to Star Wars. And I know people, and they're not crazy. They're just, this is their experience, right? And so they're in the same position that we are, man, where that's how they were introduced to Anakin. They were introduced to young Obi-Wan. They were introduced to a certain group of characters, and that's their Star Wars. I know tons of people, actually. I mean, they're younger than me, but there's tons of people now who've grown up, who are now in their 20s, maybe even early 30s, who say the prequels are their Star Wars, and they prefer the prequels over the originals. Okay,
Because the quality of filmmaking and storytelling has gone so downhill since then. But
see, I think it's easy for us to say that, and I would agree with you but I also have to sometimes step away from my own personal opinion and look at it from somebody else's. And the thing is that those movies also broke ground as far as new things regarding technologies and things like that, right? And had their own staple mark of that. But there are people who grew up with that. My argument is, when we go 10, 15 years from now, we don't know yet the impact that the sequel trilogy is going to have on this younger generation of kids growing up with Star Wars, that will lead to now this whole situation with The Mandalorian and Disney Plus and things like that. And then one day we see what that impact is. And I guarantee you, 10, 15 years from now, there will be all kinds of people who are in their 20s, maybe early 30s, who come out and say the sequel trilogy meant a lot to them. And even more so than the others. Yeah, I mean, here, look, Degrassi says, kind of like my 10-year-old nephew who loves the sequel trilogy. H. Bart's here is somebody who I know loves the prequel trilogy, right? So
I'm older than you.
Yeah, well, and Blake here, thank you so much. He says that's what I like about Enosh. He sees the big picture of things. I try, and look, as much as I would side with Nightstar and say, yep, there is. I mean, like if you just ask me personally, my thoughts on what's better, the original trilogy is better than all of it. Okay, to me, and I will tell you, I enjoy probably the sequel trilogy better than I do the prequels. Okay, at least the first two movies. Right? It's kind of just because a lot of the special effects in, a lot of the green screen stuff and everything in the prequels, just, it feels like a cartoon to me half the time. But I can't crap on somebody else's Star Wars. Neither would I want to. Just like tonight, Visions is coming out, right? I have absolutely no desire to see Visions. It's just not my thing. It's not my thing. I've watched I've watched the trailers. I've watched the whole thing, and I just don't have the desire. But you know what? I know that people like RJ and people like Austin, man, they're running to see it, and I'm happy for them. I'm excited for them because it's Star Wars, and it's a part of Star Wars that they're loving. And Zeno, I agree with you. If the original trilogy came out today, it'd get torn apart for a lot of goofy moments, for a lot of stuff that we look back fondly and we say, well, that's good cinema. But there's a lot of silliness in there too.
I think the beauty of it, though, Enosh, too, the beauty of Star Wars is we can select our own canon.
Mm-hmm.
For me, Star Wars canon is the original trilogy, the Marvel comics that came out in the 1980s, The Mandalorian, Rogue One, Solo, and Book of Boba Fett. I completely disregard everything else.
Now, what if Book of Boba Fett sucks, though?
Oh, I don't think it's going to suck because you've got...
It may not.
Jon Favreau.
But what if it's not what you expected?
You know what? Even if it's not what I'm expecting, the quality of The Mandalorian and how they've set up Boba Fett and The Mandalorian, I know it's the same team that's behind it, so I have pretty good feeling I'm going to enjoy it, because I also love Boba Fett as a character. I love the fact that they've finally taken the time to develop Boba Fett and filled out his backstory in a way that we didn't have the luxury of seeing as cool a character as he was back in when he was first introduced in 1980.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, so let's go on with this real quick. I want to move on with this. So we kind of talked about that for a minute, but it says so Marsha here, she served as an editor on Star Wars, for which she won the Oscar for film editing in 1977, and Return of the Jedi, and she was an uncredited editor on The Empire Strikes Back. Lucas was credited with editing the thrilling Battle of Yavin and Death Star assault sequences in the first film of the trilogy. Her other editing credits include Taxi Driver, which she earned a BAFTA nod, American Graffiti, which nabbed her an Oscar nom, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, and New York, New York. She was also married to Star Wars creator George Lucas from 1969 to 1983. She's very connected.
He borrowed her too, because I think at the time she was working on New York for Scorsese, and when George realized he was in some trouble, I think that she had to make arrangements to jump onto Star Wars to help them out. So she wasn't successful because she was married to George Lucas. She had a very, very significant career on her own.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not saying this.
Oh no, I didn't say you were. I was just clarifying for the audience in case they didn't know that.
Good. So
That's
I'm
the
just saying,
historian that I am.
she is though very connected to the original Star Wars trilogy.
Sure.
Okay, and so it means a lot to her, and that's fine. That's fine. But okay, she says, having worked on the original trilogy, she criticized the deaths of Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, and Leia Organa, and Rey, played by Daisy Ridley, in Disney's trilogy of sequels. Here's what I got to say about that. Han Solo. Any way that you bring those three back, they were going to have to die. Okay. I've gone on record as saying, look, the Han Solo thing, I really, I can't say here or there if that was a good idea. I don't like the fact that him and Leia didn't have a chance to reconcile at some point. And I still say to this day, like, no matter what problems what my, how much I love The Last Jedi, I still say to this day, I wholeheartedly agree with people when we talk about that one of the greatest travesties and missed opportunities of the entire sequel trilogy is to never have Luke, Han, and Leia on screen together. How J.J. Abrams, Rian Johnson really didn't have the opportunity, but how J.J. Abrams wrote The Force Awakens and introduces us back in this world and doesn't write a single way for that to happen.
Cinematic malpractice.
It is absolutely.
And there's also some speculation too that the reason that didn't happen, Enosh, was because once Disney acquired Star Wars, they weren't as interested in continuing with the original characters because they wanted to start creating their own universe based on the sandbox that George had sold to them. So, which is insane, because it's like, you've got the original. That's like doing these Batman spin-off movies without Batman or TV shows and stuff. It's like they were the heart of it. So for them to like have a directive, well, I think it was great that they introduced Rey and Finn and Poe in The Force Awakens. I was actually invested and interested in wanting to see Finn become a Jedi. I thought, what an amazing idea. And they went nowhere with it. So while on one hand, I can understand Disney wanted to create their own characters for new generation by not focusing on the older characters and bringing them together, they still completely squandered all of that by not having a game plan to really develop Finn and Poe or Rey until the last movie, when suddenly it became not the Skywalker saga, but the Palpatine saga, because they didn't have a roadmap or know what the destination was before they put gasoline in the car.
Well, but I feel that that's an unfair assumption though about the Palpatine thing, and here's why: because Palpatine, from the very beginning, he was the Phantom Menace. He was always there. He was always a part of it, and throughout the first two trilogies, he's absolutely the chess player. He's the one moving the pieces and doing the things or whatever, and then even in the EU, in the expanded universe, I mean, Palpatine was still a part of that and was still doing that. So
story wise though, Enosh, it's ridiculous, because when you consider the fact that all the Star Destroyers at Exegol at the end of the Rise of Skywalker, had to have been constructed and created before Return of the Jedi. So he's got all these Star Destroyers that are going to have planet-destroying capabilities. And he's got all this, I mean, we're talking fiction here. He's got all these resources, and he knows that the second Death Star is going to be destroyed so that he can then resurrect himself a generation. It's nonsense storytelling. Plus, it completely diminishes the sacrifice of Anakin Skywalker and how Luke redeemed his father in Return of the Jedi. Now, you want to bring back Palpatine?
I disagree with that. I think the argument, respectfully, I think the argument, anytime I hear anybody say it negates Anakin's sacrifice, nothing that they could ever do in any of those movies negates Anakin's sacrifice in Return of the Jedi. I don't care if Palpatine came back the next day. The thing is Anakin made the sacrifice for then. That was never a call to action, that there was never going to be another challenge, that there was never going to be another Sith, that there was never going to be he brought balance. But one of the things that we learn in Star Wars lore is balance comes and goes throughout the entire history of Star Wars. I mean, when you go back thousands of years, balance comes and goes, and there's many who are called to bring balance. And the idea that there is not just one chosen one, but there's been many chosen ones throughout the history of the Star Wars universe to do that. Anakin made the choice that he needed to make to bring balance at that point. And really, like, it can often be argued like what balance he really brought to begin with, because balance would be equal. That's balance, to be equal, light and dark, and you bring that. What he did was really he tipped it to the light side, because I mean, depending upon how you look at it, and like I mean, and I've gone through pretty much every argument on that, and it's just the idea of you know, like there's one Jedi and two Sith, and then they're both dead, and leaves just the one Jedi.
And this is what Luke's problem was in The Last Jedi. The reason and that's part of his character that I love, is just like he realized that system was ridiculous and that the Force should be in everybody to cultivate in themselves, which is one of the things that came out of that movie. As much as I thought the ending was a little bit weak with the nameless boy with the broom who suddenly had the Force, I liked the maturity and the growth of Luke Skywalker, you know, coming to the realization that we have to end this cycle. And I would also respectfully say, though, that when the filmmakers had no clue to what Rey's lineage was going to be from the beginning, that suddenly in the end, well, let's bring back Papa Palpatine and make her a Palpatine without knowing how to get there. At least in the original trilogy,
I'll give you that.
George knew Luke and Darth. I mean, they were part of a family, and a lot. And okay, so we want to talk about Palpatine. You want to bring him back? That's fine. And I understand. I think it's cool, the idea of the cloning technologies, because that was also explored in the Dark Empire comics. And I think maybe they were kind of riffing off of that. I just think that if you were going to bring back Palpatine, there was a better way to do it. And I don't think that they should have carried through on Rey being a Palpatine. I think Palpatine,
I'll
whatever.
give you that.
The idea that maybe she had no past, which was set up by Rian Johnston, which really contributed, although the fandom menace can't stand that because they hate strong women. I think it would have been better for them to continue on the through line. She didn't have any kind of she didn't have a connection with, because they said that was the choice that they made in The Last Jedi. They should have followed through with it. Suddenly, all of the pandemonium that arose because of the fandom menace and toxic fans, it's like, oh, we have to course correct and retro do this to serve the... No, finish the movie in a way that you feel serves the characters and the story properly. What JJ did with Rise of Skywalker was all damage control. Why, Enosh? Because they didn't have the destination when they started, and I think it's different than the original trilogy. So, and
I agree. If they had gotten to the Rise of Skywalker and just let that play out, like but that was the problem. Was the overreaction to The Force Awakens made it worse. And then you bring JJ back instead of just going through and actually trying to bring a sensible ending to it. Look, I'll say all day, The Rise of Skywalker, even though I agree with the parts of, I agree with bringing back Palpatine. I think that makes sense. But I agree with you also that I don't think that it makes much sense that she's a Palpatine. in the end of that, right? Now that is of course, unless you listen to Star Wars Theory, right? Because Star Wars Theory here on YouTube, I mean, he told us all along. He told us all along that JJ had it from the very beginning.
Yeah.
When she yelled Talama Parkwell, yeah, I mean, that I am a Palpatine, but you get what I'm saying. Like I get it.
But
I think
here's where
Rise of Skywalker is the problem, not The Last Jedi.
But here's where Marsha's coming from, though, Enosh. Marsha is a skilled, experienced, not just editor, but storyteller. And as she saw The Last Jedi when this interview was done, I think Marsha knew in her heart, having seen Force Awakens, that these people don't know where the hell they're taking the story. And I think that probably fueled a lot of the emotion that came out in this interview, not only about how they got rid of Han Solo, but her comments about they didn't have like a proper explanation for who Rey was. Although we can argue one way or the other whether that was a good thing or a bad thing that she wasn't tied in with the familial relationships of the other characters. But I think deep in her heart, Marsha knew as a storyteller, as someone who takes the pieces and puts stories together. Again, you got to know where you're going. And I think she sensed that they didn't know where they were going.
Well,
and I think
let's talk about what she actually says here. Let's talk about what she actually says here, because I'll be honest with you, I disagree with her take on some things.
Okay.
And I feel like she's a little too close to what it is to actually be.
She helped create it. That's why.
But that's fine. But you know what? George Lucas did create it, and I'll be honest with you, George Lucas lost a lot of his ability to speak on these things because he lost his plot. He lost his own plot, and he got too caught up in his own passion for something, and was not able to actually follow through with some of his things. It's just like Harrison Ford said, back in the day. It's like, you can write this stuff, but you can't say this stuff. And half of this stuff doesn't make any sense. And you get in your own mind. And when you don't have anybody to push back on, George Lucas is a great storyteller. George Lucas is a great guy to come up and say, hey, here's a story. Here's an idea. Let's run with this. Let's work together on this. The problem is George Lucas unfettered. He's too close to it.
George is a great facilitator, Enosh, and he's a great distiller. And I would also play devil's advocate here regarding Marsha's comments. We don't know how involved Marsha was in the storytelling of Star Wars. When you consider the fact that she was a very well-respected creative in her own right, and she guided the edit of Star Wars, and when we talk about how people like Gary Kurtz and other creatives on Star Wars had a very big influence on the direction and the paths that George took, I can't help but wonder if the reason Marsha is closer to this than we would expect, because who knows what she contributed to the original movie beyond the editing that she can talk about, because she's not contractually not in a noose that George is once he sold the property to Disney.
And as great as she was back then, I will say this: I think what it all stems from is I think she kind of lost her bearings when this happened to her.
Hey, you guys! Oh my no!
Man, have you got a library there, or are you looking for the stuff as we're talking? Because that's good timing.
I already have the stuff up.
Okay.
But no, okay. So that being said, this is what she says. She says they have Luke disintegrate. I completely disagree with that. I will utterly disagree with that.
We've said we love Luke's choice at the end
but
there.
But I'm just reading her comments though. She says they have Luke disintegrate. Absolutely false.
Which is what Obi-Wan Kenobi did.
Yeah. But here, this is they killed Han Solo. Notice here her argument is not how they killed Han Solo, just that they killed Han Solo. The sequel trilogy was not meant to be about these characters. I agree that they should have done a better job of setting these characters up so that they could set up the new, right? But even if you look at, and I still say this, if you watched, let's say they came out in chronological order, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we had all grown up with watching young Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Young Anakin Skywalker, right? Padme, all those characters, right? And then we got to episode 4, and that was our sequel trilogy, right? Think about it in context. If you go back and you think about it in context, how ticked off do you think people would have been to see Obi-Wan Kenobi be reduced to like a couple of scenes, not really training Luke, but basically just kind of showing up, putting a helmet on him and getting him to fight a little, remote thing, come out as an old man. And up until a few years ago when they said, well, he just disappeared and became one with the Force, we all thought that Vader killed him. Right. And just went out like that to allow for the rebels to get on the Millennium Falcon to distract and allow them to go.
Is that with or without the influence of social media and the internet, where everybody can get together and bitch all the time about?
Well, that know what, that adds a lot to it, doesn't it?
It does.
It really does. But what I'm saying though is yeah, I mean, but if you add it in like respectively, right? Like if you grew up with those original with the prequels, and those were the first to come out, and those were your heroes. Going into the second trilogy, you would have been disappointed with the setup, and I think you could have said the same thing. No Padme, Anakin is just Vader, and there's no connection. Like they don't really have a lot of connection.
You know I would
what I
argue
mean?
this though, Enosh, had they been produced and made in that order, you wouldn't have gotten past the Phantom Menace.
Oh, well, dude, that's a whole other argument. That is a whole other discussion completely.
But it's relevant because here's the thing. I get what you're saying. Had we seen the original, the prequel trilogy before the original trilogy, one of the things that jarred me the most, no pun intended, watching the prequel trilogy after the original trilogy was that it didn't spiritually fit the tone of the original trilogy. Not that it had to match it, but it's like there was a point made by Red Letter Media when they do their videos dissecting the prequels. They said, what do you remember? Describe Han Solo. People can just bold, reckless, adventurous, cynical.
Yeah.
Then okay, so describe Padme.
I've seen that video.
But that's a good point, because when you don't create characters that resonate with the audiences, of course, people who might be used to the characters one way, there's such a drastic tone shift between the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy that, people would be like, that's not what I expected. Much in the same way that we didn't expect the prequels after the original trilogy. So, but that's because George wanted to remake Flash Gordon, and he wasn't allowed to get the rights for Flash Gordon. So he was creatively challenged to create the look and the feel of Star Wars. And then when he got back to the prequels, isn't it interesting how much the prequels, right down to the wooden acting and dialogue, is reflective of an old Buster Crabbe Flash Gordon movie?
No, I get it. I get it. No,
it's
I
like
get it.
he was allowed to do what he
he
couldn't do with Star Wars, and it was bland. It's like, thank God he didn't get the rights for Flash Gordon, because had he gotten the rights for Flash Gordon, we would have seen Star Wars in that spirit, and we wouldn't be talking about Star Wars right now. Because there was a comic book done that actually adapted George's original versions of Star Wars, which was very Flash Gordon-y, and you read that comic book, even with the beautiful illustrations, and it's very flat and wooden like a lot of the prequels, and it's like, my God, this thing never would have been produced, because you don't have the heart in the characters to attract and resonate with the audience, which is why the first Star Wars trilogy was so successful. It wasn't science fiction. It was a fantasy with characters that, whether you lived in a galaxy far, far away, or these characters were archetypes from World War II, these characters resonated. You could, if you were a young person, you could identify with Luke. If you were a teenager, you could identify with Han. If you were a woman, you had strong Leia. There wasn't anybody in the original prequels you could identify with, although Obi-Wan was familiar and Yoda were familiar because we had seen them before. If those characters we weren't familiar with weren't in the prequels, I don't know how anybody could have anchored themselves to any of those characters and felt like, this is my avatar to go through this adventure in this universe. And that comes down to the writing and everything else. But that's
possible. Okay, so let's go through. So she says,
sorry.
I know. Every time we start to get this, like I
know.
Each sentence literally starts another one. And by
this
the way,
is like how we were in Chicago when we were talking about this.
So,
and then now I'm here.
Exactly.
Who's here?
So it's Matt Jarbo.
Oh, Jarbo's here.
Yeah. So she says they have Luke disintegrate. They killed Han Solo. They killed Luke Skywalker. They didn't kill Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker went out on his own terms.
No, they killed him. They took him out back and they beat him like old guy.
Okay, I can also remove you.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I can still stream snipe you.
Whatever. Good luck with that. Okay, so They didn't kill Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker went off his own. That's actually one of the things that I respect most about it, is because nobody killed Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
If Kylo Ren, no, hold on. If
made a choice.
If Kylo Ren had killed Luke Skywalker, you would see me pissed off right now. But Kylo Ren didn't kill Luke. Luke literally performed the most amazing Jedi power ever seen.
Jedi punked. He completely punked. The rage that resonated with Kylo at the end, where he screamed, it was all worth it. It's like, yeah, F you, kid. You didn't get what you expected.
Exactly.
And Luke knew exactly what he was doing.
But he didn't have to die.
Okay, maybe he didn't have to die.
He didn't have to die, because the thing was, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that scene, right?
Here we go off
So
track.
if you go, I'm just gonna.
We got 4 more words into it. I'm just.
Yeah, that's how this works.
Okay.
I wanted on this debate, so that's why. If you look at that scene right there, the way that Rian Johnson established that scene, obviously there was a juxtaposition with the scene from A New Hope where he's looking out over the twin suns, and then there's like that adventure, that excitement, the destiny unknown. At that particular moment right there, they could have used that instead of an ending, which made no sense thematically or story, because we had we had nothing to build up to that moment. It was just like stop, drop, dead. That was it. Nothing about overusing force powers, nothing about anything that's going to kill you, which is why it was so jarring, because there was no build up to the death. With Han, it sucked, but you go, okay, you're walking on a bridge. You know what's going to happen. All right, like what's going to happen with Han. You can at least see it coming. With Luke, he's just sitting there, and instead of using that moment to play the same score from that scene in A New Hope to show us that Luke has now been reinvigorated because he's now reopened himself to the Force after closing himself off to it for so long, and use this power as a way to help the rebellion, giving him that, that reaffirmed belief in himself. That would have been a more inspiring ending rather than him just going, meh, peace, and then disappearing. Like, that's really about it.
Jarbo, I give you that point. But you're right. I mean, I think the emotional impact of Luke choosing to sacrifice himself the way that he did, it resonated with me as he's making his choice to go out this way. And although we were never informed of this before, exerting that kind of power to force project himself, I'm understanding would completely take out all the energy of a Jedi in the way that he ends up dying. So that's why I accepted it. Your point about the fact they could have brought him back had they wanted to, yeah, I would. And I wish they would have.
You cut that scene by 5 seconds. By 5 seconds, you cut that scene, and the whole trajectory changes.
But because then they would have had something more to be able to do in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
instead of bring him back as a ghost that completely contradicts everything that he said
exactly
in Last Jedi. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. It was a creative choice by the director, and I do think that had Rian Johnson left Luke alive, we wouldn't have had the mess that was The Rise of Skywalker. But had the series ended with Last Jedi and we didn't see a Rise of Skywalker or resolve everything else, Luke's death was easier for me to take than Han's death. And that's just me as a viewer. No, not right or wrong. It's all subjective.
Real quick. William has to go.
Okay.
William, we love you, bro. Rock on, man.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. See you. I also want to address this comment by Mary, because Mary, I love you. But she says here, he had the strength to force project himself across the galaxy, but not to force move his fighter out of the water, fix it, and get across the galaxy that way. No, you're missing the point of why he did it. It wasn't because he couldn't do that. He absolutely could have. He could have gotten it. I mean, that's nothing. That's
it was a choice. He didn't want to do it.
The point is that he was never going to fly. If he literally had a ship just waiting right there, he wasn't going to fly across the galaxy and go to where they were. That wasn't the point. His point was to not be there. Just like Nightstar just said, the point was there to distract and frustrate Kylo and push Kylo over that and distract him so that the rebels could get away. If Luke Skywalker is actually there, his point wasn't to go there and win that battle and kill Kylo and kill everybody like that, because he didn't believe in that anymore. He literally does the most Jedi.
Peacefully.
He literally does the most Jedi thing that he could possibly do, because look, we're used to seeing all this Jedi killing and all this stuff like that, but that's not the way of the Jedi. Actually, the way of the Jedi is actually more peaceful, and it's more resolving things without using a lightsaber.
Well,
without killing everybody.
Well,
and so that's why he force projected himself, Mary, was because he was never going to fly around, and he didn't believe in that, but he knew that he could help. And so he did what he needed to do to help the rebels get away. It's not that he couldn't do it. I just want to make sure, like, that's not lazy writing. That's purposeful writing. And the fact that it's showing what Luke's choice was, not that he couldn't do it, because Luke could have obviously fixed his X-Wing. What's lazy writing? I'll tell you what lazy writing is. Lazy writing is showing Rey in his X-Wing in The Rise of Skywalker without any kind of explanation as to how they got that out, how Rey got it out, how she fixed it, none of that stuff. That's lazy writing.
Well, they kind of explained that in The Force Awakens. Like, for how she could fly the Millennium Falcon, she worked for Unkar Plutt. She had been working on these planes.
I'm just saying that, like, all
they
of a
didn't
sudden
show us, right? Right. But you're going to defend the death of Luke Skywalker when criticizing the exact same kind of lazy plot point.
It's not a lazy plot point.
It is. Yes, it is. If you're complaining about how we never see her pull up the X-Wing, repair it, and then use the holocron,
it just literally comes out of nowhere.
Oh, like his death.
No,
like his force projection. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We never saw a Jedi die like that before. Obi-Wan allowed himself to die, but not to force project himself across the damn galaxy.
But Luke's death was.
Why is everything?
Luke's death was supposed to elicit gravitas with the audience.
This is an argument. This is an argument that I just don't understand that people have about Star Wars stuff. Hold on. No, this is seriously an argument that I don't understand that people have about Star Wars stuff. It's, well, we have never seen that before, so that can't be. That doesn't make any sense. By that logic, then everybody should have been complaining during Return of the Jedi and saying, well, how in the world is the Emperor a Force user? Nobody ever talked about that in Star Wars or The Empire Strikes Back. The only Sith that we knew was Darth Vader, and we've never seen Force lightning before. So how in the world did this guy use Force lightning to do any of this stuff? He shouldn't even be a Force user. Darth Vader's supposed to be the one who's that. Just because we haven't seen something before in a movie doesn't mean that it can't be.
Yeah, but
just because Obi-Wan Kenobi didn't force protect himself doesn't mean that Luke can't.
But here's the thing, though. What we're talking about predominantly, and my approach to this is all about how it's presented on screen. My argument about Luke dying, I talked about it thematically and how it tied into the overall narrative and what we weren't shown as an audience, because we're talking about the sort of visual medium that needs to have these points touched upon at some point within the overarching story or theme or whatever. They need to touch upon these things in order to establish that through line with the audience. They are, your argument about Rey and the X-Wing is my exact argument about Luke Skywalker. If you break it down point for point, it's what is not being shown and what is us as an audience are expected to believe.
But they literally work their way up to it, though, Matt, like to the entire movie, showing that Luke does not want to be physically involved. He even says, what do you expect me to do? Go out there with a laser sword and take on the First Order? Like, he literally spells it out. He says, I'm not going to do that. He says,
he's washed his hands of it all.
But that doesn't,
that's all set up. That's all set up.
Okay. That's all set up for him to have his righteous comeback. That's what that setup is, right? It's the rule of threes. It's, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. Okay, fine. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
That's how this, he shows up and he shows up and he allows everyone to get away. And that's what he does. And he messes with Kylo, right? And then at that point, we cut back to him and it's like, then he just dies randomly with no explanation or no final word. That was just, I'll see you around, kid. And that was the last thing that he says. It doesn't make any sense because we weren't ever given any hint of that was going to be the outcome. I mean, look, even arguing The Last Jedi, the thing with the broom boy at the end, the concept behind that, which bothered some people, but I got it, was that anyone can be a Jedi. That is exactly what Rian Johnson was going for, which is kind of a really dumb point because at the end of that movie, everyone was Force sensitive all of a sudden. Poe, Admiral Hodo, Finn, all these characters became Force sensitive. And you're like, wait, hold on. If this goes back to the syndrome comment.
Contradicts everything in the prequels.
Well, there's that and the fact that you talk about the pacifist. Well, the rule of two only applies to the Sith. And even then, that's kind of iffy.
The Master of Padawan on the Jedi side.
Hold on.
Yeah, but a Master...
Back up.
What do you think?
hold on. What is all this of all of a sudden Poe and Holdo and everybody?
You don't know about that? You don't know about that? No, absolutely. Go back. Laura Dern. I'm not even kidding you, man. Go back and read some of the post interviews. In the Poe Dameron comic books, he becomes Force sensitive. Admiral Holdo, Laura Dern, post Return of the Jedi, she admitted that Holdo was Force sensitive. Rian Johnson made everyone a Jedi, just like how Syndrome in Incredibles wanted to give everyone the ability to be a superhero, so then that nobody was super. That's the whole problem with The Last Jedi. It is an idea there about anyone can have it, right? But if you go back to the old, even let's say Star Wars Galaxies RPG, only like 1 in 1,000 players were randomly selected to be a Jedi because they wanted to make it something that wasn't that you had to like randomly get if your midichlorian level was high enough. That's the whole point, is that not everyone is a Jedi. And Rian Johnson was like, F that, let's make everyone Force sensitive.
And let's not get into the midichlorians now.
Yeah, well,
which I thought was ridiculous.
Well,
you don't just have the Force; it's a virus in your bloodstream. It's these little creatures that are floating around inside.
Yeah, well, I mean, and Lucas really wanted to dive into the the quantum realm aspect of that for the sequels. So that's the idea here, is that Rian Johnson took something that we never really touched upon in any significant way. And I don't have an overall problem with it, but it felt like an easy get out of jail free card for that movie at the end of it. Well, it's like, oh, well, why did, I mean, there's so many problems with the movie. Why kill off, Akbar when you could have had him do the Holdo maneuver?
Yes.
And it would have made more sense. It would have made more sense.
Given that character an honorable way, a fan favorite.
Yeah,
a
fan favorite. And that's the whole point. Everyone's like, I heard a lot of arguments come after that movie. Well, he was only in Return of the Jedi, and like he wasn't in anything. I was like, dude, don't even F with Akbar. Everyone loves Akbar. And they just took him out.
That stuff I agree with you. That stuff I have no problem with. That's
the whole point with this movie, is it compounds and it compounds and it compounds.
No, I feel people jump on stuff. They find one thing and then they think that's
somehow dude, I've got a litany of problems with that movie that are all about the storytelling.
I know you do, and good for you, dude. But that doesn't mean that they're right. It means that that's your opinion about that. I don't see that just because there's one or two things just because you have these things that are wrong with it. And I agree. I've never said The Last Jedi is some perfect film.
No, I don't think anybody has.
No,
but again, it's not provoking and it elicits all these debates.
No, yeah, what I'm saying though is that people find specific things that they think is wrong with it, but then all of a sudden that escalates to, well, the entire thing is just like this big problem, and it's not. The Last Jedi absolutely fits in more Star Wars than most of Star Wars does.
Well,
it's actually right on point with Star Wars, what the Jedi should be, what the Jedi were, where the Jedi were going, who Luke Skywalker was, and then who Luke Skywalker became.
Well, all the Luke Skywalker stuff.
For all the Holdos and all the Canto Bite stuff and all the running out of gas crap and all that stuff, okay? Like, I don't care about all that stuff.
The Luke Skywalker stuff was organically fits.
But when we're talking like Luke Skywalker, I don't see that all it doesn't all just fit in just because there's problems in other places with different story points or different characters. And look, Laura Dern can sit here and tell everybody she's Force sensitive till the cows come home. I don't really care about that. The point is that in the movie, she doesn't do anything with the Force. She literally just turns the ship around and flies it through something.
Again,
which technically she shouldn't have even done because they have droids. Like you put a droid on that command ship and you say, "Hey, fly the sucker into there," and the droid does it because.
And then they contradicted in Rise of Skywalker by saying, "Oh, that was a unique maneuver that we can never do again."
Bull crap.
Come on. That's the lazy writing.
That is. Hold on.
Well, they had to make up for the lazy writing in The Last Jedi by having lazier writing. It's pretty bad. But again, Enosh, I just want to point out, you just again said we didn't see that. So that goes again to my point of there are things that we are not told in any capacity. And that, it comes out ancillarily. And that's my problem with The Last Jedi, is I feel that elements of it had to come out ancillarily in order to be able to really kind of, I don't know, maybe open up character motivations or character expositions or things like that. And that was a problem with that film, as they tried to bring in too many people and the plot was ridiculously dumb. It was the galaxy's slowest car chase. I mean, I've ever told you my pitch for how to completely get rid of Canto Bight and make the movie way better. Very simple. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir.
I'm Jerry.
Jerry, hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Matt.
You too, man.
Here's how you get rid of Canto Bight. All right. So when we meet, Rose Tico, what is she doing? She is stopping people from escaping. Okay. So she tases Finn. So we can establish at that point that she's already tased other people and that they're locked up in a brig somewhere. When they're talking about going to Canto Bight, they're back down in that holding center. So what they have DJ overhear them talking about needing to go and find the safecracker. And instead he goes, I can get you over there. And he does the same thing where he opens up and he escapes. They go, well, that's easier. Okay. They believe him because they think they can trust him at that point. Then they go over, you keep the exact same plot point. He sells him out, but he's actually the spy. He's the one with the transponder that they've been following. None of that, like, let's patch into their signal shit, right? So you establish a human element where the First Order is now sending in a spy to the Resistance. And that kind of opens it up now to, wait, could anyone else in here be a spy? And it just gives you a different dynamic and a better dynamic than what they did. I mean, it's like, I'm an amateur screenwriter.
The Canto Bight stuff was just such a diversion into nothing.
Stopped the movie
and
dead
by
in
the
its
end of the
tracks.
movie, it's like nothing from the beginning to the end of the movie.
Nothing tracks to read this.
Okay.
Todd Fair here with a $40 super chat. Thank you, Todd, with a $40 super chat. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, man. It's amazing. Says, and of course, I why would I even question where you would go with this, Todd? We're talking Star Wars, and Todd's going to talk.
He does this to me all the time.
Yeah, he does. This is Todd's thing. Todd, like literally, like we will not even be talking about Marvel. And Todd, like 2 hours ago we were talking about Marvel. No, I'm just messing. I love Todd. It says Enosh, this is a little off the subject, yes, but didn't Nostradamus predict in one of his quatrains that one day a man from the Feige clan will entertain the entire planet with his great stories? I don't seem to remember that, but I did see this on Rick and Morty a little while back, and I think it had something to do maybe with the Marvel movies. I could be wrong. Well, let me see if I can find that real quick. Because here it is. So Rick and Morty was kind of predicting something.
Okay, let's go see this latest piece of Marvel shit you kids are jizzing over.
Yeah.
So but I appreciate it. The other thing I wanted to bring up was this. Gavin Cooley says, Enosh, even if you like the sequels, though, wouldn't you love the sequels to be more loved by people, though? Because the fact is, movies like Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker are super controversial. Here's my answer to that. No, not really, because I really don't care. Like here's the thing, like speculating is fun. And I get what Matt's doing. Matt's giving his opinion about something, and Jerry's giving his opinion about it, and I'm giving my opinion. And at the end of the day, that's all good. And that's all fine. The point is that a lot of people circle around the Last Jedi, around the sequels, and say how they would have done it better, and that this would have been better and that would have been better. The thing is, none of those things happened. So people could speculate what they would have done that would have been better, but somebody would have tore that apart too. Because that's what people do with these films. That's what people do with these properties. And it doesn't matter what you write, somebody has a problem with it.
They don't do it as much with the Marvel stuff, though, because they were properly plotted and figured out ahead of time.
But this isn't Marvel, though. And
I know, but I'm saying
this, and I'll say this. It goes directly to Gavin's point here. You know what? Batman v Superman. It may not be the Marvel darling that all the Marvel movies are, but to me, hands down, it's a better movie than anything I've seen out of Marvel.
I love the darkness of Batman.
Zack Snyder's Justice League. Got a copy right here. We'll be giving a copy of this away here pretty soon. To me, this is better than anything I've seen out of Marvel. And that's not to discredit Marvel and say that Marvel's bad.
Marvel is lighthearted superhero stuff. DC's always been much more mythic.
Absolutely. What I'm saying is I'm speaking to this point where he says, wouldn't you love the sequels to be loved by more people? It doesn't matter how many people love it right now or in the future or whatever. it's all subjective. So if you like a movie, like it doesn't matter if everybody else likes that movie or not. You like it, right? Like we were talking about James Bond earlier, right? So like everybody's got a different Bond that's their favorite Bond, right? So like if H. Barts loves Sean Connery, for example, and somebody else says, well, I don't like Sean Connery, and like somebody else says one day, well, Daniel Craig was the best, James Bond or whatever. People growing up with James Bond right now, they don't even watch a Sean Connery movie or whatever. They're never exposed to it. The point is that I get what you're saying, Gavin, and like, yeah, it'd be great to be surrounded by people who think just like me, right? And think, well, we all love the same thing, and that's exciting, I guess. But in the reality is it's all subjective at the end of the day. So whatever you like, you like. My favorite Star Wars movie is The Empire Strikes Back, hands down, and that's just my favorite movie in general. I love that movie. I think the story beats. I think the place that it is in the trilogy, all those things are perfect. I've seen people try to tear that movie apart, even and try to say that that they love the original Star Wars. And there's a whole faction. There's literally a faction. If you've been following Star Wars long enough, you realize that there is a faction of people and a faction of mindset for literally everything that you could possibly dissect. At the end of the day, and so. You know what? It doesn't bother me anymore if people don't like The Last Jedi or whatever. And we could absolutely. I mean, we're trying to talk about what Marsha Lucas here said about it, but
we
but
keep going off on a detour.
I know,
sorry.
but because and it's because we're passionate about it, and I get that, and you know what I mean, and I appreciate that because we all have a different idea of it, right? And that's
touched us all differently.
That's what the lounge is for.
Personally, yeah.
That's what the lounge is for. This isn't a debate. I see. That's great. If there are some of you who agree with Matt in the chat, that's fine. It doesn't mean it does. I don't know what you're laughing about because everybody doesn't agree with you. I know you're trolling. I know you're trolling and say press 1 if you agree with me. That's fine. That's fine. It's not a debate. And here's the thing. Star Wars ain't worth losing friends for. Okay. Yeah. So the thing is that I've had my moments where I've gotten pretty pissed off at people about stuff. And we all have, at the end of the day, to me, it's not an argument anymore. I know what I love. And I know why I love it. And no one's ever going to change my mind about The Last Jedi. No one's ever going to try to, people could try to convince me that there's like this and that about it. I have a deep connection to that movie that from the first time I saw that movie, I was so enthralled with The Last Jedi and the lore and the history and the culmination of all of the years that I had read books, that I had watched those movies, the connection to those things, the connection that I see to The Empire Strikes Back, which is my favorite Star Wars movie, the callbacks to Luke and Yoda and Luke's innocence, but yet his brashness, his willingness to throw just everything aside just to go after something, and the lessons that he had learned now as an old man. So
it was the logical character progression for Luke, and that's what I loved about it. Was that they embraced, when we're young, I think you and I had this conversation, when we're young, we're idealistic, we're brash, we're bold, we're adventurous. As we get older, we become a little bit more cynical. We become more weathered and wiser based on things that have happened in our lives that take us to the place where we might be a little bit more conservative in how we decide to approach things or not make brash decisions. And that was the logical progression of Luke Skywalker. And I thought it was great because his character had grown. And that's what I loved about what they did with Luke in The Last Jedi. Whether you agree or not that he could have survived and gone in the movie following that, or whether he died, his character grew in a way that I found fascinating, interesting, and compelling. And that was the best part of The Last Jedi for me, was how Luke grew as a character and how he resonated with me as a 55-year-old guy now, who was first introduced to him when I was 12, and his character was 19 in the original Star Wars. It's like that's the whole element of like you can relate to a character and they're kind of your avatar through this world. And then as I'm older now, he's older. It's like, I can relate to him, and that's what makes him such a real fully realized.
And that's
character.
things like, it's like, look, like even looking at Gavin's, well, real quick, H Bart's here with the $5 super chat says Jarbo Wars episode 2, Attack of the Campia. we must go after the real villain of the saga. But no, thank you, H Barts. So Gavin here says, remember the rumors that the character of DJ was Ezra Bridger before the movie. So see, here's the thing that I say
Is
about
that a
this.
Doomcock rumor?
No, that was actually like, I think it was
Was
a
that
Mike
Matt
Zero rumor.
Uno?
Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. There are so many things about the sequel trilogy that I agree with. Like, I agree with everybody. There's things that I would have done differently. I look at the prequel trilogy, though, and my God, there's a ton of things that I would have done differently in the prequel trilogy, but I can still love it and I can still appreciate it. And so like, as long as we're talking about speculation and we're not telling somebody, well, you're wrong because this is the way it is because I see it this way. Like, I don't want to tell Matt and I don't want to tell Jerry, you guys are wrong because this is the way I see it, and I just want to make that
none of this is about right or wrong. It's subjective about how these things touch us and speak to us.
But except for BVS and RJ, I will say this, man. Look, I just saw BVS in the theater again this year. The director's edition, not the theatrical. And I'm telling you right now, man, that movie will stand up very, very well.
Isn't it interesting too, Enosh, when it first came out, all the people that were against Ben Affleck playing Bruce Wayne, and it's now they've all come around because thank God we got a chance to see what the through line was that Zach set up in the Dark Batman and Batman versus Superman that everybody hated. Zach had set up his redemption arc. Zach knew where he was going to take it. That's why I think Batman versus Superman stands up now even more so as being as epic and brilliant as we knew it was the first time we saw it. Disappointed by the fact that when he first set out, Zach wasn't able to complete that arc until he got the opportunity to finish it the way he wanted to.
I have a bit of a hot take on that. I think BVS is a better film than the Snyder Cut.
I think they're equal.
I love both, but I find myself going back to BVS. I think a bit more, and I think it might be because there's more Superman in it. Like that was I liked Henry Cavill quite a bit, and I liked Bruce's journey, and everything. But no, I agree. I mean, I love those movies as much as anyone else does, and I'm a huge Marvel guy. I think like this again. The idea is that Zach was going for more of the epicness of it. And Feige has created a great like kind of television series.
DC is mythology. Marvel is entertainment.
Yeah. Well, I think like
they're both entertaining, but I mean, Zach gives DC a gravitas that elevates it to like what he did with Watchmen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say I agree with you about Watchmen. I think for something that is nigh unadaptable, he did a fantastic job.
Yeah. The crawling chaos is making some good points in here. Like, yeah, I mean, that I think I agree with you, the crawling chaos, because he says what makes me so effing tired of talking Star Wars is that you can't have a conversation without someone going on a massive rant. Like he will not shut up until he has converted you to his opinion. And look, I've gone on those rants. I think any Star Wars fan has to admit we've all gone on those rants because we're passionate about it. What I'm starting to learn, and this is me in my journey, okay, is I want to have, I have no problem having the long conversation, right? Just as long as we all agree, hey, at the end of the day, I don't subscribe to the people in the fandom menace who want to act like everything they say is absolute fact. Like this is all fact, that this sucks, that this is bad, that this is whatever.
Because we're monetizing clicks from it. And I don't think I'm ever going to convert anybody to my opinion at all. No. I just say it.
And RJ, there was a time when I would have agreed with you. Attack of the Clones is the worst Star Wars movie. But I'll be honest with you, in 2015, in preparation for The Force Awakens, we had a big Star Wars day here. We have these every once in a while here at my house. We have just a Star Wars day and we just show all the Star Wars movies. And so we projected the, huge on a wall and surround sound and everything. And I got to Attack of the Clones and I was dreading getting to Attack of the Clones. And I'll be honest with you, I got to Attack of the Clones and something in 2015 struck me about Attack of the Clones. And now I really like Attack of the Clones. There was just something different about that time viewing it, which to me I got to say episode 1 is still the problematic one for me. There are points in the Phantom Menace that I like, but as a movie, it's just, there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't need to see as a Star Wars fan, to be honest with you. Let's see. Okay,
should we get back to the article?
Yeah, let's finish this article because I got a couple points that I wanted to make about this article. We'll get through this, right?
Yep.
So she doesn't like that everybody died and that they don't have Princess Leia anymore, and they're spitting out movies every year, she says, and I think that's an issue too because I don't think that they took enough time to actually flesh them out. So I'll agree with that. I agree with all that. It says, and they think it's important to appeal to a woman's audience. So now their main character is this female. Okay. Who's supposed to have Jedi powers, but we don't know how she got Jedi powers or who she is. It sucks. The storylines are terrible, just terrible, awful. You can quote me. J.J. Abrams, Kathleen Kennedy, talk to me, Lucas says in the book. I can't go there with her. And I think that she's a little too close to it because I think that she's trying to put off on those movies what they did back then. And I think that's something that George Lucas couldn't even recapture with the prequels. And this idea of, well, she's got Jedi powers. I mean, obviously, this was before the Palpatine reveal and before, it was revealed who she was or whatever. But again, this goes to speak to the fact that people don't want to let stories be told. My thing was always let the sequels pass. Get through the end of the Rise of Skywalker before we even knew that it was called the Rise of Skywalker, right? I'm talking about right after The Last Jedi came out and people were like, this sucks. The whole thing sucks. It's awful. It's horrible. They could never redeem this. That's what then got them in this mode where they felt like then they had to try to please people by writing the Rise of Skywalker and in turn really wrote something that really didn't please anyone. Okay.
They were trying to please everybody, so they pleased no one.
They made it a jumbled mess. To me, I wish that fans would have waited to see whatever was going to come, because I don't believe for a second that if the fan reaction hadn't been what it is, that the Rise of Skywalker would have turned out the way that it is. I think we would have got a completely different third movie, other than what we got if it wasn't for the backlash on Rise of Skywalker. Which, look, people can not like a film. People can have their own opinions about a film, but the backlash on Rise of Skywalker was way over the top and really just unneeded at that point. And just a kind of a fanboy just boycott of, without boycotting, I'm just saying like a boycott of the franchise. And, we're not going to support anything. And look, we missed out on Solo. People missed out on Solo because of it. Right. I mean, people are discovering Solo.
All the complaints that are made about, we don't like Rey. She's a Mary Sue. We want strong male characters, but we're going to boycott Solo. That's got like one of the strongest male.
And is Solo a perfect movie? Absolutely not. There's
I think it's more perfect in ways that
but it's really good.
But it's a fun
movie.
I
adore that movie.
It's a return. Yeah. It's a return to the spirit of what the original Star Wars movies were, which is what we can all connect with.
Yeah,
I do wish we would have gotten Phil Lord and Chris Miller. I would have loved to have seen what they did with it, but I think Howard did a fine job.
Yeah.
And I think that's just what it comes to, right? Is like people are discovering Solo all the time. There was a time just a few months ago where literally, and I said it before, but like 3 to 5 people a week were either emailing me, DMing me something and saying, hey, you know what? Because it was right in the thick of like when we had first started doing 2 Cents on Nonsense. And we were talking, about this, obviously, about Star Wars and, all this stuff a lot. And people were saying, you know what, Enosh? I've just discovered Solo. I didn't go see Solo because I was mad about the Last Jedi. And so I just decided I wasn't going to go see Solo. And I just kind of boycotted it or whatever. And I finally broke down and saw it now. And I wish I had seen it in the theater. I wish that I had seen this movie there, whatever. Look, I was right there championing with everybody else. I didn't ask for a Solo movie. I didn't ask for a movie about Han Solo.
It was a happy surprise.
But once I got it,
yep.
I was very happy with what I got. And so I think that that's the lesson for us all. Look, there's been people who've been touting that Star Wars is dead now for a long time just because they didn't like the sequels.
Who could you be talking about, Enosh?
Well, you know who I'm talking about, but I'm saying, but like, look at the Mandalorian now, right? So what I've just been trying to tell people is like, look, if you don't like something Star Wars, and I think this is like this with any franchise or whatever, but especially Star Wars, because look, there's so much Star Wars. There's so much more Star Wars to come, guys. And here's the thing. If you don't like something, just wait. There'll be something else that you do like. If you didn't like the sequels, that's fine. Look, you got the Mandalorian. You're going to have a lot more come in. And trust me, I've said it. And just believe me now, in the next year or so, you're going to get more characters like the return of Mara Jade. I guarantee you.
Select your canon.
There's
a lot out there for everybody to enjoy.
I guarantee you're going to get Mara Jade. You're going to get others that you thought you weren't going to get because they're going to tell this Thrawn story, and it's going to lead up to the sequels. And I believe wholeheartedly, because the sequel trilogy, it's called the sequel trilogy, but it takes place 30 years after that original trilogy. It's not like these other movies where there's like there's this little bit of time. You're talking 30 years. A lot happened in that time, and you're going to see the rise and fall of Thrawn. You're going to see the setup for the
First Order,
the First Order and whatnot. And and I agree, Blake. It's laughable when Doomcock hosts a 6-hour live stream talking mostly about, this quote, praising her and inviting her on the show and doing all this silliness. Like,
he was right.
About a quote that she made years ago before like the third movie even came out. But I wanted to point out is this, because everybody's talking about this, right? Everybody's talking about this quote because, apparently she hated it, and that's her opinion. And she's worked on Star Wars. She's absolutely entitled to that opinion. I respect that. It was where she was at that time. Be interesting to hear where she's at now, but that was that time. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what I was to say is, like, again, looking at, like, I went looking into her history yesterday to kind of see if I could find context for that. And one of the things I found, I was curious, like, why they broke up. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that they were trying to conceive for a long time and they were unable to. And then George threw himself into Star Wars and Indiana Jones. And that just, like, the workaholism really took its toll, I think, on their relationship, because after her and him broke up, she got like 50 million, I think. And then she just retired.
Which is why there weren't any Star Wars movies for a long time, because most of Lucas's fortune was gone in that divorce settlement. And he had to build up Lucasfilm and ILM, creating all this new digital technology to sell to studios as well as use for the new Star Wars films.
Oh no, exactly. I mean, plus all the merchandising made him a shitload of money too. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole point is, like, I think she looks at Star Wars now as a negative. There's another quote in another article or a book actually, where it's an interview with her and Scorsese and I think Robert Altman. And this is from like 1997. And they're talking about like what's in theaters, and it's like The Lost World, Face Off, whatever. Right. And then she says, I mean, she's like, I'm kind of like, I kind of helped bring about the blockbuster, and for that I apologize. Because she looks at it like she wanted to be a filmmaker, she wanted to be an auteur, like she was with Scorsese. Obviously, like they have seen their influence shrink over the years. When back in the 70s and 80s they were very, heavily lauded. And again, Hollywood has been always about money, so it's just kind of a weird take, but
I don't know that Star Wars was even meant to be a blockbuster when it was conceived. It was George's science fiction fantasy film, and that became a phenomenon. So you have having some context with what she said. No one expected it, and it completely did change the landscape.
Oh, 100%.
So here's something interesting, and this probably speaks to your point, because here's this other article that's on comic book. CBR.com. It says Star Wars. George Lucas's ex-wife disliked Phantom Menace so much she cried.
She wasn't the only one.
Yeah, I know. But just hear me out. George Lucas's ex-wife Marsha Lucas shares her negative reaction to an early preview of the Star Wars prequel, The Phantom Menace. Marsha Lucas, film editor for the original Star Wars trilogy and ex-wife of Star Wars creator George Lucas, shared her initial reaction to seeing Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. The recent biography from Howard, it basically just talks about this. Is in the latter, Lucas praises her ex-husband as a good guy and a talented filmmaker before sharing her emotional response to seeing an early screening of The Phantom Menace. But when I went to see episode 1, she says, I had a friend who worked at ILM who took me as a guest to a preview. I remember going out to the parking lot, sitting in my car and crying. I cried, Lucas recalled. I cried because I didn't think it was very good, and I thought he had such a rich vein to mine, a rich palette to tell stories with. He had all those characters. And then it just goes,
That's what yes men do.
Yep.
That's
she
what
says,
if she felt that way back then and she feels this way about the sequels
well,
now,
that's the thing. It's, released in 1999, The Phantom Menace has received harsh criticism from Star Wars fans in many areas, such as its dull, politics-heavy plotline and seclusion of Jar Jar Binks, who became one of the most hated films and characters in the franchise. Lucas echoed 2 common criticisms of the film: the relationship between a young Anakin Skywalker and Padme, and the film's dated CGI. I thought it was weird that the story was about this little boy who looked like he was 6 years old, but then later on, he's supposed to get with this princess who looked like she was 20 years old, Lucas shared. There were things I didn't like about the casting and things I didn't like about the story and things I didn't like. It was a lot of eye candy. Lucas didn't reserve all her Star Wars criticism for her ex-husband George. She also shared her disdain for the Disney-produced sequel trilogy, and it goes into what we just read. So the thing is like I just noticed. I think it's interesting that like I haven't seen a lot of people talking about like how she talked about how she hated the Phantom Menace. They're talking about how she hated the sequel trilogy.
Well, that's not fair because you found this comic book article. I mean, they're talking about it in this article, and it actually came out the day after the comments that she made about the sequels came out. So it's like everybody's.
I'm just talking about the usual suspects, right? Who talk a lot about this stuff and are complaining about this, and who are heralding her for her comments about the sequel trilogy because they hate the sequel trilogy.
Okay.
You notice they're not making video after video talking about how she doesn't like the Phantom Menace because
they love the Phantom Menace
because they like it because there's been this tide that has changed and that doesn't fit their narrative to go off on the Phantom Menace or the prequels at all. So they have to change that. So they're ignoring that and just heralding this comment that she hates the sequels, which if we look at it, basically she doesn't like any Star Wars that she didn't have something to do with.
Oh, that she maybe had a hand in creating. Let's take it a little bit further. Not just was involved with, but I do think that there's a lot of there's a great book called The Unauthorized History of Star Wars. I forgot who wrote it. It's available on Amazon, but it tells the making of Star Wars, warts and all, from people behind the scenes that we're not privy to. That's why I tend to lean on the theory that I think Marsha was far more involved in the creative process behind Star Wars before she edited it, which is why I can completely understand her points now. And I don't dismiss just because she was a part of it. I think she had an effective part in helping create it.
It's possible. The Crawling Chaos here says George Lucas was actually Super Shadow.
Who's Super Shadow?
Oh, you don't know who Super Shadow is?
No,
oh my God. Oh my Matt, you know who Super Shadow is, right?
Nope.
Whoa. Okay, so thank you, Crawling Chaos. Super Shadow is a huge deal in the legacy and the history of Star Wars. In the late 90s, mid 90s, when the internet was still young, okay, about 97 or so, there was a character, there was a guy on the internet who had a website called Super Shadow. Super Shadow claimed to be friends with George Lucas.
Oh, I remember this now, but
yes. And he claimed that he had all this insider knowledge of what George was going to do, and George literally had this mapped out to like episode 13 or something like that. I mean, it was just like episode 12 or whatever it was. And like just these crazy notions. And like
Super Shadow, I remember hearing.
Did he say he knew Jet Lucas? He knew George Lucas's son. That's where he was getting the information from.
Well,
I think.
He said that he was personal friends with George Lucas. That George Lucas had him out to Skywalker Ranch. That they had discussed all this stuff, and literally he had detailed each episode. like what was going to happen in each episode, and that it was this sequel. There was a sequel trilogy coming that was past, because at the time George was working on the prequels. We all knew George was working on the prequels because they did the re-release in '97 of the original trilogy with the the special editions, right? Because he was testing some of the technology. But then, so we knew that he was spending the next couple of years working on it to get to 99 when we got episode 1. But this guy had it all laid out, what episode 1, 2, and 3 were, and then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then like he had just like he had titles for them all. He had this whole thing. It was very Mike Zero-ish. And the fact that it was just like, it wasn't a video on YouTube. It was literally a website that you could go to and you would just spend hours as a Star Wars fan reading, because he was very, very convincing.
He was the original Mike Zero.
Pretty much. So that's a great reference, Crawling Chaos. H. Bart's here with a $2 super chat. Thanks, H. Bart. Says, a guy hated episode 1 so much, he became Matt Jarbo.
I like episode 1, though. I mean, it's got problems. My God. But I don't hate the movie by any stretch of the imagination.
H. Bart's also with another $2 super chat. Says, will Liam cameo in Obi?
It'd be a nice surprise.
I don't think that's going to happen, though. I mean, like, you got 6
Have you seen some of the other movies he's been making? I think that he'll do it for a pitch.
Maybe. Yeah, I know, right? Ice Road. That was a big one over the summer, right? He's got another one. He's like, I'm done doing action movies.
He's going to reappear to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan, I'm back, and I have a very special set of skills that I'm going to impart upon you for this mission that you now face. I'm looking forward to seeing Hayden come back as Anakin.
I'm curious though how far they can go with that, aren't you? Though I mean,
I think it's gonna be all stuff off screen. I can't imagine they're gonna have him directly engage Obi-Wan. I'm suspecting.
No, they've already said it's the rematch of the century. They've already. Kathy already made that claim.
Personal rematch.
Kathy said straight up, like Matt just said, that she said it's going to be the rematch of the century, that supposedly they're going toe to toe. And I don't know that I agree with that.
Oh God, if they're going to do that, then nothing that happened in A New Hope makes sense. Unless Obi-Wan was referring to the last time not being Mustafar, he was referring to the Obi-Wan Disney Plus series that no one ever thought would ever happen.
Right?
That's gonna see. I'll another hot take. I don't want Anakin as Vader.
In the suit,
you want flashbacks.
I want flashbacks because the thing is, in the suit, he was kind of terrible as.
No, he didn't. He didn't have the physicality for it.
Yeah, that did not age well. But what I think they might do is, I think there might be flashbacks that are going to be like
the arms crossed, where he looks like a teenager.
Yeah,
Darth Vader
doing cosplay.
Yeah, it just didn't. But the thing is, Deborah Chow is a much better director than George Lucas. So and look, a lot of people are better directors than George Lucas. Let's be fair, but he's a good producer and storyteller. So you know what, that gets away with a lot of shit. If you can make a good story, it doesn't matter how good of a director you are. If you can make that work, you're okay. You keep getting work.
All the small personal films he was going to make that no one was ever going to see.
Oh yeah. He's like, I want to go do like a couple $100,000 movie.
Show what a really good auteur director I am. No, look, Lucas, he's a phenomenal producer. He was obviously a visionary. I think the original Star Wars had less to do with George Lucas and more to do with the people he surrounded himself with. And I know that's a hot take too, but when you see the quality of his directing work post Star Wars, Irvin Kershner aced him. Who's the guy who directed Jedi? Richard Marquand was essentially like ghost directing Richard Marquand, though. He had a lot of control on Jedi, which is why, as fun as it was to watch, it was a bit weak. And then everything else he directed after that, he directed Howard the Duck, yeah?
No, he produced
Radioland Murders.
No.
It's just like he's not.
I got Howard the Duck right here.
There you go.
Yes, it was. Let's see who directed it.
And the prequels show that he wasn't the greatest director either.
I mean, but look at Willow. Willow was a producer. He produced it, and he got Ron Howard to do it.
Ron Howard's a fantastic director, though.
Yeah. And what I mean by that is like,
it was directed by Willard Hayek.
Oh, Willard Hayek. He didn't. Okay, he produced.
Yeah,
Howard.
George Lucas was the executive producer.
Okay.
Yeah, he personally set back Marvel films
because he loved Scrooge McDuck. Is why he decided to do a Duck movie. because Scrooge McDuck is one of George's, no joke, one of George Lucas's favorite cartoon Disney characters.
Nice.
So,
I'll tell you this though, I like Howard the Duck, and I don't know anyone who
too.
doesn't like Howard the Duck.
I hear people every once in a while give me a hard time about Howard the Duck, man. But I tell you what, I love this movie. This movie was my childhood, man.
I'll fight that. Yeah, I mean, we may. I gave it away in 4K
about that. Because it's been a long time since I saw it. I didn't like it the first time I saw it. But
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's campy as all hell. But it's
heck
like,
yeah.
you know,
I need the code key for the other dark overlords of the universe.
it's so crazy over the top.
Was that Palpatine in Howard the Duck?
No, it's Jeffrey Jones, a pedophile.
Yeah.
That movie's got everything. It's got something for everyone, man. It's got bestiality. It's got Leah Thompson.
It's got duck boobies.
The bestiality is what kind of tossed me off. I'm just like,
I don't know, man. Like,
they don't go all the way. They don't go all the way.
I know, but still, it was just like,
man.
I just turned me off, but whatever.
Come on, Jerry. Come on, Jerry. The feathers on your back went up a little bit when Heather Locklear.
Any movie where you're going to put
Leah Thompson, Heather Locklear. I don't know why that even popped in my head.
I love Leah Thompson. I'm like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see her with a duck.
Oh man,
he suggested that she's with the duck.
That's right up, Matt.
Her in that movie, yeah, a little bit. Her in that movie,
Ellie.
No, I did. I talked
80s.
about. I gave away the Howard the Duck last month on my show, and I talked a lot about the duck anatomy and how it's like duck penises are like a corkscrew, and duck vaginas are like a choose your own adventure. So it's like I'm not making that up either. It's
I'm not. So what you're saying is the physics were there with Howard and Leah Thompson.
They could have made it work. Yeah, they could have really made it work. It would have been real screwball, but they could have made it work.
I see what you
I'm
did
gonna
there.
get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
It's late, and you've been on for nearly 4 hours. So,
I know.
You know.
I know.
Ravage me, you rambunctious steed. That's right. Oh, that one time I quote last week tonight.
Right. The crawling chaos. Hey, dude, I think a lot of us back then fell for Super Shadow because look, that was before we even. I mean, the internet was new.
Was
the internet
Ain't It Cool News?
Like,
Ain't
yeah,
It Cool News was the big
like
thing.
we were all just looking for anything we could possibly find, and that was that was there. So look, at the end of the day, I think it's real easy for people to go back on a quote that's years old now. And I know that the Fandom Menace is going to try to use this for, like, I literally had somebody today message me and say, oh, it's all over, the Fandom Menace won because of Marsha's quotes. No, that doesn't make any sense. Look, it's all subjective, but here's the thing. You're talking about somebody, like I said, I'm not taking away from who she is. She means a lot to Star Wars. She means a lot to that. But here's the thing. George Lucas, the creator himself, I don't always think made the best decisions and actually had the best ideas for his own creation. When I hear about what his sequel idea was, like going into that like microscopic midichlorian thing, look, what was the one thing? What was the one thing that everybody pretty much? I mean, like, I get it that there's some people out there who like the midichlorian idea, whatever, and I'm not necessarily like downing the whole midichlorian thing. I didn't want to see a sequel trilogy with teenagers like that they say that he was going to do with kids, and have this microscopic world be the focus of that. So at the end of the day, we got what we got. I think if you learn to compartmentalize your love of different fandoms, and like Jerry said, look, you don't have to accept everything. If you want to accept that, hey, this happened, whatever, this didn't happen, whatever, look, you can do that in your own mind. For me, I choose to accept it all. Even if I didn't like it all, it happened. You know what I chalk that up to? Life does some silly, stupid things. Real life does stupid things that like we never thought would happen. My God, look at our last president, right? Look at some of the stuff that's, that's even going on in the world today, right? Like there's stuff like you can't predict, you can't predict that stuff is going to happen the way that it does. The end result is it's not a nail in the coffin of common sense against the Fandom Menace. That's, you know, like I literally,
But the way that the fandom menace is using this to fuel their culture war or the culture war. Star Wars has no place in the idiocy of culture wars between political factions. It's a fantasy. Everyone should enjoy it. And the fact that they're so grasping at, oh, this means we're right, because in their minds, they think that that elevates them as the winners of the culture war that they keep fighting because they've got nothing else going on in their lives other than arguing about, you know, whether strong women would do this or diversity that. It's like they've got nothing. It drives me crazy because they forget what the original Star Wars trilogy was. It was about a bunch of rebels fighting the system. It was about a diverse bunch of characters. And although I would say to some degree, it bugs me that, you know, movies now are saying, oh, you know, this is the first time we've had a strong woman in this movie. No, Carrie Fisher did it. Sigourney Weaver did it. Linda Hamilton did it way back in the day. The way that, you know, these movies are now being used by cultural war fanatics to elevate themselves is just, it's depressing because it ruins the fun of what these movies are supposed to be about.
Yeah. So that's, you know, at the end of the day, that's my take on that. Like I said, I respect her. I respect what she's done. But look, I don't take, it doesn't matter to me who worked on what at any point. We all get something different out of it. And if you don't like the sequel trilogy, that's fine. We can still be friends. You can still be here. We're still all together here in the lounge. We all have fun. We say our stuff, you know, and we, you know, like I said, it's like any good nerd fun. Like we argue about it. We go to toe on it. We say, this is what I feel. This is what you say. And at the end of the day, we give each other a fist bump. We give each other a hug and say, hey, I'll see you, you know, I'll see you next time. So the final thing that I wanted to discuss today, and I'm glad that you two are here because I don't have a lot of knowledge of this because I'm going to out myself right now. Right. Yeah. And see, Ben, this is fine too. Ben says, grateful for Marsha's quote because I hated the sequels. So like if it validates, you know, something that you feel.
The Fandom Menace more.
That's what he says, but I hate the Fandom Menace more. And so,
it's bringing us together on that point.
Right. Okay. So, but so I'm going to out myself right now because I did not see the movie. I still have not seen this movie, this film. But coming up, it was announced that they are working on a new Lost Boys film.
Oh yeah.
Don't do it.
What are you guys just? I mean, I know that this is a classic film. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this film personally. I mean, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the story and stuff like that, but I've just never actually seen Lost Boys.
Did you see the interview clip with Anthony Mackie? I may have even shared it on Twitter. I don't know if I did or not, but it was an interview where he's talking about the fact that just stop remaking classic movies. They're classic for a reason. You can't remake these cultural phenomenon movies like The Lost Boys that had such a memorable cast simply because you own the IP or the name and decide, well, because people remember The Lost Boys, we're going to remake it and just capitalize on that name instead of making new movies, create new phenomenons. This is a disaster in the making. I mean, we see this so often with a lot of remakes that just glom on to something. It's like people who say that they want to see Back to the Future remade. This is the same kind of situation. You know, you don't remake Lost Boys any more than you remake Back to the Future. These were, I think, these films were released at a time like this was a film I think from the late 80s, early 90s. It represented a period in time that you don't need to go back and recreate because that's what makes it so beloved and memorable. Because it
1987.
It's a product of that time. It's a product. Are you going to reimagine Lost Boys for the current time? You're going to lose everything that made the original special. That's my hot take on it. But
I think it's okay. Like I understand that Hollywood is risk averse, you know, and the interesting thing is, did you guys see like the story going around today about Guillermo del Toro? Because someone asked him, how many screenplays have you written just overall? Like this random guy on Twitter, and he says like he's written like 33 screenplays and 20 of them are unproduced.
because they're risk adverse. Exactly. Here's a professional. And that's what I would encourage everybody, if you can find it on YouTube after the broadcast, Anthony Mackie's clip where he's talking about this. And he's so smart about it. I'm like, wow, this is Falcon. He was talking about the fact that we don't have movie stars today. We have superheroes. And did you see that clip, Matt?
Absolutely. It's actually one of the reasons why I say that The Rock is not a movie star. The Rock is an entertainer, and I would argue probably the greatest entertainer in the world, but he's not a movie star. And people like to fight me on that because they get really attached to him as like a character. And I'm like, if you look at him as just being a business entity, he's always going to do what's best for him, even if that means, he's a brand.
Very charming, charismatic brand.
Exactly.
But he always plays the same character.
Yeah, he does. I'll tell you this. I checked out his energy drink and it was terrible. And it was completely overpriced. I bought they had a 2 for $5 and I bought it and I was all like, yeah, no, thank you. But whatever. And no, I mean, like the Jungle Cruise is mediocre as all hell. It wasn't that. It was a fun enough movie.
You mean the reimagining of the African Queen,
or you mean the reimagining of the Mummy?
That too.
Yeah. Totally.
The merging of the African Queen and the Mummy.
There we go. That makes a lot of sense. Complete with the Uncharted 2 ending, because the ending of Uncharted 2 is very similar to the Jungle Cruise. But the thing with that movie
starts with a $2 super chat, says October for me is Hammer month.
That's a good selection.
So someone says in the chat, Ben Bamboo, I'd watch a Lost Boys sequel. Okay, I would be open to a sequel, but not a reimagining and a remake.
They exist. There's like 3 of them.
Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland's still on. Wow, what interesting territory that would be to bring back those characters. Well, no, didn't Kiefer Sutherland die in the Lost Boys?
They all died.
Oh, okay,
well, they did the Lost Boys 2 with Corey Feldman and the Frog Brothers. Like they brought Corey Feldman back, and it was terrible.
Yeah. So okay, we can't really do a sequel then because the original cast is all gone.
But they could. I wonder if they're going to bring back Diane Wiest in this new one. I don't know why. I just thought that'd be kind of funny. Yes, cameo. But here's the thing: Joel Schumacher is dead. All right, so like, stop effing around with his stuff. You know, like I mean, because wait a couple years and they're going to remake Falling Down, but it's going to start
that movie is classic. Oh my god,
that movie is so good. That movie is so good, guys. If you in the chat, if you've never watched Falling Down,
and not something you would expect from Joel Schumacher either. That's what makes it extra phenomenal. Extra
good. Well, and a movie. I think that they would shy away from trying to do that.
You could never make that movie.
They would.
Well, you know what? Joker is kind of that movie.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of.
It is.
At least the theme is.
It's about as close as you're going to get. Yeah,
the one bad day that pushes you over the edge and changes you into a villain.
But in Falling Down, though, they don't make him really out. I mean, it's been a long time. I own that movie. It was one of the first Blu-rays I ever bought, or DVDs. I'm sorry, it's the first DVDs I ever bought years ago. But you know, like in Joker, like by the end, he's the Joker, right? And so he's supposed to be the villain. In Falling Down,
don't spoil it.
I know, but in Falling Down, it's a bit of a different different take on that, you know.
Yeah. Similar themes.
There's
not something you'd expect from Schumacher. Schumacher was such a master filmmaker, and his hands were so tied by Warner Brothers when he got stuck doing Batman Forever and then Batman and Robin. Let's go back in time now to Warner Brothers screwing around with Tim Burton, which is why Tim Burton didn't want to do Batman Forever, because Warner Brothers was meddling with the director's creative visions as far back as then. Well, they did it as far back as Richard Donner also with the original Superman movies. But that's just an example of that studio's mentality, screwing around with Schumacher with the Batman films. And then, you know, he's given a little bit more creative leeway because the other films he directed, like Lost Boys or Falling Down or Flatliners, weren't tentpole movies. They were beginning, middle, end movies done. That's it. But anyway, I really like Joel Schumacher's work. And I would highly recommend Falling Down to people.
Yeah, Phone Booth is also another good one.
Yes.
It's a very good thriller.
Oh my god, Phone Booth is so good.
I mean, that's the thing is I think a lot of people in like the geek space nowadays really only look at Schumacher and they think Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Really. And that's sad because he did a lot of really good movies. It's like even going back to like Tim Burton's older films, like his newer movies kind of suck. They just do. He doesn't have a passion for it.
He's gotten lazy. I think Burton's just gotten lazy, and he's a brand that's just like doing it for a paycheck now.
Well, it's like he's got this new Wednesday show, and I'm like, I don't even care. But and I forget who's playing like Morticia. It's but they got like I I mean, there's a decent cast in it, but I just don't care. And I think again, it's like a lot of it is because the show, these companies are risk averse, and Netflix was supposed to be, the hub for this. And they, to their credit, something like Army of the Dead isn't necessarily something that I would argue would be risk averse, but we haven't really seen much of the zombie genre in a while. And I would, they're still just pumping out like all this crap.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, like maybe quality over quantity, because at the end of the day, people, they put out so much content that no one has enough time to watch it all. And that actually really hurts the conversation. I say this in my show all the time. Go back to go back to 1982, right? The opening of The Thing. It opened in the same day as Blade Runner. And that was at the same time that Wrath of Khan and E.T. were also in theaters.
Yeah.
But it's like, that was a great time, but those were also still to an extent relatively spaced out. Then I always like to bring this up as an example, but the summer of 2008, there was literally like a major movie released every week. And in some instances, more than one, like up to like 3 films a week were being released. And that was it. I mean, but look at that summer: Iron Man, Kung Fu Panda, Tropic Thunder, The Dark Knight, Wanted, Step Brothers, Speed Racer, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, Prince Caspian, Wall-E, Hellboy 2: The Golden Army, You Don't Mess with the Zohan. So many movies came out that summer, and there was just so much. You know what I mean? Like, audiences they were over inundated, and it just screws everything up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
it does.
And it's a shame. It really is a shame, because, there's so much potential with some of these properties and some of these films. If they were just done right, if they actually put time into it. And that's what I hate to see, is movies that are rushed. Like, I'm the first one to admit, even with the
Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. Going back to what we were just talking with the Star Wars sequels. Like, I will be the first one even to admit that a lot of that was so rushed. You didn't have to have a Star Wars movie every year. You needed to have more time to develop that. I mean, even with the main set of them, the saga ones, every 2 years,
Well, Disney saw buying the Star Wars license as like their license to print money.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they did that with the sequels. I think that they did take their time with Rogue One, which I think is like one of the best Star Wars movies next to Empire and the original Star Wars. But then it's like, okay, we're off to a good start here. Let's start cranking them out, because literally, what was Disney known for before all this? Pixar, animated movies, Mickey Mouse, Walt Disney characters. Now Disney is primarily known for Marvel and Star Wars. That's their new cash cow. So,
and that's what Iger was smart to purchase those companies.
Yeah,
to for the money that he did, But the other thing too that people tend to overlook with the Lucasfilm acquisition is it's not just Star Wars, and it's not just Indiana Jones. I'm talking about the technical side, ILM and Skywalker Sound. I mean, those are already 2 powerhouse companies that people use predominantly anyway. And so if Lucas built that technology to sell it off to other companies, this is what effectively, Disney is now controlling the means of CG in many instances. Right. And so all these companies are paying Disney a bunch of money on the side in order to get access to this stuff. There are smaller studios that do a good job, but really Lucasfilm or ILM is still the gold standard, especially now with the volume technology. And how the stagecraft is, Warner Brothers built their own in Leavesden, and they're using that to film Game of Thrones right now. And those are popping up, LA, New York, I think, Atlanta, London, and Sydney. Disney has like 4 or 5 locations where they can have these virtual production studios, because that's going to lower budgets and allow them to do a lot more in those spaces. So there's a lot going on there, technologically speaking, that's going to really kind of expand. But I'm hoping they have good storytellers, and that's the problem, right? Yeah. So,
too many people that are Star Wars sequels or a lot of genre TV. It's like none of them got through screenwriting 101. Well, actually, there's problem in a lot of places. It's sloppy. It's sloppy writing.
It is. Well,
sloppy,
okay. So I mean,
lazy.
It is. Well, okay. So like we have to kind of
Except
like I
for
think
Marvel.
it's well like even that right. Like the thing is with the writing, and I'm sure you're absolutely aware of this, but like there's the movie you write, the movie you shoot, and the movie you edit. So you figure you have like the first roughly most screenplays go through about 3 drafts before they get locked in for what goes into production. Once they get into production, like once they start filming, how often do you hear stories about like actors and the director and the producers rewriting scenes the night before? They're like, oh,
Iron Man was completely improvised by what Jeff Bridges has said.
Oh yeah, no, they've confirmed that it was mostly they just had a rough outline and they went and they ad-libbed most of the stuff.
No idea how they would do that, given what a great film it ended up being. I mean, it's certainly an anomaly in my mind. But you also had a lot of creative people on the set with that. I think nobody gives John. Well, maybe they do now, but I think Jon Favreau was always underrated, and his genius is now being seen in the Disney Plus Star Wars series that he's been given the responsibility for helming, and it was always there, and it obviously was there with Iron Man, and then he
go
had
back
Robert
to Elf
Jr. and Elf too,
or Swingers. Go back to Swingers for crying out loud. I mean, like it's money, baby. Like that lived on, and from like the mid '90s and stuff. I completely agree with you,
but nobody recognized it. It's like he was always underrated, or people weren't paying attention to how talented that this guy was, and what Bridges talked about with them improvising Iron Man. Luckily, I mean, he had a good cast there of professionals to improvise with to make that work, because I can't imagine how you would just outline a movie and improvise the dialogue and figure out how it's going to all work with the special effects and all the other stuff that you got to map out.
Well, if you think about it, the Iron Man 1 is exceptionally simple. It's a very simply made movie. It's not over like too over the top. I mean, like it really is. If you go and you break it down scene by scene, it's very segmented. And I think that works really well for how it's constructed, especially in the edit. And so, but it established, Tony as a character. But again, think about it. He's in the truck, he's outside, then he's in a cave for like the first 30 minutes of the movie. He's legitimately,
and he's Robert Downey Jr. Well, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. We know Tony Stark's character, but because so much of Robert Downey Jr.'s character is infused with Tony Stark, I guess it was easy to improvise.
It was, but at that time, that was not established yet. Yeah. I mean, if I recall, I think it was the Shaggy Dog, that Tim Allen god awful film that came out. That was, he played the villain in that movie, and I think Mel Gibson. That's the one Mel Gibson paid his insurance on. Because he was uninsurable. It was also due to his past problems.
And U.S. Marshals with Tommy Lee Jones.
That was a good one too. I didn't. Him in the ending of that one. But what really sold it though was Shane Black and Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which I think is that arguably out of the 2010s, I think that's like one of the top 5 films. If you've never seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, you are missing the hell out.
It's a fun movie.
It's so
with
well
Val Kilmer
written.
too. With Val Kilmer.
Kilmer is great in it. Michelle Monaghan's in it. I mean, like Robert Downey Jr. and Val Kilmer are just, I would love to see more from them. Too bad that won't ever happen.
Yeah.
But it's really, the concept of the way they write these movies though, is like, it goes through multiple stages, right? So if the writer's not on set, and in many cases, I think it was the first Deadpool movie, Ryan Reynolds actually paid for Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick to be on set, to fly them out there and put them up in a hotel. So they could come on and they could workshop dialogue while they were filming. That was a big thing because otherwise they weren't going to be there. There's been other movies where like that you find out later on that the studio blocked like writers from being on set. They didn't want, I think Chris Terrio had said something about that with Snyder Cut or something like that, or with Justice League when they were filming it. They didn't want him on set for some reason. I don't know why, but the way they look at it is the writing is ultimately just the shell, right? It's just the idea, the concept, and it gives them like a skeleton, the framework. And then from there, they'll improvise and they'll add things and they'll change things as they go through production. And then they go and they edit it. And then, when they're editing it, they'll realize, wait, we need X. So then they go out and then they go shoot X, and that's where your reshoots come in. And it's so weird. Have you noticed how people weaponize reshoots?
Oh yeah.
It's such a weird thing because it's common. Yep. It's just super common.
Well, there's a George Lucas cut of The Rise of Skywalker. Because George was on the set directing his version.
Oh, I know.
Well, JJ was directing his version, and they spent all this money to do anyway. We've all heard that.
No,
that
yeah, I
gag.
know.
It's the whole thing's great. Sorry. It's
no. It's just I was just so just as a closing thought here, because I do want to go. It's 5 a.m. here, but this kind of brings it full circle, I think, to everything we're talking about, because this was another article that I had pulled up, and that is that James Waugh, who is Lucasfilm's vice president, says he isn't worried about Star Wars fatigue. Star Wars Vision executive producer spoke to the Direct about the company's packed slate headed into the final frame of 2021 and beyond. For those playing at home, it says you have the Book of Boba Fett, Visions, and a whole lot more to be excited about when it comes with Star Wars. However, some critics would say that all these releases would decrease interest in the franchise. After all, the big main movie releases feel like events every time they turn around. Some would argue that the last sequel trilogy film didn't, but ticket sales would indicate that is not true. In the past few years, even releases like The Mandalorian on Disney Plus have felt like big tentpole projects as well. If you love Star Wars, then it must feel like you're swimming in content. However, these trends can change in short order. How do you guard against audiences becoming a bit less enamored with a legacy franchise in an ever more crowded entertainment landscape? For the VP of franchise content and strategy, the answer is simply delivering quality projects. And I think that that's an important thing. And I'm glad that they've come around to that and realize that that's what they have to do. He says, are we worried about oversaturation? I think we're always very thoughtful and cautious about how do we keep Star Wars specialness in this landscape. Waugh explained, we're mindful, but this wasn't one of those instances where we had our spidey senses on a lot because we felt this was such a new offering. Confirmed Spider-Man in Star Wars. No, just kidding. He continued, when it comes to things like Visions, I would say that we weren't ever concerned about the oversaturation potentiality with Visions in particular. And I think the reason was we were offering something that's kind of diversification of what the offering is. We weren't concerned that this was going to impact Star Wars in aggregate. We thought this would be a breath of fresh air for people to explore Star Wars in an exciting new way. From a broader kind of strategic or creative strategy perspective, Disney Plus has changed the way we're viewing a lot of what's possible with Star Wars. So you can get shows like The Mandalorian and Boba Fett because the platform allows for it. What do you guys think? We're getting a lot of Star Wars material right now. I mean, we're going literally from one thing to the next, right? We went from Mandalorian, then we got Bad Batch, now we got Visions. Next, we're going to have Book of Boba Fett, and then another season of Mandalorian, and then we got all these other shows, Ahsoka, whatever Rangers of the New Republic ends up being, whether or not it keeps that or it becomes something else. We got a lot of shows coming, a lot of Disney Plus stuff coming. And only so far one movie that we know of that is titled and on the books with Rogue Squadron with Patty Jenkins. And then of course we've heard talk about how there's the Taika Waititi Star Wars project that's just kind of out there. It's kind of nebulous. We don't know anything about it. We don't have a release date. We don't have a title. We don't know what it's centered on. And then there's also this other weird thing that Kevin Feige is supposedly working on a Star Wars film, whatever that is.
Well, the writer of Loki is actually tackling that script,
and that's cool.
So,
yeah, that's cool. But what do you guys say? Do you think that there's that potential there for two? I feel like that they did wear people out in the first 4 or 5 years.
I think that's BS, the whole wear out thing. Look, I never imagined after Return of the Jedi we'd see another Star Wars movie. I never imagined after Revenge of the Sith we'd see another Star Wars project. I think people need to stop complaining. And as I said earlier, select your canon. I think that actually the fact that Disney Plus has this platform, this streaming platform, to offer such variety to so many different factions of fandom is maybe better than seeing them in the cinemas. Although I would like to see Star Wars movies, like special standalone movies, like maybe a Rogue One or a Solo, or something that doesn't rely on 3 movies that they don't know what the ending is when they start writing it. And obviously you've also got the wonderful experience of being in a theater and seeing it on a big screen. But no, I don't think there's ever going to be a burnout point with Star Wars at all. And I'm really grateful that, if George Lucas wasn't going to do them anymore, like them or not like what Disney chooses to do. I mean, there's always something that Disney's producing that I think any member from any faction of the fandom can enjoy.
See, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
Because look, for those of us who are older, who are around, like we remember the dark years.
Oh
where there was no Star Wars. Where I remember like all of my friends fell out of love with Star Wars. I was the only kid in my neighborhood who still loved Star Wars.
We had Marvel Comics. We had Marvel Comics that was all we had.
I didn't even have that because I
you didn't.
I
Marvel
didn't
did a
really read
great
the
run.
comics. I've got a few of those actually.
Yeah, the
I do.
omnibuses, they're really good. You'll enjoy them.
I've actually got a few of the of the actual comics. So I've got a few of the like some stories of that stuff, but I didn't read it regularly because I wasn't into comics, right? So I was too young to be able to go out and just like get my own comics and like know where to get them and like have the wherewithal to go get those and follow that.
Can I share something really quickly?
Yeah, sure.
I used just on that point. There's 10 years between us.
I don't know. I'll be 45 on Friday.
Okay, I'm 55, so 10 years. I just remember one of my greatest memories, even after Star Wars or Return of the Jedi was out, was riding my bicycle to the neighborhood drugstore, the comic rack.
Nice.
I was so excited with that Star Wars comic by Marvel that I bought. I would literally like read it on my bicycle while I was pedaling back home. That's how.
That's cool.
I mean, that's just like, and I think that a lot of those Marvel comic stories that came after Return of the Jedi, actually even between the movies also, to me, completely captured the essence and the spirit of what the original Star Wars movies are. And not to completely belabor that, I've got some of the original comics too. I would just tell people that maybe never read the original Marvel comics that came out during that era, as opposed to what's being pumped out now. You can find them in omnibuses, and I think many people would agree that they really capture more of the spirit of the original trilogy than we've seen with a lot of the spin-off comics coming out now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, now they're trying to look. My problem right now with Star Wars is they're trying to fill in every single little crack and crevice, and like they've said, now the comics basically have done that, right? So they got comics between Star Wars and Empire, right? So that, like, it fills in all of that space. So now you know everything that happened, and Luke Skywalker fought Darth Vader at one point, in there and stuff, and and I mean,
the original Marvel comics did it too, but they did it better and actually more sensibly, more logically back then.
But it's more convoluted now though, because it's actually they're saying it's canon, and so like all this is supposedly what happened, and now they're filling in right now between Empire and Return of the Jedi. And here's the thing to this question, like Blake here says, Thrawn trilogy movie possible. I don't believe they're going to do movies for that, man. That's what these shows are. That's why they're mentioning Thrawn. You don't
need a movie. People know who Thrawn is. They know who he is, even if they're going to like retrofit what his story is in the context of the new canon. You're not going to go do a story with Mara Jade, but we'll get a chance to see them on Disney Plus, as we did Boba Fett returning. And
I think that's going to be one of the cool things, because I really truly believe we're going to see Mara Jade, and I think that it's going to be part of the story where they show actually how Luke got to the place where he was.
Yes,
right, through his loss and through those things. Like, and you know what? Honestly, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how they play that out. Like, I personally, I don't want to see CGI Luke anymore. I just really don't want to see that. I really hope that they actually go ahead and just cast Sebastian Stan.
I shared some deep fakes in Twitter tonight. I don't know that you saw them yet, but they deep faked.
I saw them
Adam
in there.
West.
I haven't seen them yet. But
so they deep faked Adam West, Linda Carter, and Christopher Reeve as Ben Affleck, Gal Gadot, and Henry Cavill. The deep fake technology is better than the CGI stuff that they did in The Mandalorian with Luke. And I think if Hollywood embraces the deep fake side of technology more than having digital artists create the models and stuff, it could work with seeing a younger Luke portrayed by someone else if they use the deep fakes more, because they're just it's incredible to see what the deep fake technology does with representing actors younger than the CGI stuff that they're doing.
They did with even with what we got with The Mandalorian, a lot of that was deep fake, but just wasn't great deep fake.
Oh, okay. And, I thought it was all CGI. I didn't realize that there was.
If you watch the behind the scenes, there was stuff there about deep fakes.
So Matt, one of the things that I noticed about that specific segment you're talking about was my impression was they experimented with the deep fakes, but they decided to go more in the direction of CGI, which is
Maybe
just like, no, you embrace the deepfake stuff because the deepfake technology, for those that don't understand it, it samples it will sample millions of images of Mark Hamill. And then what they do is they create a pattern on the performer's face, or in this case, on an existing piece of video that's shot. And the computer's algorithm samples all those hundreds or thousands of images of an actor and properly places it on the face of a pre-filmed actor or another piece of film. And because you're working with the original photographs of the actor, there's no room for error with a CGI artist trying to create it. There's an incredible deepfake on YouTube of Tom Selleck as Indiana Jones. And I swear to God, you cannot tell. That's like, oh, wow, Tom Selleck was on set and they filmed him. That's an example of the greatest utilization of deepfake technology, as opposed to maybe seeing Coming to America 2 with Eddie Murphy, where they embraced more CGI. And when you see someone who deepfaked it, the deepfake of young Eddie Murphy was better than CGI. So anyway, back to your point, Enosh, I'm hoping that they will embrace more deepfake technology so that we're not distracted by the fact that the CGI representing young characters that we really know and are familiar with are in that uncanny valley, like with Grand Moff Tarkin or Princess Leia in Rogue One, that kind of threw us off a little bit.
Well, I think the way they did Peter Cushing in Rogue One worked really well because of the lighting. Because they kept him kind of partially in the dark.
Yeah.
Whereas Leia was all white, and it just didn't. It just didn't like.
And they deepfaked
well.
both of them. They took footage from Rogue One and actually improved. Now the deepfake technology, I don't think it was as developed then as it was now. But somebody took the footage from using pictures of Peter Cushing and deep-faked Rogue One that looks better than the CGI. And I think that
I'm just going to be honest
okay,
with you. I'm just going to be honest with you about Rogue One here with this. Okay. When they first showed Tarkin, and his reflection was in the window, I turned to Tiffany and I said, "That's smart. That right there is smart. That's what they need to do."
Then not reveal him, but suggest.
Then all of a sudden they show us full face this guy, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. It looked all right, but it wasn't great as far as I don't need to see that, because you know what? I know that that's not the guy. I know that that's CGI, and it's never going to be right.
But Tarkin 100%. Was such an important part of that story.
I get that. But here's the thing. I did not need to see his face. And then I thought, okay, they gave us a face shot. All right, now let's just see him side profile or from behind or whatever. Be smart about it. They didn't do it. They kept getting closer and closer. It was almost like the people who were working on it were just like, hey, we just want to throw this in your face that we can do this now.
Yeah.
Because then the real close-up stuff, I haven't seen it in a while, like on my TV, but I remember in the theater, it looked very rubbery. He almost looked like wet rubber. Like it had a sheen to it, like a gloss, like he was.
Well, it was shot different than A New Hope. We were used to seeing Grand Moff Tarkin in a specific lighting that was established with A New Hope. So yeah,
it was just weird for me. And then when it came time for Princess Leia at the end, and like I held Tiffany's hand and I said, and I was just saying to myself, please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Just don't turn around. We know who it is. We don't need to see it. And then when she turns around and it looked like that, it was just, I'm sorry for me. And you know what? Look, I was also very disappointed in Luke Skywalker in
Mandalorian.
In the Mandalorian.
Yeah,
and look, I'll be the first to admit that half of that is because my good friend Andre Nicotina spoiled the whole thing for me, and I knew that he was going to be there, and so I already knew it was going to be him. But some of it too was then, because I knew it was going to be him, I was able to look at it like without. I wish that I had been able to just have the exciting moment that everybody else had. Okay, but the thing was when I wasn't, I had to look at it for what it was, and it's okay. But is that what I want to see going forward? Do I really want to see like a superimposed face? I mean, look, I'm looking at what you said here earlier, right? And this is fine. This is fine for like this is supposed to be like Adam West or whatever, and back here was
what the technology looks like. I mean, they've advanced it. I wish they'd embraced it more with Mandalorian, because I think that had they embraced the deepfake technology more, you may have felt differently about how Luke was used on Mandalorian as far as selling.
And they will in the future.
I think so too.
The guy that did the Luke Skywalker deepfake, Shamook, they hired him.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, so they saw they were missing the beat that he was able to add to take it to that last level that was needed.
What was really interesting though was how they got Luke's voice, because that wasn't Mark Hamill. That was all.
I don't even know why they had Mark Hamill on set, Matt, because when I saw that behind the scenes stuff, for the few shots that they showed him, Mark Hamill going down the hallway, he was walking like his age.
That was all promotional stuff in my
mind.
That's
what I assumed. Yeah.
That was all like I think they wanted him there for like the nostalgia factor of it.
Yeah, I get that.
And it worked because
Kathleen Kennedy didn't even know that he was there. She didn't even know Luke was going to be in there. Didn't you know that? She didn't even know. She's the president of Lucasfilm, but they kept it a secret. It was a secret from her. They didn't even know because she hates Luke Skywalker. She hates him. She wants to destroy Star Wars from within. She did not know that Luke was even going to be in The Mandalorian. Doomcock was right.
God, I want Gil to be exposed so he can be held accountable for all the lies that he spreads. Or,
give it time. Give it time.
But then we'll lose the entertainment of mocking him all the time. So I guess that's the unfortunate trade.
I'd rather his audience eat him alive for the charlatan that he is.
Man, I wish they would. But when I tuned into his show the other night to heckle him in the live chat, I was so depressed by the amount of viewers that he had. I'm just like, these people are eating his stuff up like you wouldn't believe.
Well, see, when I talk to those people, because I've called them out multiple times, they don't actually care about fact. It's all emotion based.
Yeah.
And they tell me it's just, oh, well, he's funny, he's entertaining, I like what he says. Or no, the key was he gives me hope.
Yeah.
Someone had said that to me once, that he gives them hope about Kathy being fired and that the sequel trilogy being retconned. And I'm like, but what makes you think that these movies that have grossed multiple billions of dollars is going to be yeeted from existence?
Yeah,
and then they go, well, but the veil of the Force. And I'm like, you do realize that like he used the same veil of the Force theory in his Indiana Jones video too. The time travel.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
He literally just repurposed it. And I'm like, it's just, you're just
time travel.
You're like
from his sources, his inside source. I saw that video, the time travel thing. I'm like, oh my God, people are going to believe this stuff. Come on.
Well, they again, it's just like, he says it and he repeats it and they believe him because that's all through repetition. And the fact is, and like when those guys called him out, when those people actually called him out on it, he cowered. I mean, he freaked out on Twitter. He was going crazy.
So they did call him out on the Indiana Jones BS?
No. This is from before on Friday Night Tights, and Ryan Kennel called him out. Okay. And then Jeremy, who was friends, whatever, came out and attacked Doomcock. Gary didn't say a thing about it, and there was kind of this internal Civil War situation, and then they worked it out, and then no one ever talks about Doomcock anymore. Like, Doomcock is gigantic into conspiracy theories. He wasn't there for the Alex Jones thing, and they kept out. They just don't bring him on. He doesn't associate really. So I'm thinking that they know he's full of crap, and they're just letting him do his own thing because they want to move away from that. And but anyway, it is almost 2:30 and I do have to go here in a minute, but I wanted to touch upon the whole thing with Star Wars and the fatigue thing. I agree that if the stories were better, we wouldn't ever be having that conversation, for one. Like if The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker weren't kind of suffering from some short-sightedness in the decision-making department, we wouldn't be talking about that. And ultimately Solo wouldn't have faltered. If The Last Jedi would not have had the backlash that it had, Solo would have done better. Again, also if they would have, pushed that to December and not have it be on Memorial Day, which was a bad idea.
Exactly.
Because it fought Deadpool 2 is what it fought. And it actually ended up, if Solo would have come out and not lost out to the second week, it still beat Deadpool 2 in the second weekend. But if they weren't competing against each other, that 88 million Solo would have easily been over 100 million. If Deadpool 2 wasn't in theaters at the same time, which is why the release of every single week during that time period is really detrimental, but that's a whole other argument. But when it comes to the fatigue and where they're going with everything else, look, I'm just saying this here, Mandalorian season 2, if you really want to kind of associate it with a movie, it's Iron Man 2, right? Iron Man 2 was a bunch of cameos and setting up the future. And who produced Iron Man 2? Kevin Feige. And who's been rumored to stealth produce Mandalorian, or at least offer up a lot of notes, or it kind of makes, if you look at what they're doing now with Mandalorian, doesn't that come across a lot like what they've been doing with Marvel in regards to like, oh, here's Mandalorian. Now we're going to do Ahsoka and Rangers of the New Republic and Boba Fett, and they're all part of the same storyline, and then they're all going to culminate in a massive event down the road.
I'm glad they embraced Feige and are utilizing him in that way, because I think it's a very successful strategy. So
it's a very successful.
Everyone's going to benefit from what comes from that.
100%, which is why I'm glad you said that, because I do want to kind of push back on one thing you said, and that is picking your canon. I don't believe is a good argument, and I only say that I get your reasoning for it. And if we weren't going into this interconnected situation that they're trying to build, I would agree with you. But right now, a Bad Batch, Clone Wars, Mando, sequel trilogy, it's all connected. I mean, they are establishing
Disney Plus stuff. The Disney Plus stuff is better connected than anything that's preceded it, though.
Exactly, because they thought about it. Because they put
the ending of Bad Batch, guys, sets directly up the Thrawn saga. I mean, you got Mount Tantus, you got the planet Wayland, and you have the cloning technology being taken there, like. Yeah, that's straight out of Heir to the Empire stuff, man. You got Mount Tantus is where they find Jorah Saboth. I just guarantee you, Mara Jade, Jorah Saboth in the next year or so.
Yeah, they're mining the best stuff from the EU that they tossed aside when they
hey,
not realizing they shouldn't have tossed it aside.
It was
Blake
actually
Taylor, new member of the channel. That's 3 tonight. That's awesome.
Welcome,
That's
Blake.
Awesome. Welcome, Blake.
Congrats.
It is good to have you. Thank you so much for membership. That's awesome. We had a 5-member night the other night. We had a 2 members last time, and then tonight 3 new members. Thank you guys so much. That's awesome. Way to go, man.
That's people have been really supportive recently, which is really good. So that's
heck yeah. Like, to kind of bring this up. Well, I'll give you this, Blake. Double dribble, baby. Thank you so much, man. So glad to have you. So yeah, just to kind of bring my thoughts together on this. Like, look, I feel like I echo what you say, Matt. As long as it's good, I'll take all the Star Wars I can get, man. Like, you ain't gonna see me going, hey, no, no, that's all right. If it's something that I'm not like really super excited about, I know, I think RJ, I don't know if you're still here, man. And I did see your comment earlier. He asked if I'm going to watch Visions. I'm not a big anime guy. I saw the trailer. I'll be honest with you. It didn't really feel like Star Wars to me. It felt like, like a, more like kind of like a Japanese kind of samurai thing. And I understand Star Wars has its, roots in Kurosawa and, and the Seven Samurai and all that stuff. I get all that. Okay. It's just not my thing. I'm just not a big anime guy, and I'm just not into that style. So will I eventually see some of it? I'm sure I'll see some of it. If it doesn't catch me right away, I probably just won't watch it all. And that's okay.
But isn't it great? We've got choices, though.
Yes.
We've got choices.
And that's what I'm saying. Because I know that people like RJ and other people who are totally into that style, this is something that's going to keep them excited about Star Wars, right? Yep. And so, like, I may be over here going off about Wayland and the Bad Batch and stuff, and people are like, the Bad Batch sucks. But I like it. So if they get excited about something else, good for them. And I think that that's a good strategy. And so you're never going to please everybody.
I will say this, though. I did watch the first 2 episodes before hitting you up on Twitter to come on.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Is
like
it?
Oh my God. The first episode, the duel is, for one, the animation is really interesting. It's almost like charcoal. Like it's like drawn charcoal, but it's, it's a good little story. It's very reminiscent of like an old Kurosawa film. Episode 2 is the animation's very different. It's like very kind of chibi animation, but it's all about a rock band. Yeah. And the songs are kind of like punk ska type. If you like that music, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like it's just they're short. They're like 12, 13 minutes.
How is that Star Wars though?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like we watch What If, we watch other things with Marvel. I mean, it's
Speaking of What If, have you guys? I haven't seen a whole lot. I haven't been following stuff, but have you guys covered some of What If recently.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
pretty
caught up
hit or-
today finally.
Pretty hit or miss for me, but that's a whole other.
I've actually really enjoyed pretty much every episode except for what was the one
I couldn't
episode?
stand the zombies one. I really
actually,
couldn't stand
you know
it.
what?
I
I'm
liked
not
it.
a big zombies guy, and I liked it.
I thought it was just too flippant.
I don't know, man. I liked it. I actually liked that one for some reason.
I felt like it felt like it felt like Romero. It really felt like there was a lot of Romero vibes I got out of that.
I like the one where T'Challa was Star-Lord, and I like the one.
See, that's the one. That's the one. I'll be honest with you. The T'Challa one. That's the one that I wasn't
really.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'll be honest with you, though. I'll be honest with you. Like Black Panther, I like Black Panther. I think it's great. I would never take anything away from Chadwick. I think he did fine. I don't know. I'm not really. It's. I know it's for some people they feel like it's like the quintessential most amazing Marvel movie.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it was
And
completely overrated. I mean, it was important and it was a good film, but it certainly was not as spectacular as people made it out to be. And it had a lot to do with the CGI at the end too, when they were fighting in that tunnel. It was just like video game.
And I don't know, like this is the first thing that we've seen, like where like I guess like one character became a different character. And honestly, I didn't feel like T'Challa needed to be Star-Lord. You know what I mean? Like
it's kind of like Peggy Carter becoming Captain Carter.
Yeah, but I felt like that was a story that was like, okay, this is kind of cool, right? It's like a kind of a role reversal, and it still shows them together, and it shows, and I like that. Like this was like, it felt weird, you know what I mean? To me, I don't know, maybe it's just me. It just kind of felt weird seeing T'Challa as Star-Lord when Star-Lord is a completely different.
What I liked about it was that T'Challa is so dead serious everywhere else. I thought it was kind of cool to see Chadwick be able to like play that character a little bit lighter in this weird, and the fact that Thanos was in it too was kind of funny. But I didn't mean to digress as we were talking about animation and different takes on established characters and properties as Visions is to Star Wars. I think What If is to Marvel.
Well, I agree with you. It is like that. But what I enjoy about the What If stuff is that it is a little bit different. But what I think is throwing a lot of people off is that they're so used to it being interconnected that they are expecting this to kind of tie into each other, because that's been Marvel's whole MO since 2008. And here it is. Everything is this like 22-minute, little kind of single standalone story, when in many instances they need to actually be about 44 minutes to an hour to really flesh out. Like the episode where what if there were no Avengers, or what if the third episode, like that episode was awesome. Like that episode was great. And I would
the one where Hank Pym killed everybody.
Yeah. And if they would have expanded that out, especially with the ending was a bit of a cliffhanger ending. 'Cause it's like, okay, but what I'm also wondering is with season 2, are we going to end up getting any kind of sequels to these stories? And I think eventually they might, because that is honestly, that's the thing. Like people are going to have their connections with this. I mean, look, they're gearing, like, I've been hearing that Captain Carter is going to pop up in Doctor Strange too. And I don't know how I feel about that, but they did take the Peggy Carter one shot and the 2 seasons of the the Agent Carter show and give them their own like page on Disney Plus.
Oh yeah. I think it's Haley Atwell is like probably, I don't think people realize that Haley Atwell with her TV show and her appearance in all the movies I think maybe she's appeared more than all the characters across all the different films.
I felt really bad that Agent Carter got screwed in its second season. I really liked the show, but I mean, I think they are trying to incorporate the What If into some things. I like the Doctor Strange episode. I just watched the last 3 episodes today, and I really enjoyed the nature of it. But again, going into it, watching it, I'm thinking like, yeah, this would be better if this was like one world and this was a what if world, and it was these stories all kind of play out. And then at the end, we go to another, next season, we go to another universe and we establish that universe. Additionally, they're playing it safe this season because they are introducing people into it. And it is something that is relatively foreign. So they're playing it safe with these like, oh, T'Challa as Star-Lord and
the one shots.
Yeah. They're just playing it very, very loose, or very safe with this stuff because they don't want people to get too like weirded out by it. But if you've noticed, like first Captain Carter, then T'Challa. They kind of been progressing a bit. Like the episode, "What if Doctor Strange lost his heart?" That was like, holy crap.
Oh yeah.
You know, like, whoa,
Well,
like
I have
what?
a feeling that's going to play back into it. Like,
Yeah,
I really like after seeing that, I got, you know, I don't know for sure, but man, I got some strong feelings about that. And then what we've actually seen,
yeah. What if? And the Killmonger episode is really good too.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that one too. Yeah, that was last week's.
Yeah, that was last week's. Yeah, because I thought that was really. I mean, for one, like I just loved that it. Because here's the thing with that, by doing it in the way that they're doing it, it feels new, but it also feels familiar.
Yeah.
Which is what I mean by playing it safe. So, you know, there's elements of it that feel kind of awkward, but like looking at the, like the zombies episode felt a little bit weird. Like, why, if they were zombies, would they still have their powers? But okay, whatever, fine. But I like how they established it, that it was actually from the quantum realm, because that kind of feels like something that might happen, you never know. And so I think as we get into this stuff further, we're going to get a little weirder, and they're clearly setting this thing up for multiple seasons. And yeah, we're just going to see Disney Plus expand on these things, and it's working. And I think that's going to be kind of a model for a lot of these other streaming services to do as well.
No, I agree. Well, hey guys, this was a great conversation, great time tonight with everybody. I want to thank everybody who came to the panel. Like, that's one of the things that I love about the Poindexter Lounge. I mean, we've been here 4 hours and 44 minutes. We've had a lot of people come in. It started literally with just me and Austin, and and I said, hey, you never know who's going to be here. I always say that, and people come in. We have great discussions. We go from one topic to the next. We had a great discussion about Spider-Man, the MCU, and Venom at the beginning of this. We talked about Quantum Leap, for God's sake. We talked about Quantum Leap, man. If there's more Quantum Leap, I'm over the moon. And if you haven't watched Quantum Leap, go find it. Go watch it. It's absolutely fantastic. It's a great show, and I think I love it. And then a great discussion now about Star Wars and that, and even with the idea of a new Lost Boys film. I think that there's some great discussion. So I want to thank everybody on the panel. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Nice Star. Nice Star, you want to tell them where they can find you, sir?
Yeah, listen, everybody, I want you all to do me a favor. And I didn't come here to pitch this, but as I'm thinking about all the wonderful viewers you have, I host a show on YouTube called Chicago Corner. It's about politics, arts, culture, everything in Chicago. Has no relation to nerd culture. You don't have to watch the show, but can I ask you all, after we're done tonight, just YouTube search Chicago Corner and hit subscribe. I've got 940 subscribers, and once we get to 1,000, YouTube finally monetizes the channel. Hopefully, maybe you might be interested in some of the content that I host there. It's fun, especially if you also live in the Midwest, Illinois, or Chicago. But just do me a favor and just hit the subscribe, because the sooner we get to 1,000, it's really going to help the channel. And I love coming on here and talking about my other passion, which is movies, superheroes, and nerd culture. And I'm glad I caught you on tonight, Enosh, because I was like going into YouTube just to check some things. I'm like, oh my God, Enosh is live. And as I clicked, I'm like, oh, they're talking about Star Wars. I got to jump in on this. So it was perfect timing to come on and enjoy the conversation with everybody.
Heck yeah. Matt, you want to tell them where they can find you, sir?
Yeah, over on $3 Theater. I'm also on TikTok now. Yeah.
Yes,
That's
you are.
fun. Thank you, Tony Izzo. I just saw Tony Izzo is a new subscriber to Chicago Corner. I can see when you guys subscribe, so let's see that little window in my top corner light up now. New subscribers for Chicago Corner.
Nice.
Thanks, Tony.
Vince, what exactly? Let me know what you think of what I sent you. I'm trying to think of what you sent me, sir. But it's 5:42 in the morning, so I can't remember what you sent me.
Our brains are frying.
Exactly. But also, I want to thank everybody who are brand new channel members tonight that were just added, and that, of course, is. Oops, let me go on here. We've got Blake Taylor is a new member. We also have Austin, of course, and Abhijit Shakar. Thank you guys so much for being our latest members, and appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate all of you guys who do what you do. Of course, you're seeing me here. I got my Poindexter Lounge shirt on. We've got a whole litany of Poindexter Lounge shirts, all kinds of different stuff, funny stuff. They don't just all say Poindexter Lounge. We got some funny stuff on there. So you can find our Teespring down in the description below. and all of our other links. Follow us on social media and keep the conversation going long after the videos are done. We like to have fun during the week and just talk about stuff, and we really appreciate you guys. And don't forget, for all the new members, and of course everyone who gave super chats, thank you to everyone who gave super chats tonight. We're grateful to all of you guys. You guys keep the lights on here, and it means a lot to us. Like, I'm just blown away every time somebody supports the channel like that. It just means the world to me, because we're not trying to be anything. We're just here talking about nerd stuff, and we're glad that you're here to talk with us. But we do like to give back a little bit. So this week we're giving away the Watchmen. So if you are a member, a patron, or you give a super chat at any time during the week, you're in the running for this. We will give this away this week. Look for us. I'll be back tomorrow night, and then we'll probably do some big thing on Friday night, because that's my birthday. And I'm turning the big 4-5. I'm going to be 45. I can't believe I'm going to be 45 years old.
Do you know what time you're going on Friday night?
I don't yet. I know. I just decided just now, man.
Cool. I do my show Friday at 7:30 to 8:30, and I'll make sure to stay up to join you for your birthday celebration.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yep. So come back on and enjoy more that we have going on this week. Of course, we also do toy reviews. I know Matt Jarvo keeps telling me I need to start a second channel.
Yep.
But I don't understand what the difference is. You release little small videos too.
Well, okay, but I don't expect people to watch those. All right. So, okay.
But I don't expect everybody to watch the toy stuff either.
True. Okay. So let me just, I'll give you a quick rundown on it. All right. So if you constantly put out long form content, and then, like, we're talking multiple hours worth of content, and then you put out small short form content, your audience will not engage with it in the same capacity. And YouTube actually will not recommend the smaller short form content or even the longer form content, because it tells it that your subscribers aren't engaging with it. So it's like, I do try to keep Hollywood After Dark like as condensed as possible, because I want more people to watch for longer, and I've been adding timestamps, and that's been increasing the engagement factor, because people can just get to the subject that they want to get to. Sure. Right. And so as a result of that, my watch time's getting higher, and then that's going out to more people. So the view counts have been increasing. So that's kind of the whole point, is like, if you mix and match it, like, the system is so complicated now that it's best to have something, cause, like, honestly, I don't even get notifications when you go live. I didn't get notifications tonight you went live. So it's like, if you post a toy review, I don't get notifications for that, because I don't ever really engage, because I'm not into toys, so I don't really watch those videos. So ultimately it's like, it goes out, and I would honestly, like, probably not premiere them, just because if your live notifications aren't going out, that one's probably not going out either. So it ends up being this, like, whole thing of just having a separate channel. People can just go for your toy reviews, and then that will then go out to other people who are into toy reviews. Because imagine if the algorithm sends your video out to other people who are into toys, and then they click on your channel, and it's like, all they see are live streams, and they're like, oh, I just want to look at toys. So then they have to go searching for it, and then that's not time spent watching, so that it ends up them clicking off of it, And then again, it's like, this is not a criticism. This is a reality. This is just, it's for me too. The longer streams, the more people, like, aren't going to get to the end, because it's like so long, So you got to think of it in that perspective of, like, how to be, like, enticing to the audience, to give them the content that they're seeking on that channel, because people hate to search.
Can I also add to that? What I do over on Chicago Corner, after we do a live show, like on Tuesdays or Fridays, since I'm covering, like, different news stories, after the 1 hour show runs, I will later on take the show and just cut, like, the news clip, the segment out on a specific topic, and then drop them through the week, so that people that couldn't tune into the live show, even though it's only an hour, can have smaller digestible portions that, like, oh, I didn't see the live show, but that particular topic that I didn't realize was on the live show, I can watch. And Enosh, you've got, like, we did a Star Wars segment here. You did the Marvel segment. So, like, you could just, like, download this from StreamYard and just, like, cut up those segments and drop them throughout the week.
And I've done that before. Honestly, it's a time thing, to be honest with you.
I know.
Like right now it's 5:48. I got to get up at 6:30.
We got to let you go, man.
And I got to take my son to school at 6:30. So it's like, and then from there I'm going to get, like, a couple hours sleep, and then I got to be to work at noon. So, you know what I mean? So can I make an offer to you?
What's that? if you would like to send me your full StreamYard shows, if you download them or if you give me access so that I can download it, I would be happy to like subclip segments and put them on your YouTube channel for you if you want that, because I'm an editor and I do this stuff with and it's not hard to do. I know it's time consuming with the other stuff you're doing, but if maybe I can help take the load off you, I'm happy to help.
Well, look at there. So we will talk. We're having this business meeting right here.
Yes.
Right here, live on the stream with everybody. Right. So, well, you know what? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it for sure. Like I just love putting out content. And I love all of you. So guys, thank you to everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you all. And like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody else that their fandom doesn't matter, but seek to have good conversations like we had tonight. And even if you don't agree with everything that everybody says, it's okay. It's all right. We move on, we persevere, and we'll all be okay. I leave you with this thought.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
I try to put out more than just content. But hey, you all stay nerdy, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.